Well, good morning everybody. It is now 9 o'clock, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. First of all, the usual announcements. If you could make sure your mobile phones are switched to silent, please. And if we hear the fire alarm, we have to exit the building by one of the two doors either side of the council chamber, down the stairs, congregate in the council's car park. Obviously can't come back in until we're told it's safe to do so. Everybody all right with stairs? Yep. Good. All right, thank you. Just a couple of things. The conditions. Now, obviously, next week we're just discussing the highway conditions, but I would like, and I'm not quite sure, maybe it's on the as an inquiry document, a full list of the draft conditions as we have them at the moment. Are they on the...
I think currently they're as an appendix to our statement of case, but...
Well, have they not changed since then?
But I was thinking they're probably updated since then.
That they have moved on, but they're still very much work in progress.
Yeah, but I'd just like to see what,
Yes, certainly, ma'am.
So would it be possible just to send the last, so I just want to see the context of the highway conditions.
Of course.
Because obviously it's a bit difficult just to look at them in isolation.
No, of course.
Without, so could you send me, send the programme officer, please, the latest for each site in Word so I can fiddle around with it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I think there was going to be an update, wasn't there, on the section 106 for next week? So, I think we were told there was an email, wasn't there?
Apparently it's being sent today, the update.
And hard copies are meant to be provided, aren't they, today? I hope.
I don't know. Hard copies tomorrow, right. Would hard copies be all right tomorrow?
Well, I suppose I have to be if they're not going to be here today. So.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so it sounds like it's coming in today. We'll bring hard copies tomorrow.
All right, okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
Don't forget, though, please. Oh, yes, Mr. Young.
Yeah, when we have the Section 106 session, I think it would be useful to have the Section 106 for the Trendport developments and the Hyde one as well. So
and the which one as well?
Hyde development. When you come in from the east and you come to the roundabout, the new roundabout.
Yeah.
That development that's in front of you.
Right.
I think it's Hyde housing.
Okay. All right. Well.
There are Section 106 that go with the two Trentport ones north of the railway line.
Right.
And then that one as well.
Right, so have we got those?
They are in the documentation. It's just flagging. I'm told they are. Yeah, so they just need to be flagged up.
Do we need hard copies though?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. Could you the Hyde one? Well, you haven't got document numbers.
I know. We'll get them and we'll provide them.
If you could, yeah. Okay. Righty-ho. Right, is there anything else that anyone wants to raise?
Could I just check what the plan is for the tail end of next week?
And next week, right?
So we think probably, as you said, 2 days for
Mr. Gearing.
Mr. Gearing. We may or may not be able to start tomorrow, but see how we go.
I think it's probably unlikely tomorrow, thinking about... But we'll see. We'll see anyway. We'll see.
It just depends on the next two witnesses.
Yeah, of course.
And then, so let's say Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, obviously...
Well, Mrs. Dickinson, I think we'll have to have then if we're going to hear her because she can't come on Friday.
Yeah.
She's Thursday.
And that's the plan. And then Section 106 on Friday. I think there's a suggestion that Section 106 would start on the Thursday. Is that...
Well, I don't know. I mean, Mrs. Dickinson, it depends how long she takes, doesn't it? I mean, the timings aren't that much at the moment.
No. We're happy to. That's a good question. I suppose because quite a lot of people need to be. When Mr. Dickinson's finished, I suppose this is your point. People need to be ready to go straight to, potentially to go into.
Yeah. If they finish by 3 o'clock, or is your intention just to do it on Friday?
Is it more realistic maybe to say a 9 o'clock start on the Friday to do the 106, and then at least everybody who's not here at the moment but wants to be here for the 106 session knows engraved in stone.
106 and conditions, isn't it?
And conditions. Sorry, I meant conditions as well. Knows to come, sort of thing, at the right time. Because otherwise, we might have a load of people hanging around on Thursday afternoon who may.
Well, I mean, let's take a bit of a rain check at the beginning of next week. Just depending on how we get on with Mr. Gearing, whether we've heard him at all this week. But on the assumption that we don't, I would have thought, yes, that maybe it's better just. I mean, we can start at 9 on the Friday, but I don't want to finish late. That's on next Friday.
No, and of course that's why I said 9.
Just on that, so I was looking across to Helen, and I think you're indicating you don't think the Section 106 is really. Is it showing as Thursday?
It's showing as Thursday at the moment, but Ms Dickinson has 5 hours in total. So if she doesn't start until Thursday, then that's most of the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
I would have thought so, because by the time, it always takes longer, so.
It takes the time it takes.
We'll have to finish her, though. We have to finish her on Thursday.
Yeah. That's the worst phrase a programme officer can hear. Oh yeah, Mr. Young said it will take the time it takes. That's helpful. Just the conditions, are they intended to be discussed on Friday as well?
Well, it depends.
Not?
Well, I mean, I was hoping we would. It depends how much we've got to say about the Section 106, doesn't it?
It's obviously an army of solicitors involved in the Section 106.
It'll take a long time.
Yeah, so no, I wasn't saying that. Not with mine in the room.
Take the time it takes.
It does. I think if we started at 9 o'clock with the Section 106, that's for the solicitors whose time is precious, it would be a good starting point. And then the section and the conditions would be if we have time.
If we have time, I think
in the afternoon. Noting your
sense.
point about not finishing, late on Friday.
I think that's a good idea because we've got a big legal team coming along for that. So if we knew it was 9 on Friday, say, or whatever.
Well, let's say that then. Let's say that we are going to start on 9 o'clock on Friday for the Section 106. If we have any time on the Thursday, we can always do a bit of on conditions, couldn't we?
Yes. Yeah, and I see no problem with that.
Because the solicitors won't need to be there for that.
It's just the order and giving the solicitors certainty.
Okay, is that all right?
So that's a good idea and appreciate that idea.
Good, all right. Jolly good. Anything else?
No further matters from us. Thank you.
Mr. Well, no? Okay, right. Well, we've got now Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Goodwin.
You have to just be careful with your microphone. It sort of switches itself off sometimes.
Okay.
So any need to be heard by the people at home as well as
Keep
the
an eye
room.
on the
Keep
red,
on the red light.
If it's not red, it needs to be.
We haven't got Miss Bonnie at the moment. She's
We're all at risk, therefore, of speaking micless.
She is listening in.
Oh, good. She's listening in.
Well, we
Okay.
need her here to tell us.
We need her.
about the,
Need her in the room.
Oh yes, you can tell us. You shout, yes.
I would probably just.
Yours is off at the moment, ironically.
Having said that,
What, the people can't
we're the
hear,
point
you
of
mean?
contact that the locals all kind of so.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair enough. Yeah. All right then. Would you like to introduce the witness?
Thank you very much, madam, and good morning, Mr. Goodwin.
Good morning.
Right. Your name is Stephen Goodwin, and you have, of course, just as the inspector knows, just to say, produced a proof of evidence, or actually, technically, it's a rebuttal proof of evidence, to the evidence of Mr. Parks, who we heard from yesterday. And just for those following along, the reference for your rebuttal proof of evidence is core document 37.15.1. In which you tell us who you are. You are Stephen Goodwin.
Correct.
You are a managing director of GVE Commercial Solutions Limited. You've been one of its principals since 2005.
Correct.
And it's a GVE is a specialist commercial quantity surveying and dispute resolution consultancy.
That's right.
Could you give us just a rundown of your professional background first, in terms of your what are you in terms of your professional qualifications, etc.?
Yeah, fine. Well, I've been a quantity surveyor for over 30 years. Originally, I travelled the country working for Tier 1 civil engineering companies. At the age of 35, I started GVE Commercial Solutions. The G is Goodwin.
Oh, I see. Right.
Just for avoid confusion. At that point, my career took a slight path towards resolving disputes, training people, doing contract reviews, that sort of thing. I am a member of the Chartered Institute of Civil Engineering Surveyors, and I'm also a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. I've got diplomas in both surveying and arbitration.
When it comes to highways projects, what or highways-led projects, what's your experience in that area?
Yeah, lots. So the first 15 years was pretty much working on highways, so walking the miles, watching the highways being built. Since I started GVE, not so much site work, but certainly I do get involved on live projects. Often I'm called up 3/4 of the way through a project. Contractors in distress, normally NEC, and I go into the project and hopefully try and recover some monies for contractors and subcontractors.
Did you talk us through then in terms of public sector, private sector, the role that you have in these projects? You've just summarised it there.
Yeah.
Could you just break it down a bit? What's your real specialism in?
Yeah, well, my expertise is NEC contracts. So
Which are new,
which is
new engineering.
we always talk of it as some sort of mythical beast. But I did just bring one along for everyone. It's the NEC4.
Right.
It's not something amazing. It's just a document.
So that document is NEC4.
So this is NEC4. There's obviously been NEC1, 2, and 3. So this was
Right.
introduced in 2017.
That is what NEC stands for, new
Engineering contract.
Right. Okay.
So it's not that new.
It's not that new because there's
Not
been
that
four
new
of them.
anymore.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So you do a lot with these NECs, or you do a lot with NECs, do you?
I do. I actually got called by the NEC themselves to assist them with drafting up some of the clauses in NEC a number of years ago. I train Tier 1s right through to specialist subcontractors on NEC. I write articles, I do training courses with solicitors and indeed barristers.
Barristers need training, do they? Unbelievable.
Yeah, well, we'll see later, but it does need a lot of training to make it work.
You've not done your CPD for
Exactly. Yeah.
20 years.
Right, Michael. So tell us about this NEC then. What I mean, it's in version 4 now, but what I mean, what is obviously it's a contract, isn't it? What's going on? What is it exactly that you train in?
Yeah, well, back in the late 80s when NEC1 came out, it followed the Latham report. It was designed by engineers and project managers for engineers and project managers. So it's not drafted in the same way as other traditional construction forms, such as the JCT.
Right.
Mr. Parks mentioned ICE yesterday. It's a very different way of dealing with contract. Yeah, it's very process driven. So the whole document is a process basically, rather than in terms of obligation.
Could you just explain a bit when you say it's process driven? What do you mean exactly?
Well, all things like change management, things like programming, things like defects, all these things that come into the construction field. The NEC is a roadmap to tell you how it works. Yeah, so it will say submit a notice, and the project manager, you have 2 weeks to respond. Contractor, you have 2 weeks to respond again. It tells you it's a process driven document written in plain English that is supposed to enable parties to get through the construction process and the difficulties that arise in a speedy, efficient manner.
That sounds good.
It's in theory absolutely fantastic. Yeah.
What do you mean in theory?
Well, as my training experiences and my site experiences advise me, it's more difficult to operate than it would seem in theory. That's mainly people driven.
That's what, sorry, driven?
It's people driven in the main, yeah.
People driven.
Well, you've got to actually open the thing up. The history of contracts, the history of contracting. Sign your contract with solicitors, put the contract in the drawer, and hopefully never see it again. And only when disputes arise does the contract suddenly come out again. Whereas the NEC is supposed to be a process-driven, used document on a day-to-day basis, and thereby lies the problem. That's the people problem, because it's fairly difficult and it's fairly cumbersome and it's fairly complicated.
We heard yesterday that the benchmarks that Mr. Parks has been using in his analysis of things like prelims and other things too, contingencies, were Kent-led projects that were operated on the basis of the NECs of NECs.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I do.
Now, I think what we need to do is to unpack for the inspector what that really means, and I suppose really what that tells us about the extent of comparability between the Kent schemes and the way that those come forward and are managed, delivered, and all the rest of it, and what could be proposed here. So help us first on the Kent scheme. Look, if we take Grovehurst, which is one that we talked about a lot yesterday.
Yeah, I do want to just point out that Grovehurst is a live project. Yeah, and I think it's fair to say I was a little uncomfortable with some of the things Mr. Park said yesterday, and I just want to put it on record that I don't want to say too much. It's a live project. There's Jackson Civil Engineering involved. There's obviously KCC involved. There are. It's not litigation, but let's just say there are difficulties to do with the account which are live, and I'd prefer not to say too much. I don't mind addressing some of the issues, but I've just got to be careful with what I say, because I may well be involved. So
important caveat. But taking it almost a step back and looking at a project like Grovehurst, we know one of the things we know from the public domain are that they've been considerable overruns, that things like prelims have shot up, and we've got utility problems. We know.
Not every job.
Sorry?
Not all the time. It's not.
What I'm saying
happen all
is
the time.
That what do we know then about the NEC structure on a job like Grovehurst, and how that's set up in what you've called a cumbersome way?
Yeah. Well, I think I would be right in saying that local authorities, certainly government-driven projects, infrastructure projects, are mandated to use the NEC. I just say that with a caveat. I think they're mandated. It may well be that they're advised to use an NEC, but I think mandated is the correct word. So there's not a choice for local authorities when it comes to civil engineering works. I think they have to use the NEC. And my experience is that I've not known a local authority or a government that hasn't used NEC. So
it's quite common in your experience. More than common, it's almost.
It's 99.9% common. Yeah, absolutely. Because I personally am in the dispute arena, I get to hear of all the problem jobs, which range from £1 million through to £6 billion, and so I guess I've got a slight bias towards the problem jobs rather than the jobs that go swimmingly well. I'm sure there are many of them, and many of I've got 25 quantity surveyor employees, and many of them work on successful jobs. So it's not. I don't want to paint this picture that the NEC is awful, but if we suggest that the NEC is some panacea to some greatness and some magic way to contract, then that would be wrong too. It has its difficulties and it has its problems, and like I say, they're either people driven or they're process driven.
What do you mean by process driven?
Somebody hasn't followed the processes that are drafted into the contract, and the contract doesn't tell you how to get out of the problem. So whereas a traditional form might say you must build X and I will pay you Y, and here's our obligations, this NEC says the same thing, but says, and we will get to it in a certain way, and here's the process that you will achieve it. You will submit a notice, you will apply for something, you will respond back, and all of that process, if it's not done correctly, leads to difficulties. And it's those difficulties that cause the disputes, which cause the phone call to me.
If you had to evaluate, use adjectives to evaluate the differences between the NEC style processes on the one hand and what a private developer can achieve with a bespoke arrangement on the other, how would you do that? How would you give the inspector a feel for what those differences look like?
That's a good question. I guess some of the more bespoke developer-led contracts that I've seen are different. They have different risk profiles. The opportunities for a contractor to claim additional sums are different. They're certainly not process-driven like the NEC is, so it allows people to use their common sense, I guess, their own experiences on site to find their way through the difficulties and the normal construction procedures that you have to follow. And I guess the NEC tries to do that in a best practice way, but is very prescriptive in how you do it. Whereas a traditional contract, or perhaps something like the JCT, doesn't tell you how to do it.
You describe in your proof the NEC projects that use NEC contracts as preliminary and staff heavy.
Mm-hmm.
You say that that's at 2.7.
2.7.
And at 2.9, you talk about programming.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'll just let the inspector find where I am. I am on page 5. I'm page 5. 2.7 is where you say that projects that use NEC contracts are preliminary heavy, staff heavy. At 2.8, you explain that they require high preliminary and staffing levels due to the inbuilt processes within the contract. 2.9, you say that the programming on NEC projects is a never-ending task, and you talk about Grovehurst, and at the end of that paragraph you say that 3 programmers were needed to be resourced. 3 programmers just to keep up with NEC administration.
Mm-hmm.
Could you unpack what you're talking about when you say prelim and staff heavy for NEC contracts? Why? What's going on there?
Yeah. Okay. Well, the first point was Mr. Parks yesterday broadly agreed with that concept.
He did.
Yeah.
But still, what?
Because it's process driven, because it requires this to be done, that to be done, and I'll expand that a bit more in terms of processing. It needs people to do those things, and so it tends to require more engineers, more quantity surveyors, more programmers.
Just more people.
Just more people, just to achieve the churn that's required on an NEC project that might not be needed on a more traditional or bespoke type contract.
When you say programming's a never-ending task, what are you getting at there?
How long have you got?
How long have we got? As long as it takes is the answer. No, give us a first a sort of summary answer, and then we can see what programming on NEC projects is a particular issue that you identify.
Yeah.
You say that live programs are required and updated at least every month and submitted for acceptance By who?
By the contractor to the project manager
Right.
on an NEC project. Yeah.
And then as change occurs...
And also by every subcontractor to the contractor as well. So if you've got 30 subcontractors, then the programmer who works for the contractor not only has got to deal with one program to the project manager, but may well have to deal with 30 programs from subcontractors, all live.
Every month, at least?
Every day.
Every day?
To be submitted every month at the worst, yeah. It's a as I say, it's a never-ending task, but the NEC deems that to be appropriate for civil engineering. Yes, if I can just put that in perspective, in a more traditional JCT type contract, you have a contract program at the start.
Mm-hmm.
The client might award interim extensions of time as they're going along, and then it all gets resolved at the end. So we have some expert programmers come in at the end and try and demonstrate retrospective delay on a project so the contractor can get paid. In the NEC, instead of having one program at the start, you have a number of baselines, and if the project is 2 or 3 years long, you'll have 36 baseline programs, all there ready to assess delay against. And not only that, but once on these civil engineering projects, change starts to occur, then every change has to have a program with it as well.
You've talked about this word change a few times. When you're using the word change, what does it mean?
It can mean two things: compensable change and non-compensable change. So, compensable change. So something that be compensated.
Compensable.
Yeah.
Compensatable.
However you want to say it. Yeah. Something that will be compensated. So in NEC there are a list of what are called compensation events. And those compensation events, should they occur, the client will pay the contractor a sum, and they will assess a sum to be paid, and that's change. At the same time, it may be that there are some contractor-led events, contract fault events, and that's equally change, but won't be compensated.
Okay.
But all the compensation events in NEC require programs.
Require programs, but because the change means that the original program, whatever it was, is no longer fit for purpose.
Each of the baselines, each of the monthly baselines, is a new baseline to assess delay against. And the NEC mandates that this process carries on and on throughout the project, and so it needs programmers on Grovehurst because I must be careful again, because there was a lot of change. It needed at any one time up to 3 programmers to deal with change, and this wouldn't arise on a JCT project or a bespoke project, a bespoke contract.
Just before we get on to how it might happen in the private sector, which we will do in a minute. This might sound like an obvious question, but we were talking a lot yesterday about prelims, both about the and really what the prelims conversation with Mr. Parks was coming down to was there was the number of weeks on the one hand that something would be happening for, and then there was also, that was one side of it, and then the other side of it was the weekly rate at which the prelims were to be assumed, and then he multiplied those two and came up with different figures for prelims. Do you remember all of that?
I do remember that.
And that with prelims is one of the big 4 items between us and Mr. Parks. Now, the real question is this point about NEC contracts and the way that the processes work and programming and all of that. How does it affect the level of prelims at a very basic level, if you could, for my benefit? What does it do to prelims?
It increases them at a basic level. There's more staff needed, and if there's more staff, then the cabins are bigger, and the car park's bigger, and etc. etc. It's everything that's needed to run a project in terms of people is more. So yes, at a very basic level, the prelims on a NEC project are more likely to be higher than a developer-led bespoke contract scheme. because they're staff heavy, they're prelims heavy.
So, if you were trying, as a matter of principle, to try and come up with a decent, benchmark for estimating prelims, using projects in the past and estimating prelims for a new scheme, can you compare on a sort of apples for apples basis NEC project prelims with non-NEC project prelims? Expect to get a fair comparison.
Well, they're not going to be the same number, that's for sure.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the NEC one, if you were cost planning, if you were working out a budget or an estimate for an NEC project, the preliminaries will be higher, undoubtedly.
But is it possible to, I suppose probably not possible, depends on the scheme, to say how much, finger in the air. Okay. Now, when it comes to the alternative, so that is to say, public-led schemes are using these NEC contracts that you've just waved in the air. You're saying that there's an alternative model or models of doing projects for privately delivered schemes or developer-led schemes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Could you unpack that a bit for the inspector? What do you mean?
More often than not, a private developer would use a contract that they're more comfortable with. They either, I'm not going to say they never use NEC, because I've got some experience of them using NEC as well, but they either use their own bespoke contract forms which they've developed over years. Mm-hmm. So a company maybe like Berkeley Homes, or we'll let Mr. Gearing just comment on whether Quinn have got their own, but certainly large developers have got their own pre-drafted, pre-written contracts which they use, or they will use more often a JCT type contract. JCT is the number one contract in the UK for construction. Yeah, it's far more common than the NEC.
What does it stand for?
Joint Contracts Tribunal, I believe. It's the Joint Contracts Tribunal, JCT. It's just been renewed there's a 2024 version, so it's brand new again.
So that's more common than NEC. Looking outside public sector schemes, JCT is the norm.
Yes, absolutely. JCT for building as well. Yeah, for all buildings. Well. Yeah,
for all sorts.
Yeah. It's much more common than NEC. Whether in value terms, I'm not quite so sure, because obviously the infrastructure works in the UK are, billions and billions of pounds, but in terms of numbers of use of projects, then JCT is a much more common contract than.
More common for privately led schemes.
Yes.
Not used for public schemes.
The vast majority of private schemes don't use NEC.
You mean, but you're saying almost all public led schemes do use NEC.
Correct.
And the vast majority of private schemes don't use NEC.
Correct. Yeah.
Does that answer what you're
but public schemes wouldn't use the JCT.
I wouldn't say wouldn't, but they are. Like I go back to this mandated point that I made at the start. Okay. Yeah, I understand that in the public sector, because it applies. I'm getting calls from hospitals now and schools that have traditionally used JCT for 20, 30, 40 years, and are now using NEC, and they're going horribly wrong because the people who are on the projects don't know how to use NEC, and they're applying their JCT mentality to the NEC, and it goes wrong.
Right. Okay.
And that would apply to developers, as I can explain in a bit if you wanted to hear about some horror stories of developers and NEC.
Horror stories. Now, a different contractual apparatus would be expected, you say, for a developer-led scheme, i.e. a JCT style or a bespoke contract. That's right.
That's right.
So just pausing there for a minute, that doesn't tally very well with what Mr. Parks was saying yesterday, and you were here for all of Mr. Parks, weren't you?
I was.
Do you remember when he was saying that, well, first thing he said was that, hang on, you'll never get a contract, I'm summarising obviously, but contractors wouldn't be able to understand bespoke style contracts. They just wouldn't be able to understand it.
No, I disagree with that.
Why?
well, I've worked for contractors before, and they have specialist in-house experts who know inside out contracts, and they can perfectly well deal with anything that comes through their door. Mr. Parks made the point that it may be more likely that a contractor in a civil engineering would be more comfortable with NEC, and I probably agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
But it certainly doesn't mean that they would abandon any other contract that turned through their door.
Okay. All right. When you refer to the non-NEC models, i.e. the JCT contract or bespoke developer contracts or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
You talk about in your proof on the same page, actually, at page 5.
Which number?
Sorry, page 5 of your proof, at paragraph 2.10. Just let everybody make sure. You got that, Adam? Sorry. I'm sorry. You say at 2.10 that my experiences with developer-led projects are entirely different. We're not using NEC contracts, which is usually the case, which you've just been over. Developers seem to have the ability to make decisions and fast-track any change, that you put that word in inverted commas, that occurs. Their goals, as their cash flow often dictates, is to finish earlier than planned, by way of example, and using programming again. The more formal and cumbersome NEC programming regime is replaced by a short-term rapid response and less formal programming regime, reducing the need for full-time programmers, no need for 3 project programmers. Then you say this lack of formality has a direct result of reducing preliminary costs. Could you unpack in a bit more detail why you say this? Why you say that a non-NEC approach can have the result of actually reducing preliminary costs for a project, as against an NEC approach?
Well, just using the words and the comments that I've made there, I guess developers are driven by profit, and that alone may have an impact on cost. They you know, if there's a contract mechanism or a contract they can use that doesn't require 3 programs and 3 programmers, then they'll probably use it. Whereas I guess a local authority NEC use scheme is more concerned with audit, with governance, with spending public money. There's a need for control, I guess, in the public sector that perhaps is not quite so is not needed so much in the private sector.
And how might that manifest on a project? That need for the differences, the fact that things are the need for control is reduced, if you like, for a non-NEC scheme.
Well, I guess in terms of change, and in terms of change that can be compensated for a contractor.
Like what?
Well, it could be the developer, the client wants something new. Let's put it in context. Might want a new farmer's access on a project that wasn't set out at the start.
Right. So there's a sort of mini redesign or something.
Yeah, a little mini redesign on a farmer's access. A developer fast track, sorts it out, gets the design sorted, off to the contractor, agrees a price, move on, off you go. Yeah, the whole thing is quite speedy. In NEC, this can be drawn out for weeks, if not months.
Months.
Well, it can be, because the process allows for change to be assessed, and if the hire party, if the client, the project manager, decides that they don't like the price, then they'll ask for another price, and that there's another 2 or 3 weeks to submit another quotation, and that can go on 2 or 3 times, and sometimes never gets agreed at all, and you get to the end of the project and it's still not agreed, and here's the phone call I get saying, can we try and sort these things out? So
and then it leads to potential
potential.
If not litigate, well, maybe court litigation, but before then, presumably some sort of dispute resolution.
Adjudication is mandated in NEC to happen before any arbitration or litigation. Yeah.
So what does all of this do to overall project timelines on NEC projects?
Well, it increases staffing levels.
Yeah.
To sometimes ridiculous levels, trying to resolve all these things. But as I say, back to Grovehurst, we were asked by Jackson's to supply a change manager because there was so much change on the project, and two extra programmers to deal with the programming aspects of change. So there's 3 people there, £9,000 a week.
You mean 3 people literally working full time on it?
In certain circumstances, they were, yeah. So the change programmer, the change manager, the quantity surveyor that's asked there was there for over a year.
Just working on that.
Just working on change, yeah.
Within the context of an NEC structure.
Correct. And that's most of my 25 staff do that. Many of them are change managers on NEC projects.
So, taking a big step back then from the detail of these different contractual arrangements and using your 30 years of experience as a surveyor looking at highways projects, do you think it's a sort of reasonable thing to do to compare, on the one hand, the way that the private sector would deliver something like this to the way that the public sector would?
I think the 2 different sectors would approach it differently.
In what way?
Well, I guess the public sector has got A, strict governance, but B, budgetary constraints. We talked about them yesterday. They're funded more often than not by the government, I'm guessing. So there's constraints there. Private sector are driven by profits. At the end of the day, they want results. They want fast track. They don't want to hang around waiting for the governance and the processes and all of that. They just want to move on, get things done, get things sorted. And in terms of housing developers, they want to sell houses.
Some of the things that you've referred to in the NEC structure could be described as benefits, as safeguards, as things to make sure that things are going, whatever.
Yeah.
Not going wrong. Or
it's not an awful contract.
But my question is, if there are things, I asked Mr. Parks about this a bit actually, is it possible for non-NEC contracts to take up any of those?
Yes,
any of those?
Absolutely.
What do you mean?
Absolutely. Well, Mr. Parks mentioned early warnings as one example.
So they're in the NEC early warnings, are they?
The NEC established early warnings back in the late 80s, and they didn't exist before the NEC.
Right.
So they're great. I could talk about early warnings all day long, but they're fabulous things, and they get parties talking and collaborating and resolving and mitigating difficulties before they arise.
So are they restricted to only NEC arrangements? No,
not at all. No, I could draft an early warning clause up for a bespoke contract quite easily.
Do
Okay.
these JCT style contracts, do they include the early warning?
There are a lot of people out there that wish they did, but the brand new 2024 version does not include early warnings, and there's a lot of commentary trying to understand why they haven't, but no, they don't. But I've known JCT contracts to import early warning clauses.
Because people amend these contracts.
Oh, of course. Listen, this NEC4 here, I've worked for 30 plus years. Not once, and I've probably seen 500 to 1,000 of them have ever used the standard form. Not once.
What do you mean?
No one ever takes this standard form and doesn't amend it. They're all amended.
NECs.
The NEC. So again, just as an example, I looked at my Grovehurst contracts the other day, and there's over 20 pages of amendments to the NEC.
So it's not. So the NEC is not being used in an off the shelf, as it were, copy and paste form. It gets changed anyway.
Absolutely. I've seen some projects with over 150 pages of amendments, and I wrote to the NEC and I said to them, why are you allowing this to happen? And there was a good discussion with the NEC, and there's nothing much they could do about it.
So ultimately, if just take early warnings as a for instance, without going into all the other things that an NEC's got, if early warning clauses were thought, as you think they are, I think, to be a really important thing, component of a proper contractual arrangement,
I would say so, yeah.
then how could that be reflected in a bespoke arrangement? Could it be reflected in a bespoke arrangement?
Yeah, like I say, it wouldn't take me long to draft up an early warning clause and add it into a bespoke or a JCT contract and make it work.
Okay.
It's only that the NEC has got mechanisms built within it which if early warnings aren't issued, I hate to use the word punish, but the contractor can fall foul of certain financial constraints if they don't do them. So there's a mechanism within NEC to make contractors do early warnings, but I don't believe that's necessary as long as everyone's got the right mentality on a project to use them as they should be used. So they can quite easily be drafted into a bespoke contract and just say, client, project manager, contractor, subcontractor, all warn each other of matters that are about to arise.
Is there a problem that in your evidence in that if you do a bespoke contract to try and avoid all this, what you describe as over cumbersome, over administrative, people heavy, process driven stuff of NEC, if you do a bespoke contract, but you have to keep all the stuff from the NEC because it's so important to safeguard.
Well, I wouldn't keep it all.
Oh, okay.
I'd keep bits of it.
Right.
There are elements of positive aspects to the JCT which you might pull out and adopt, and there are equally positive aspects of the NEC you might pull out.
What I'm saying is, would a bespoke arrangement in the end end up being just as cumbersome? Because no, why not?
Because you wouldn't draft them exactly as they're drafted in the NEC. Okay. You would make them fit your scheme and your needs. And sending one person a notice to say the weather's terrible next week is not going to take too long and is not admin heavy.
Why do you give that as an example? What does that mean under the NEC contract?
Well, we're supposed to warn each other. Parties are supposed to warn each other about things that are going to happen next week, next month, so that they can try and mitigate and avoid the risk.
So there's a formal process if it's going to rain.
Not just rain; it's anything, any matter, any matter that might affect cost or time.
Right.
Anything that might affect cost, time, or quality must be early warned from one side to the other.
Right. Okay.
Whether it happens in practice, question mark.
I'm going to ask you just a bit more about prelims in general in a moment. But before I do, there has been some discussion about different tiers of contractor and who's in different tiers and whether Jackson's a tier 1 or whatever. So just firstly, could you just explain to the inspector what is the tiering thing with contractors about? How many tiers are there, and why do we talk about different tiers?
Yeah, I pulled off something last night, and I agree with it. So they're basically three.
Dropped away from the mic.
Sorry, that disappeared there. Apologies. Yeah, there are basically 3 tiers: tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Yep. Tier 1. I've just highlighted a few things here, and this hopefully should explain. They're general contractors. They work on large-scale infrastructure projects, often major highway renovations.
Mm-hmm.
They're hired by the end user, by the client, in which case it might be the local authority. Yeah.
Rather than as a sort of subcontractor.
Well, I'll get to subcontractor in a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They're responsible for most aspects of a project from start to finish, and they coordinate subcontractors.
They coordinate. Tier 1s are doing a coordination of subcontractors.
Correct. Very often, tier 1s are very large contractors.
Okay.
Who deal with projects from start to finish, everything. Yeah.
Right.
So do they employ their own subcontractors? Do they?
They often have their own team, but more often than not on very large projects, they need and will have specialist subcontractors working for them.
Yeah.
Some very big
They're
subcontractors
responsible
actually.
They will contract. I'm not sure they'd be employing technically, but they'd be
No, not
contract.
employs
they
the wrong
would be,
word.
They'd be hiring the subcontract.
Under contract. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the tier ones.
Yeah.
Right.
Tier twos are often subcontractors. They often work for tier ones. They're in themselves big companies. Yeah, they're not small companies, but they tend to specialise in limited aspects of construction. So they might be an earthworks company, or they might be a mechanical and electrical company. They're not end user focused. They don't get on projects from start to finish. They use their specific area of expertise, they tend to be smaller companies. Yeah, they haven't got the breadth of cash flow and ability that a tier one might have.
They're not running the whole show.
They're certainly not running the whole show.
Subcontracted.
No, they're not.
And then who are tier?
And tier threes, they're lower level of
even
subcontractor. They're specialists. They might be sheet piling companies or cladding companies, or companies like that.
Right.
Just dealing with one aspect of construction.
Okay, just to ask again. Sorry if this is a stupid question. Is there any official? Definitive,
no.
I don't know, government classification or
No.
whatever.
No.
Of I'm in tier 1, I'm in tier 2, I'm in tier 3. So
No.
are these sort of? This is like a industry thing. Is it like an industry sense?
Yeah. The values that Mr. Parks gave.
Well, hang on, just slow down.
Sorry.
Turn to page in your evidence to page 11.
Can you give me the number, please?
Page 11. 5.23.
Clause number.
Sorry, 5.23. Because what there seems to be a dispute between you and Mr. Parks as to what Jackson's is and how Jackson's fits the bill with tiers 1, 2, and 3. Just before we get into this, are they the confirmed contractor for the construction of these roads?
For Grovehurst, they are.
No, sorry,
which one?
These roads. If we got planning consent for this scheme.
No, of course not. No.
Do we know that it's only going to be delivered, just say by Jackson's, for instance, or
Not that I'm aware of.
or do we know even that it's only going to be delivered by one contractor overall?
You've probably got to ask Mr. Geary in that, but not that I'm aware of.
No.
There's plenty of procurement routes to take.
Okay. Anyway, but Jackson's, just thinking about them, there's this debate about what they are, and I think to sort of crystallise it, hopefully not unfairly, Mr. Parks thinks that their turnover, essentially, their finances, are not big enough to qualify as tier 1.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And so what are they, in your opinion?
I've called them tier 1.5. It's my terminology, not terminology in the industry, because they do work on projects from start to finish. They employ their own subcontractors. Some of the things that I described a tier 1 does, that's what Jackson Civil Engineering do. So they fit comfortably in between tier 1 and tier 2.
Mr. Young's questions yesterday were very much sort of suggesting that Jackson's is a firm that really doesn't have any relevant experience for a scheme of the sort that is being put forward.
I disagree.
What?
Maybe not the whole scheme. If it were let to Jackson's, I think they would struggle.
And
the procurement routes may be joint venture. They may be given part of the scheme to do.
What's your evaluation of Jackson's in terms of the level of experience that they've got delivering major schemes?
I believe Jackson's have been around since the 50s. They've probably got 70 years of experience. They're one of my clients. I've got no particular issues with Jackson's. They're a good company.
Okay. I think maybe, I'm not sure, but I think the criticism of I think it is a criticism of Jackson's, really, from Kent. Which is a bit weird, given that, because who did Kent decide to instruct to do Grovehurst?
Well, I understand from Mr. Parks that the Jacksons were up against, in the tendering process, 3 tier 1 contractors, Jackson's won the day, so they can't be that bad, can they?
Well,
and do other schemes for KCC, I understand as well. So
yeah, it's funny. Anyway, but anyway,
they just haven't got the financial clout that a large tier 1 contractor has.
And so I think this is the point. I think from Kent is that therefore it is inappropriate or to go to Jackson's at an early stage and discuss with them a cost plan or a costings or whatever for a scheme like this, because they won't have a clue what they're doing.
No, I disagree.
Well, what do you mean?
Because it's just as easy to split this job down into 3 jobs and price each one. It's not that difficult.
Is it your position that they do or don't have requisite experience?
No, I think they've got all the experience they need to build a culvert, build a road, put blacktop down, do earthworks. It's the same. There's just more of it. It's the same work. We've just got more of it.
What about in general? Because another criticism that came up yesterday and the day before with Mr. Parks was it's not right to be going to contractors early doors to consider, what their costings would be for a job, because really they want the work. They'll say what they need to say in order to persuade someone to give them the job. And so that means their costings are always going to be on the low side. That's Mr. Parks's logic. Can't be relied on like his can as an independent, as a QS who's been working for Kent for 5 years.
Yeah.
But in any event, what do you think about this idea about whether it's appropriate or not to be engaging with contractors in the way that Quinns have?
In civil engineering, there is a movement towards what's called early contractor involvement, ECI.
Early contractor involvement.
Early contractor involvement.
What is this movement about?
Well, NEC itself has adopted early contractor involvement in NEC 4. There's something called Option X22, which is titled Early Contractor Involvement. But it's something that existed before NEC, but certainly lately it seems to be the way to go for large infrastructure projects where they get contractor or contractors involved early in the tendering process, in the planning process, because of their experiences, their knowledge, their expertise, their innovation, all the things that you'd expect from a contractor in order to design out, alter, value engineer projects. So they're certainly in civil engineering they are more often used than not nowadays.
And is that stuff relevant or not to producing costings for a job at an early stage?
My experience is they're more than capable of producing estimates and budgets for projects, and do not have to be driven by their need to win a project.
But doesn't that just mean they're always, I think this is Mr. Parks's concern, or maybe Mr. Young's concern, that would just mean they're pitching as it were, sort of a race to the bottom in terms of cost. They'll say whatever they need to say in order to win the job, then they've won the job, and then that's that.
I don't think they're that unprofessional. I don't think they're that unprofessional.
On what do you base that view?
On my experience of working with contractors and subcontractors, they're more than happy to assist clients. Contractors need good relationships with clients. They're quite happy to assist them so that there's a future relationship.
What would happen to a good relationship between a contractor and a client if it turns out that they drastically undershot a quote?
It depends on the form of contract, I guess. If it's a contract of the nature of a guaranteed maximum price contract, a GMP, then the contractor is going to lose lots of money. So if not, they employ claims consultants to try their best to make the contract work for them to recover money
So
from clients.
overall, is it in the interests of established contractors to undershoot their costings when they pitch?
No, I don't believe so. No. There may be some that are that way inclined to offer cheap prices to get work. That's a possibility in the industry, of course, but that's not my experience of. That's not my experience of certainly tier 1 and tier 2 contractors. It may well be that tier 3s are more minded to do that sort of thing to win work.
Suppose let's look at it this way round. The numbers that Jackson's produce in this case are informed by, well, they're informed by Jackson's, but what kind of specialisms do Jackson's have under their roof, as it were? They're an engineering firm.
They're a construction company. They'll have engineers and project managers and programmers and quantity surveyors and estimators and all
Just
the things.
slow down. They'll have who? Engineers,
project managers and programmers and quantity surveyors
They'll
and
have quantity
estimators.
surveyors.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they're all employed by Jackson's.
So Jackson's has access to this sort of a range of expertise, and is that range of expertise relevant to producing an accurate costs plan?
I would. Yes, I think so. I would prefer a cost plan that has had input from many professionals than one professional. Yeah.
Okay. So turn this the other way around. What's the challenge then if you have a cost plan produced that doesn't have input from any of those? I'll just wait for Mr. Young to stop talking. Doesn't have input from any of those specialisms. So no input from programmers, from engineers, from any of the people that you've just been talking about, other than of course a quantity surveyor, which is Mr. Parks. He did it, as he said yesterday, in isolation.
Mr. Parks is a professional who's done quantity surveying for a long time and has done cost plans for a long time. He's capable of producing cost plans, of course.
Mm-hmm.
That's his role. There's plenty of quantity surveyors out there that do cost plans.
And what's the value of, when you're producing a cost plan, seeking input from our external experts?
So as to develop it and not make mistakes.
And not make mistakes like what?
Getting design wrong, not considering documents that an engineer might consider. We talked a lot about earthworks yesterday, but Mr. Parks nor I are earthworks experts. I would much prefer, if I were doing a cost plan, to make sure I had a materials management expert or an earthworks or an engineer who could offer me advice to assist my cost plan.
And when Jackson's are doing a job like that, they've got access to that sort of expertise.
Yes, it is. I would agree, and I don't know is the answer to that. They have got that expertise, but whether they use that expertise or not, I've got no idea.
There we go. All right then. Oh, and so finally on. You called Jackson 1.5 is your classification. You say they sit between tier 1 and tier 2.
Not for value, but for the work they do. They are not regional. They work all over the country. They manage projects from start to finish. They have subcontractors and manage them as well. Mm-hmm. So they do many of the things that a tier 1 contractor does, perhaps on a smaller scale.
All right. Thank you. Now, next mini topic, prelims. We've talked about prelims already in the context of the NEC contract discussion that we've been already having. Let me just wait for that to. Now, you deal with prelims in particular in your proof of evidence on page 10 at the bottom. There's a paragraph 5.20. and then where you introduce prelims as a sort of as a topic, as it were, and then over the page you go into talking about what prelims actually are. And given that we've spent a lot of, I mean, they are one of the four significant matters that divide us from Kent. Could I just get your evidence as to what are prelims? What does it cover as a term? You say it's not defined, which might make this a difficult one for you to answer. But anyway,
yeah. Well, it's not a defined term.
No.
Prelims for one person might be different from another party.
Mm-hmm.
But just generally speaking, staff to manage the project, the site cabins, access to the site cabins, all the operational requirements to run a project for those people. I noticed Mr. Parks put haul roads on there, but sometimes haul roads are prelims and sometimes they're part of the costings for earthwork. So there are certain elements which can fall into both categories.
So there's sometimes there is something that could occur in a prelim line of a budget or whatever, and it could occur equally.
Yes, if you were doing two separate cost plans and you didn't combine and talk to each other, then there may well be aspects of cost that fall within one or the other. Yeah, which might lead to apples not being apples and etc. Yeah, it's possible.
May or may not include other things or whatever if they're not. If you're not careful.
Yeah.
Mm.
Craneage would be another good example.
What would?
Craneage, so a crane.
Craneage.
Yeah, it's very possible that
I've not heard that one before.
a crane on a project might fall into prelims, or it might be part of the rates and the costings for the actual work.
Mm. And we talked a bit about the idea of prelims being commonly looked at as a percentage of what? Is it overall construction budget?
It depends what you're doing, I guess. If you're a contractor, then you might well apply prelims to your build costs.
Mm-hmm.
If you're doing a cost plan, you might have alternative views to that.
How are prelims normally looked at from your point of view? What would be a normal?
Well, I get involved late on in projects. I don't do cost plans, so my role for prelims is to try and work out what the actual costs of the prelims are and try and recover them for my client. So I'm more cost based.
Mm-hmm. And when it comes to the prelims associated with the schemes that we were talking about yesterday, and indeed a bit today as well, appreciating what you said about the need to be careful about Grovehurst, about what you can and can't say.
Mm-hmm.
You've got some professional knowledge of Grovehurst, do you?
I have.
Okay. Is Grovehurst a sort of a typical case, if you like, when it comes to prelims?
It's a typical case for me in the work that I do.
Could you expand on that? I mean, a typical case across the piece. I don't mean for you working on ones that have gone wrong. As in the rate and level of prelims and the duration, all of that stuff on prelims at Grovehurst.
Don't forget at Grovehurst, we're talking about a project that has a lot of change and is over a year from its original completion date, I understand. So we're talking about a project with some stresses.
And what does that mean in terms of, to my question about prelims? I mean, are the prelims at Grovehurst therefore?
Well, there's two terms that probably didn't get discussed yesterday. There's one term called prolongation costs, which is
what are they? Preliminary
costs which are associated with a project going on longer, prolonged. And there's another term called thickening costs, which is staff thickening costs. Yeah, which is a project that's under stress, may well require more quantity surveyors, more engineers, more programmers, and therefore the preliminary costs have been thickened. They're greater than what would have been envisaged had the project not changed. And so we've got prolongation. Prolongation costs.
And just to say, sorry, did you say prolongation of preliminary costs? Is that what it is?
It's prolongation costs.
Prolongation costs, full stop.
Preliminaries are the main aspect of prolongation costs, but
Those are
not
costs associated with things going long.
going longer. Yeah. So if a project was a year longer, you might have a year's worth more of preliminary costs.
Right. So
yeah?
that's the period extent. I mean,
That's the
obviously,
period,
that's what
yeah.
it says on the that's
Correct.
the period
Yeah.
going
It's prolonged. Yeah.
on.
But at the same time, the project might have more people on board during that prolonged period than they envisaged at the start, and that would be called thickening costs.
So that, then your as it were, your weekly, however much you're paying per week for prelims, that's going to change.
Yeah.
Goes up.
Yes, it sometimes can double and treble quite easily. Yeah. On a project that is very problematic.
So those things that you've identified, prolongation and staff thickening, are they in evidence at Grovehurst?
They are.
Are you able, I asked this to Mr. Parks yesterday and he wasn't, I don't think able, because he wasn't able to say he'd not looked at private projects before, but do you remember I showed Mr. Parks Mr. Gearing's prelims expressed as percentages, and I said that they all were within a reasonable range of what you'd expect prelims to be for a market-led scheme, and Mr. Parks said that he didn't have a view on what a reasonable percentage would be for a market-led scheme, he said. What's your take on the prelims that have been adduced by the applicants' costings? Do they sit, in your view, or not, within the range of what you'd be looking to expect?
This is the. Is it 14%, 15%, 18% of these? If I recall the values, is that right?
Good memory.
What is it again?
I can take you to.
I'm just going to check what the numbers were, but that's only from memory yesterday.
Good memory. I'll take you to the numbers. Hang on one sec. The numbers are in Mr. Gearing's second rebuttal, which is, I don't know whether you've got that hard copy or not.
Gearing's rebuttal.
It's his second rebuttal. But you got the numbers right, but it was. I'll just give the inspector the reference.
Memory, wasn't it?
It is. It's. I'll just give the inspector the reference, then I'll ask.
Hold on a minute.
Not at all.
Also had all these. Yep.
And it was just on page 12.
Yeah.
And we've seen these numbers a couple of times before. Page 12, 4.7.
Oh yes.
And it was It was what you've just said, Mr. Goodwin. It's 13. I'll just wait. Are you looking for it? Or I can just.
Yeah.
So it's 4.7 on page 12 of his second rebuttal, not his first one.
Yeah, I'll have to.
Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what it says. For the if you just so for the northern road, the preliminaries are at 13%. For the southern road, the preliminaries are at 14%, and for junction 5A, the preliminaries are at 18%. So, my question is really how. I mean, those are the numbers. That's just what they are as a matter of mathematics. But how does that? Should the inspector look at those numbers and think that's normal or that's abnormal? What do those numbers mean to you?
I think I must say I've not interrogated them. Yeah, in terms of their detail. If they just sit there as numbers, my experience is that prelims probably range between 10% and 25% of a project. That would be a normal range. That would be my experience of what I've seen in the industry.
And
so yes, those numbers do fit. Whether they're right or wrong, I don't know, but they certainly fit within a range of a sensible number.
And do they sit? Is there a differential when you said your 10 to 25% rate? range of experience. You're talking about a range that covers. Is this right? Is there a difference or not between the public sector and the private sector? Or is the range the same across the piece, as it were?
I don't know, is the honest answer to that. I would think that a private sector scheme that doesn't use NEC would be lower, but I've got no empirical evidence to suggest one way or the other.
Okay. Let me just go over. Finally, I think. Don't think I've got anything more on prelims. Hang on one sec. Grow first. Yeah. Finally, before I ask you to sort of draw together your key conclusions for the inspector, you've sat through Mr. Parks's evidence yesterday, appreciating that the two of you haven't been tasked with doing the same thing because he produced a cost plan, obviously, and you haven't, and you've been brought in at different times for different purposes.
I've only been here for a month.
You've been here for a month. To be fair, he's only been here for 2 months, so not that far off. What are your reflections on his evidence as you've now heard it? You've read it obviously in advance of rebutting it, and then you've heard what he's had to say over the last 48 hours to do with the inputs that he's had, the work that he's done, etc. The approach he's taken to the different items. What's your response to what you've heard?
I think the difficulty here is that participants are trying to make a binary decision between one cost plan and another cost plan, if that's what it's called, the cost estimate from Jackson's. And the reality of the situation is that cost planning isn't an exact science. It's I think Mr. Burchill in his evidence summed it up quite nicely, actually. Hang on. Sorry. Yeah, Burchill 3.1. Paragraph 3.1 of Mr. Burchill's evidence. He says the estimation of costs for major infrastructure projects is a complex process that requires careful consideration. I think that's very true to say. It's just like the NEC, cost planning is a process, and I think given enough time, given enough meetings between Mr. Parks and JCE or Quinn or other contractors, the two numbers, I believe, would come closer together. We're just faced here today with a which seems like a binary decision between one or the other, but really that's not how cost planning works. The more information that you would give to Mr. Parks, I'm pretty confident the more accurate his cost plan would become. And he mentioned yesterday on a number of occasions, if he'd seen or read the site investigation, his earthworks evaluations, budget estimates would be refined and may come down. We talked about the culvert, and he said yes, the likely costs would be less than a bridge. We talked about preliminaries, and if we didn't use an NEC contract, then those could be refined, and all of those things refined as in reduced. And with the more certainty that a project has, the less there is a need for risk contingencies and risk monies. So it's we're dealing with a snapshot here of one cost plan versus another cost plan, but in reality that's just because we're dealing with it today. That's not the end of the process by any stretch of the imagination. It's just because we're dealing with it in this inquiry. But if we were going to be on a live project, we'd carry on cost planning, and we'd carry on talking, and I'm sure Mr. Parks would gain a lot of information if he either talked to his own team or Jackson's and their professionals as well, and the two parties would have come closer together. I'm sure the real answer is somewhere in between, not where we are today, and that's the reality of cost planning.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Goodwin. There's nothing else, madam, from me.
Your next start. Yeah. Are you still thinking same time?
3 hours. Maximum. Well, that must be right then. I must have said that.
Yeah, can we go on till, sorry, can we have a break, given we start at 9, it's about quarter to 11, or about half an hour?
Okay, about half an hour, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
Thank
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've noticed, obviously, carefully what you've said.
Mm-hmm.
Some of which, if I may say so, is highly commendable in recognising, as you did towards the end, that it's not an exact science. And it's very fair of you to say that, if I may say so. And it's important, isn't it, that we are clear about the nature of the projects that you have experience of and Mr. Parks has experience of, yes?
For the purposes of cost planning.
The evidence that's being given now. We need to understand whose experience and what experience we have and whose is it. Because you told us that you started out your career working largely for Tier 1 contractors. Is that right?
I was actually an accountant first, but yes, since subsequent to being an accountant, I was working for Tier 1 contractors. Correct, yeah.
Well, we've all had a change of career. I used to drive lorries. So the position is, after your accountancy, is that you worked for Tier 1 contractors.
Correct.
Yeah. And it's right, isn't it, that in working for those contractors, they were working on largely big projects.
Yes, they were.
And you very fairly, if I may say so, said that they generally used the NEC contracts.
Not in those days, they didn't.
Not when you started.
No, they would have used the ICE that Mr. Parks refers to.
Okay, the ICE. So that's because the NEC wasn't generally being used by Tier 1 contractors.
No, it's because it didn't exist.
It didn't exist. So we're going back to the 1980s?
Correct.
Okay, you just look younger than you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do have some grey hair.
Yeah. So cross-examination doesn't have to be cross.
Let's hope not.
Well, it's got 3 hours to go. So the position is that you started out your career when NEC didn't exist, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah. And now for major construction works like motorways, motorway junctions, new roads, those are generally tasks and projects done by Tier 1 contractors, aren't they?
The ones that have clients that are local authorities and the government, yes.
Yeah, and the overwhelming majority of road schemes on the trunk road and major roads and motorway junctions are for the public sector, aren't they?
The majority, yeah.
Yeah. Good. Okay. So you now work for firms like Barclay. Do you remember you mentioned Barclay?
I've done some work for Barclay Homes, yeah.
Yeah, and presumably others like Bellway and Barrett and those type of firms, yes?
My company has worked for those. Yeah, I've got a fellow managing director who runs the building sector of our business.
Okay, so he works for those big companies, yeah?
He works for, or has worked for, Wilmot Dixon, St George, Barclay Homes, Ardmore, Barrett Developments.
Yeah. Okay, so a combination of house builders and some big civil firms, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and in your case, then, do you work for Berkeley Homes?
I have done a project for Berkeley Homes. Yeah.
Yeah, one, yeah?
I've got to be. It's a dispute. It's a live dispute. I've got to be a little bit sensitive with
Okay,
it. But it's
all right.
it's a big development up in London.
Well, I hope it's not the Howard of Effingham School.
No, it's not.
It's in Guildford, I believe, madam. The position with the other companies that you work for, then I'd like to know a little bit more about those. Who are the type of firms that you work for?
That I work for.
Yeah.
I do a lot of work with Costain,
Yeah.
Kia,
Yeah.
Hockteeth.
Yeah.
In the past, Balfour Beatty,
Yeah.
Vinci. There will be a lot of tier ones. I mentioned Kia, didn't I? Yeah. In terms of, let's call them tier twos, tier 1.5s. Barhale, Knights Brown.
Which Brown?
Knights Brown.
Knights
Do a
Brown.
lot of civil engineering work.
Yeah.
Gallagher's. You know,
Yeah,
how many do you want? I've got
No,
lots,
that's fine.
yeah.
Gallagher's you've got that as a tier 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say so. Yeah,
Costain then and Kia, for example.
definitely tier 1. Yeah.
In the projects that you're working on now, as it were, are most of those road schemes?
A mixture.
A mixture, yeah. So
be
how
airport
as a percentage,
roads.
how much of your work at the moment is on major road schemes? And I don't mean, putting in an access or a short section of road. I mean proper major road, new roads and new motorway junctions.
As we sit here today, not a great deal.
That's not quite an answer.
Not a great deal as we sit here today, because
Yeah.
there's not a lot of roads being built. So, but up and coming shortly is going to be 10-second crossing. So obviously there'll be a lot there. But as of today, not a great deal.
When you say not a great deal, you mean not?
No, because I and my company work on HS2, and there's a lot of infrastructure roads on HS2 as well as rail.
What contracts are they using on HS2?
They are using a very heavily amended NEC.
NEC,
which
yeah.
barely looks like an NEC actually. But.
Yeah, and that was quite interesting because you called it an NEC, and you also referred to lots of NEC contracts, and then all of them, you said, all of them are amended, whether
Correct.
it's between sort of 5 pages or 150 pages.
Correct.
So when an NEC contract is being used or being required to be used, what you mean is it starts as an NEC contract. That's the starting point.
Mm-hmm.
And then the parties will seek in the contract negotiation stage to amend it, yes?
Well, often the clients will amend it first. That will then arrive at the contractor's office, and
Yeah.
at that stage then there's a round of negotiations to try and reach settlement and agreement.
Yeah. So if for example, my client, who under the Section 106 has the right to approve the relevant contract, wants it to be an NEC contract, there wouldn't be anything wrong with it being an NEC contract and then being amended in part by both parties, because that would be perfectly normal, wouldn't it?
Yes, that would be
Good.
normal. Yes, if it was a public led scheme, then
Yeah.
yeah.
Good, yeah. And in terms of private-led schemes, I just want to be clear, which private-led major road schemes are you currently working on?
None at the moment.
None. No. Okay. You'll forgive me for doing this. I appreciate, of course, you're an expert with lots of expertise, but what I'm trying to do is hone down on what we're actually talking about here. Now, you realise that this road, let's talk about the Southern Relief Road, this road is a road that is going to be the responsibility of my client, isn't it?
Yes.
And if, in the process, somebody putting the drains in puts them in flat, so there's no gradient on them. Imagine such a stupid thing happening. Yeah,
I've seen it.
yeah, exactly. Somebody puts it in flat, and it doesn't drain properly, and now we get another one of these monsoonal downpours, and there's ponding on the road, and somebody's car goes out of control and they die, or they're left seriously paralysed. Okay, whose responsibility do you think it is ultimately for that road, if it's being opened and used as a public highway? Who do you think takes responsibility and is liable for that accident?
I don't think that's a fair question for me.
You don't know the answer. Is that the answer?
I would find the answer out, and I'd have a good idea. But I don't think for this inquiry it's a good question for me. This is a very legal question.
Yeah, no, Mr. Good. I'm not trying to trip you up. I thought you would know the answer.
Well,
if
I probably do know the answer, but what you've mentioned there is 5 or 6 different scenarios, so we'd have to go through them one by one.
Well, let's just deal with this.
I will attempt, if I don't think it's too legal, to answer the question for you.
I'm not trying to get you to give evidence on the law, okay, or to give a legal answer, because that's not why you're here. I just trying to get you to acknowledge that if it's my client's road and my client has allowed that road to be opened, then the responsibility will lie on my client, won't it?
If your client has allowed the road to be opened, then it quite possibly would.
That was the scenario that I suggested. Now, and it may not necessarily be as stupid. The contractor's been as stupid as to put the drain in completely flat, but it might be not draining correctly because the gradient's wrong. It may not be apparent until there's a particular downpour, etc. So the road might have been opened. Everybody assumed it was. No.
Drainage is tested before roads are open. So there'll be a huge amount of testing going on for the drainage way before your client would sign off on the drainage. So that if it were a defect, would be found way before a road would open.
Yeah. Now, you said it has happened, and certainly my clients are aware of that happening as well, where the drain is put in wrong. And yes, you're quite right. There is testing of it before it happens, and one hopes the testing works. But let's imagine this for a moment. The drain goes in and it's wrong. Okay, the gradient is wrong. And the road building continues, and there's a dispute about it, and the rest of the road is built and so on. You've now got a problem, because if the problem is ultimately acknowledged by the contractor, there will be additional work that's got to be undone as a consequence of that, isn't there?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, okay. And that's obviously a disaster for the programme, isn't it? Because instead of going forward, you're going backwards, aren't you?
If a contractor put in an incorrect drain run, then that would take time, but that all depends whether that drain run was on the critical path of the programme, of a programme, whether that's an NEC programme or a other programme, it would depend.
Of course it is, it all depends. But just talking about common sense here, you put in a drain that's wrong, right? And then you start to build the road and continue to build the road. And when the dispute finally resolves and the contractors accepted their mistake because they've been reluctant to do so, for example, and then you have to undo the work that you've done, you're going backwards rather than forwards. That's correct, isn't it?
The example I have experience of, the road opened...
Just a yes or no, you're going backwards, not forwards. You can qualify.
Well, it depends what you mean by backwards and forwards. Backwards on what?
Okay,
on a programme?
It's my fault. You've got to start undoing some of the work that's been done, yes?
Yes, correct.
And that may not be just the drain.
Well, if it's a drain run, then it may involve digging up a bit of road. It's possible.
Digging up a bit of road.
It's possible.
I mean, it sounds easy, doesn't it? Digging up a bit of road. But if you're doing that on a motorway junction, or you're doing that on a major new road, and they've gone and done it for about 1.5 miles or something like that, that's a major problem.
If it were 1.5 miles, that would be a big problem.
Yeah, good. So let's imagine this now. NEC contract. You say it's heavy in its prelims and its staffing. And what you mean by that is you said, well, you'll need more programmers, and then you'll need, more space in the car park where the programmers are. Okay? So there's some additional costs. The purpose of those programmers and the purpose of the exercise is to constantly monitor the project. That's the purpose of it all, isn't it?
Yes, but that happens on bespoke contracts as well as JCT contracts. It's just done in a different way. So a project manager, for instance, might do day-to-day, week-to-week programs. They may well have daily, if not weekly, programming meetings as well. It doesn't mean that programming itself doesn't happen. It's just done by different people.
Okay, so we're not even arguing about the merits of programming. It turns out we're arguing about the nature of the programming. Now, the NEC has a prescribed approach to programming, yes?
It does.
And as you indicated, nearly all the NEC, or all the NEC contracts, your words, are amended, so programming could be the subject of some of the amendments, yes?
It often is.
It often is, there you go. It often is. So it's an NEC contract with amendments, and it often is about the programming, probably to make it less onerous, I would imagine.
No, more burdensome on contractors.
More onerous on contractors.
More onerous on contractors,
Okay.
not less onerous.
Okay, so the amendments that people are seeking are to make the NEC more robust, yes?
Robust is the wrong word. More onerous.
More onerous on the
often
contractor.
incorrectly, I might add. Yeah.
Yeah. So you work for contractors generally.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah. So they don't welcome these terms, and nor do you.
Yes, I agree. Most
don't
contractors don't like the onerous aspect of the NEC.
Yeah, but the contractors aren't the ones responsible for this road in the end, nor the motorway junction. It's going to be my clients, and it's going to be National Highways. And it was very interesting, you said, you take the NEC contract, and then the amendments that are bespoke between the companies and the contractors are usually to add additional requirements, yes? That's what you just said.
I guess so. Yeah.
So
there's a lot of it that's risk changing. A client wants less risk, and so they'll make amendments to the NEC to reduce their risk.
Yeah, they want less risk. So what you're saying is an NEC contract in itself isn't actually usually what happens. What happens is you take an NEC contract and then you add up to 150 pages of more material, often focused on programming, and that is to make it more onerous on the contractors than the NEC contract itself.
Yeah, but the standard NEC itself is onerous in its own right in terms of programming.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I mean, I wasn't expecting that answer actually. That you say it takes the NEC and then sort of thickens it, if I can start using your terminology.
Two ways really. Often it makes it more onerous, more people needed, to manage the whole thing, but often it's incorrectly drafted and causes disputes.
You mean the amendments are incorrectly drafted?
The amendments are incorrectly drafted.
Because the NEC is designed to avoid that. But I get your point. As soon as the lawyers get involved and start amending it all, that's when it goes wrong, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Not an advert for lawyers, this bit, but okay. They add the detail, yeah. And what was really interesting was that you said at the start the NEC contract, when it started, was actually written by engineers and project managers. Yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah, it's the lawyers who come in and who sit in their offices. I'm not making any friends here, but sitting in their offices thinking, oh, well, we need this clause and we need this clause and so on. But the project, the NEC is at its core ingrained with the practical reality of construction projects, which was derived from the thinking of those on the ground, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay. Madam, that's a convenient point just to take our morning break a little bit early, but haven't quite finished, if that's the next question.
Okay, if that's a good point to stop. So it is, we'll break to 11 then. So you of course realise you can't
I can't talk to us now.
That's it. Fine. Do you mind if I turn the camera? Yeah.
Steve, we can't talk to you if you want tea or coffee or anything. Yeah, like a tea. A tea, no sugar? No, just okay.
right, thank you.
Obviously, you're, and you'll forgive me if I get the terminology wrong, you're not what we might call a cost consultant. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah. You and your business would be primarily focused on when things need additional support. So you have programmers who would go into a project and assist. Is that right?
Yes, they'll either, programmers and quantity surveyors will assist either on the day-to-day running of a project or deal with a stressed project. Yeah. One or the other. Yeah.
And are any of the projects that they go in on NEC projects?
Yes.
Yeah. Half of them, 10%?
90%.
90%, yeah. So they're going in, and that's your business, really. Yeah.
That's half of my business.
Half your business,
Yeah. The other
okay.
half is developments and building and that sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the programmers go in and they are looking at solving the problems, really. Solution management.
No. The very, very good ones, maybe.
Yeah. Of your staff, you mean?
My ones, yeah. The vast majority of programmers are highly technical, and they will be taking advice from engineers and project managers.
Yeah. Okay.
How to build the job. Yeah.
When you say highly technical, what you mean is they're focused on the program and the programming.
Making sure the logic on the program works.
Okay, that's very helpful. Okay, now Jackson's have produced, my learning friend was keen to say that Jackson's have produced a cost plan, and yesterday Mr. Parks pointed out it had also been called other things, and I don't need to rehearse all that, but the document that Jackson's have produced, I can discuss it more with Mr. Gearing, that document. Now, have your programmers looked at that?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Now, in terms of major road schemes, I asked you about that earlier. Not currently working on some. There's some more coming down the line. Anticipated to be. I think you said the Ebbsfleet crossing. Is that right?
The Thames-Second crossing will be one of the biggest projects in Europe. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And I think you said that would be an NEC contract, almost certainly.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just trying to think why it is that NEC contracts are used for major road schemes, as opposed to say, I think you referred to the JCT, and I'm familiar with that one actually. The JCT often used in building contracts, like for building new buildings. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
So house builders might use them. Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. And house builders, I think most of the inquiry is familiar with what house builders do, which is they build houses and a few other things of variable design, and they are working off a lot of standardisation. Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Sorry?
What do you mean by that?
Okay. So a lot of house builders have what's called house types. You probably know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they're working off, certainly the bigger ones are often working off a standard set of house types, yeah?
Yeah, repeat work, yeah?
Yeah, and then they do obviously open space and so on associated with a new housing development.
Yeah, I guess they range from small house builders right up to big developers, yeah?
Yeah,
it's very similar.
Okay, all right. And in that context of what they're doing, your Barclays and your Barretts prefer a JCT?
No, they probably prefer their own bespoke contracts first before JCT.
Yeah, well, some of these companies are very big. I mean, they have turnovers of and profits of £1 billion in good years.
Yeah. Huge companies.
So they've got huge market leverage, don't they?
They do.
Yeah. So it's a bit like, I used to work for a company, you may have heard them, called Tesco.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, and Tesco's. It is. Yeah, I wasn't. More in the planning sphere, but Tesco's were a company where their market strength allowed them to identify the terms and conditions that they preferred, yes, to the farmers and the wholesalers and so on.
I don't know personally, but I wouldn't think that was unreasonable to say.
No. If you've got market strength, then you can do that, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, because contracts are about two parties coming together, and sometimes one party has more muscle than the other, yes?
Yes, but equally there are specialisms within the industry where you'd think the opposite would be true, and that the specialist maybe has more power than the large tier one. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're not talking there about necessarily building houses, but maybe a specific project for a medical centre or something like that, where it's a much more unusual and bespoke project, or a component of that project.
Yeah, but there are parts of the civil engineering world that are similar to that as well, such as sheet piling, where there's not a great vast amount of them, and sometimes the lower side will have more power than the upper side.
Yeah, it's a power relationship. And so when the JCT is used, or actually you said, with the major house builders, they tend to have their own contracts, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, and they obviously use a lot of subcontractors because they don't employ large numbers of people. They might have preferred subcontractors, but they obviously subcontract with a lot of different firms, yes?
They do.
Yeah. So in comes said house builder. I won't name any of them if I want to keep working for them, but if said house builder comes along and wants something done, they will say to the contractor, if you want to work on this project, we'd like to employ you. This is the contract, yes?
They may well start with that tone, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then there might be amendments and so on. Now, with the NEC contracts, you say that's obviously much more prevalent in the public sector, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And in terms of that, local authorities are obviously wanting to deliver, like most clients, they want to deliver a project on time and in budget, yes?
You would hope so, yeah.
What goes wrong on a housing site for 100 houses or HS2 is when things go wrong, ultimately it can end up in litigation, can't it?
Ultimately it can, yeah.
And that is extremely costly, yes?
Indeed it is.
It is. Back to the lawyers again.
Indeed it is very costly. Very
costly indeed. There are stages which you helpfully indicated that take place before that.
Yep.
So there's arbitration and then mediation, yes?
No, arbitration would be an alternative to litigation.
Okay.
So one or the other.
Okay. But I think you said, there was an initial stage before...
Adjudication.
Forgive me, it's my fault. Adjudication.
Yeah.
And then... potentially mediation?
Yes, I've been in mediations to try and avoid the litigation costs.
Yeah, and what it is like an ascending scale of seriousness, cost, expense, where you hope to resolve it by way of adjudication, yeah?
Personally, I try and to resolve it before we even get to adjudication.
Okay,
yes,
so before adjudication, so that's just...
negotiation, discussion, all the soft skills that hopefully quantity surveyors have learnt over the years to not go to adjudication.
Yeah, okay, that's really clear. So I'm going to call that sort of stage 1, negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
Stage 2, adjudication.
No, in NEC there's another process.
Okay.
NEC 4, they've just introduced a process whereby notices get sent to a notified person, a senior manager from each party.
Yeah.
And they discuss and try and settle their differences.
Yeah. So negotiations, notices.
Yeah.
Adjudication.
Yeah.
Mediation.
Sometimes, yeah.
And then litigation.
And then litigation or arbitration.
Yeah. Okay. Right, so there we go. We've got 5 stages. Now, would you agree, generally in ascending cost order?
Highest first.
Yeah, so negotiations cheapest.
Litigation is the most expensive.
Yeah, and negotiations just sitting around the table and talking about it.
Paying for someone like me maybe to try and sort the problem out.
And you're Compared with the lawyers, very reasonable, I'm sure.
Of course.
So, so that gives us an idea of what we're trying to avoid. We're trying ultimately to avoid litigation, aren't we?
I would suggest we try and avoid dispute altogether.
Yeah, of course, but ultimately the very cost end up in the High Court. Some of these claims are huge, end up in the High Court arguing over, millions, tens of millions, even billions of pounds.
Correct.
Yeah, not a good outcome.
Not a good move, no.
Okay, and so the NEC contract you describe as cumbersome. My witness acknowledged as heavy on the staffing and the preliminaries, is clearly designed to try and avoid that ascending state of crisis, isn't it?
I think the drafters would agree with you, but I think the practitioners would probably disagree with you.
Okay, so your view, as opposed to the people who draft the document, is
who I know very well. By the way.
Yeah, the NEC really is just heading quicker towards litigation. It doesn't really have a purpose.
No, I would say there are probably as many disputes that happen in NEC as any other form.
Okay. Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Have I got any evidence? There are a little over 100 litigation cases that involve NEC, but that's because at the same time the NEC was being adopted, statutory adjudication came along.
Okay.
And so the vast majority of disputes are now dealt with privately in adjudication.
Okay.
Whereas the JCT obviously existed a long, long time ago, and there are hundreds, if not thousands, of cases to do with the JCT.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one to say because there's not the record.
I don't want you to guess, and I understand the answer you've just given. What you're saying, you don't have any tangible evidence about it's about the same. What you're saying is they came in at different stages, and adjudication came in at a different stage as well, and private resolution of matters. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm going to take that as no. I don't have evidence to show as many NEC as JCT or any others or other types of bespoke contract. What I am keen to do though is just understand the benefits of NEC, because clearly the government likes to see NEC being used. I think you indicated you believe, with a caveat, you believe it's mandatory for major projects, yes?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
National highways will use NEC,
Indeed,
yes?
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
Local authorities using NEC. A lot of these organisations are building roads and large infrastructure. So there must be some merit to it.
Yes,
and I don't think you're saying there's no merit to an NEC.
No, not in the slightest. No,
not in the slightest.
I advocate it as much as I hate it.
Yeah. Okay.
In equal measures.
Sounds like marzipan. Okay. Pros and cons. Good. All right. Now on the con side, because you've been very fair, if I may say so. On the con side, what are the positives about the NEC? What is it seeking to achieve?
It seeks to achieve parties collaborating with each other, built-in collaboration.
Okay, built-in collaboration. And what you mean by collaboration is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, working together to solve a problem rather than sort of being adversarial, which ultimately is what litigation is. You collaborate when you work together to solve a problem.
Yeah, but that in itself is a people thing, not a contract thing. So it's just people are just as capable to collaborate whatever form of contract they use.
Yeah. Well, it depends on the terms and conditions, of course. But you said it's got built-in collaboration.
Yeah.
Okay. And by that you mean people coming together to resolve the problem.
Early warnings, I would suggest, is the number one thing regarding collaboration.
Okay, that's helpful too. So built-in collaboration, the key feature of which is early warnings. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, obviously, if, like my drain example, something goes wrong, you don't deal with the early. You haven't got an early warning system, and the problem continues, if you like, and then you have to dig up the road, your words, and so on, then, you know, we can see that you've gone further down the line. Early warnings are designed to deal with the problem closer to when it happens, because that's why it's early.
No, early warnings are issued prior to anything going wrong to avoid and mitigate what it is. And you're describing something that's already gone wrong.
Okay, that's interesting. So what you're saying is, before the drains are put in the wrong way by somebody who doesn't understand gradients,
possibly,
water,
highly unlikely, but possibly,
yeah. Same with tongue-in-cheek, I think. Yeah, the idea that water generally flows downhill. Somebody who hasn't grasped that concept, then the position, I think, is to say, well, actually, you don't even get to that point, because the warnings, by looking at the drawings and by studying it, and so the early process, you don't actually put the drain in the wrong way. Is that right?
Well, I guess so, but it seems an unusual early warning. In an NEC, we've got the scope, the work that you've got to build, and the contractor will have the knowledge and experience to build to the scope. So it would be a hugely unusual early warning if a client was to write to a contractor to say, "I early warning you about putting the drainage in correctly," because that's their obligation anyway. So
okay. So when you said about the contractor, what did you mean? So how I gave you an example of a drain. Give me an example of an early warning that avoids the problem in the first place, if you like. It's
well, a contractor may write to a client and say, "I understand there's going to be a downpour next week."
Yeah.
Regardless of who's responsible for it, can we discuss whether there are alternative works that we can do that you might prefer?
Okay, now that makes an awful lot of sense. So we're in common sense territory here, I think.
So it's
absolutely.
the contractor who would give
No, it's reciprocal. Early warnings is reciprocal. Both parties. So we could be calling project managers to contractors and contractors to subcontractors. The whole process is reciprocal.
So anybody could do it.
Anyone can do early warnings.
So somebody who's looked at BBC weather for the next 10 days, rather than their app on their phone, something a bit more accurate, looks at the meteorological and says, "Oh goodness, we're going to have some significant storms coming in next week." Okay. That could be the contractor, the subcontractors, it could be the client.
Anyone could do that.
And when there's a torrential downpour, I think what you're saying is it becomes difficult to do certain types of work. Not everything, but it becomes difficult to do that, yes?
Yeah, weather susceptible work is problematic.
Weather susceptible work. Yeah. So what the early warning is doing is saying, well, hang on, we're going to have a load of rain. Let's work together to identify what other aspects of this project the contractor and the subcontractor could be usefully put onto or usefully do when it can't do the work that was originally programmed.
That will be the thought process.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, really?
This early warnings are sensible.
Yeah, very sensible. Okay, they're sensible. Right. So we've got early warnings, and thank you for explaining that, which is part of built-in collaboration. What else in built-in collaboration other than early warnings? You did say that's the number one thing. Are there in NEC contracts terms about how to deal with problems? So you've given an example about an early warning.
Yeah. There'll be the clause about defects.
Defects. Yeah. Okay. And so what you've got is contractual terms about how to deal with that issue, even when it arises.
Yes.
Good. Okay. All right. And then, I mean, I don't want to go through it all, but I suppose you know, we can see that a number of different parties use them. Now, you said something very interesting. My learned friend was putting to you that Mr. Parks had said that, you know, contractors don't understand the NEC contract. Remember that?
Sorry, I said contractors don't understand the non-NEC contracts. That was what I said. Sorry.
Contracts.
So I meant to say, I may have misgarbled it, but that's what I was trying to say.
All right. we can go back and have a look. I think what he's saying is not that he couldn't understand it, but that difficulties can arise. But I don't mind how it's put. Now, you said people using the NEC for the first time, if they've been using a JCT for 30 years, yeah? So let's take your hospital examples. You said people are starting to introduce NEC into hospital construction. Sorry?
I'm on a live project with
Yeah,
that exact
okay.
scenario, yeah.
And a lot of the people who've traditionally done the hospital construction work, the subcontractors and so on, if they've generally been working on a JCT for 30 years, I think you were being very fair in saying you get problems because they're not used to the new contracts, the NEC, yes?
Yeah, they struggle with the procedural nature of the NEC.
Yeah. So what you've got to do is make sure you've got contractors who do know how the NEC works, yes?
Yes, but I deal and train numerous tier 1 contractors through to subcontractors and come across hundreds, if not thousands, of people that don't know how it works.
Yeah,
right through to tier 1s. Yeah,
I don't doubt it. If somebody's been working for Barratt for 30 years as a subcontractor, and they've been doing a JC, well, Barratt wouldn't build a hospital, but let's say Company A, and they've been working for 30 years doing it this way, okay, old dog, new tricks, trying to get them to their whole process to change is part of the problem, yes?
Part of the problem, yes.
Yeah, okay, and part of what your company does, I think, what you said, is training, so training people in this, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah, and it'll be people who already use NCT, and there'll be a new version, or you might be just helping them improve their understanding.
Correct.
There'll be others who've never used it, turn up, what's this all about? You know, and you have to probably a longer course.
One day, and they think they know what they're doing.
Yeah, yeah, and it's not quite that simple. They need,
No.
yeah, they might have to come back for some refreshers. So
Cost too much. They don't.
They don't. Yeah, so maybe it's that their employer doesn't want to pay for that. So what we need, don't we, if the contract is NEC, and I don't mean with lots of variations and so on, I just mean, you know, just basic NEC contract 4, I think you said, and then one of those options is what you really need is a company that are well used to using it. Yes?
That would benefit the scheme as a whole, absolutely.
Yeah, good. Okay, so in terms of Jackson's, we know they've used an NEC contract because Kent County Council wanted them to use an NEC contract at Grovehurst, yes?
Jackson's use NEC a lot.
They use it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So they're a company that is familiar with NEC, yes?
As well as other contracts,
Yeah.
but yeah, they're familiar with NEC, yeah.
And they're one of your clients, Jackson's, are they?
They are.
Yeah, okay. So you are familiar, obviously, with how they work, yes?
Reasonably.
Yeah, and if a problem occurs for Jackson's in the operation of an NEC contract, then they might come to you and ask if you've got a programmer who can help.
Indeed, they might.
Yeah, okay. So that would be a way of trying to resolve the problem if they've got a problem with it. When Jackson's are doing all this work with NEC contracts, so let's have a think about that. They'll be doing lots of public sector work on the logic of your case then. They do lots of public sector work.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, and that's where the NEC contracts are used, yes?
Yep, primarily, yeah.
And obviously Jackson's have been happy to sign up to that because they've obviously gone ahead, signed the contract and are working off an NEC contract.
I wouldn't use the word happy, but yes,
and you'd
they
say
are
that,
content to use
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Well, they're entitled to enter into a contract or not, and they choose to enter into
Well,
into
they've got
that.
to work, haven't they? So.
Yeah, and what you're saying is that they're perfectly competent at using NEC, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. But like all firms, their difficulties may arise, mightn't they?
Oh, indeed.
Yeah. I don't want to get into it. I noticed your warning about a live thing, and
I'm feeling a leading towards this project.
No.
So,
I'm
yeah,
going to stop
yeah,
there because I'm aware of what the difficulties are as well. Okay, and nobody wants to say anything that causes anybody a difficulty.
Thank you.
So I'm not going to go any further than that. I just wanted to establish that Jacksons know what an NEC contract is, know how to use it.
Indeed,
so
they do.
Yeah, good. Okay, all right. And what you're saying is obviously you get variations of the NEC. I think you indicated, the extra pages can often be about the programming and the information. And the early warnings, I think you've indicated, are actually something that you would see in any contract for a major road scheme. I mean, nobody's going to, in this day and age, nobody's going to start a new motorway junction without an early warning system incorporated into the contract, yes?
I would hope it would be incorporated into the contract, yeah.
Yeah, but you also said the JCT doesn't have early warnings, didn't you?
The standard form doesn't, but
Yeah.
many bespoke ones do.
Yeah, but that's an interesting point, isn't it? NEC, early warnings, your words are good and appropriate.
If done correctly.
Yeah, done correctly. JCT, new contract came out recently, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah. Doesn't have early warnings in.
No.
No. So there's a choice then about something that's good and sensible, and then something that doesn't have that. Now your point, and I just want to be fair about this.
I don't agree with your comment there.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
let's go back a bit.
Mm.
Your point. So I'm coming to, but if I haven't addressed that, then we'll discuss it further. Your point is, look, these contracts, JCT, NEC, they are contracts which in nearly every case get changed. Yes?
Correct.
Yeah. So it is perfectly possible to incorporate early warnings into a JCT.
It's possible, yeah.
Yeah. Now, if I'm building 25 houses on the edge of Sittingbourne, I might not want to do anything other than work off the JCT, yes?
Possible.
Yeah. If I'm building a new motorway junction, yeah, I'm definitely going to want early warnings, aren't I?
I would suggest early warnings are good for whatever contract you use. Yeah.
Yeah, but on a motorway junction, I do not want to start in a position where time can be wasted because of weather. It's a project that runs for several years, yes, or 104 weeks or 78 weeks, whoever's evidence you believe. So at least a year for this motorway junction. Okay, and I'm going to want the time within that 78 or 104 weeks to be used efficiently, aren't I?
You would want that with or without early warnings. You would still expect professionals in the construction industry to talk to each other and resolve difficulties and mitigate with or without early warnings.
Absolutely, and
yeah.
the builder I get to do the extension on my house will no doubt do exactly what I want in the weeks I want and won't ever not show up. However, where we have contracts, particularly for big projects, because whilst we all want everybody to work very professionally, contracts are what help navigate to where the responsibilities lie, yes?
You would hope so.
Yeah, okay, so there's our choice of contracts, accepting your point entirely, which is that of course they can be amended, and in reality they often are amended, yes?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So this is KCC's road. They have, through Mr. Parks, indicated they would expect it to be an NEC contract. Also involved in this inquiry is National Highways, sat here today, yes?
Mm-hmm.
National Highways have worked with your clients on the design of the new motorway junction 5A, yes? Yeah?
I don't know, but yeah, if you're telling me they have.
That's a fair point. You said you'd been involved for a month. I think you're clear in your instructions. You were instructed in June, weren't you?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Parks, I think this suggests he'd been here for 2 months. That's probably how long the inquiry is running. He was involved back in February. That's when he was commissioned by both my client and National Highways. You're probably aware of that.
I am aware, yeah.
Yeah. Now, this is the first time that a private developer has sought to deliver a new motorway junction, isn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. And
I said I don't know.
you don't know. Okay. In that answer is implicit that you don't know any other examples, do you?
Not of motorway junctions, no.
No. Okay. So, national highways will want to use a tier 1 contractor for their task, won't they?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Have you asked them then?
Have I asked National Highways?
Yeah.
Of course not.
No. You made clear that Jackson's answered tier 1. You used the tier.
I didn't make clear that. I made clear that Jackson's acts like a tier 1.
You said 1.5.
That's why.
Yeah. That's not a term used by anybody else, is it?
Well, I've heard similar phrases from other people, but
Similar phrases to 1.5.
Tier 1.5 is something I use for this.
Okay, so 1.5 is your phrase, yes?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and that's not 1. That's 1.5. Yes.
That's a tier 2 contractor in size, working like a tier 1 contractor.
Okay. So which projects then have Jackson done, start to finish? Because you said tier 1 contractors are start to finish, generally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which projects have Jackson's done which are from start to finish of the scale of the motorway junction, the Southern Relief Road, which remember is 6 kilometres long, and the Northern Relief Road?
Can you remind me of the values of the 3?
Yeah, well, there's an issue about values, obviously, because that's why we're
that's
here.
True, yeah.
But if
a
you
range,
go on our
maybe.
figures, 366 million. And
Jackson certainly haven't done a £366 million job, no.
No. So,
but yeah, okay.
yeah, I mean, scale is, to make sure that a company doesn't get out of its depth, to make sure that it doesn't have a whole series of problems. The reason people go to tier 1 companies is because of the confidence that can be associated with their experience on major projects, yes?
I would think that was a factor.
Yeah, I'm going to build HS2. I'll ring up Jackson's, get a price. Yeah, not likely.
I think Jackson's are working on HS2.
Yeah, but not the whole lot, start to finish.
Well, not even tier 1s are on HS2. They're joint ventures with 4 of them. So
yeah,
many cases.
Yeah, I didn't know there was something higher than a tier 1. Is there a tier half?
I won't answer that.
Just help me. You said they're not even tier 1.
They are in joint venture.
Yeah. They're tier 1 firms working with each other.
With each other, absolutely. Yeah.
They're still tier 1 firms then, aren't they?
I didn't say there wasn't.
Yeah, good. Okay, so we've got tier 1 firms building HS2, and we've got Jackson's obviously not building HS2, but you said they're doing some work on it. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My questions, and I don't want to be unkind, but I'm talking about start to finish projects. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
Okay. And Jackson's haven't done anything of that scale. I think it'd be fair. Well, nobody who isn't a recognised tier 1 contractor, 500 million plus, has done a motorway junction. I don't need to ask you whether Jackson's have done a motorway junction. Have Jackson's done a long section of major road, 6 kilometres, I think, the Southern Bypass?
I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know the answer. Okay, that's fine. Now, I think what you said about Jackson's is that they might get part of the job. Do you remember that? So that.
Yeah, but I think the direction is Mr. Gearing here in terms of how Quinn decide to procure a project.
Totally, but
it's not for me to decide this.
You gave an answer about you think they'll get part of the project. Do you remember giving that?
No, I didn't say they. I think they will get half. I said this. It's certainly possible that they could get some of the work. Yeah.
They could get some of the work. Yeah.
It's possible. Yeah.
Okay, so so what that introduces obviously is a number of different contractors working on the project.
It's possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
If that was the procurement route they took. Yeah.
And we've got a view about that in terms of duplication of costs. Okay.
I think I remember yesterday, Mr. Park said that it wouldn't increase costs dramatically.
No, what he said, and you'll forgive me if I paraphrase it in this way, is he said that you would end up with duplication. So you'd need more than one site manager. You'd need offices in different places. if you had a different contractors doing it, the way he's looked at it is in the cost plan, which you've obviously had a look at, he's referred to a tier 1 contractor, yes?
I believe that's how he's done it. Yeah.
Yeah, so look,
Although he did in his report say it would be split into sections as well.
Yeah, the cost plan is predicated on a tier 1 contractor. That's clear, isn't it? It's in the assumptions on, I think, the second page.
Second page of what, sorry?
The cost plan.
The Mr. Pox's one, you mean?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I think I read somewhere that where Mr. Parks had said, but both things in my rebuttal.
Situation where it wasn't, but what I'm interested in is the cost plan. So the cost plan is contained in his appendix A.
Yeah, yeah.
You have that. Have you got that in front of you?
What document number is it?
So the assumptions are on page 2.
Where are you pointing me to?
So, do you have the document? Okay, would you mind going to page 2, please?
Excuse me. Glasses and all that. Where we've got assumptions and clarifications. This one, yeah? Yeah.
Okay, and do you see what the first assumption says? Do you want to just read that out?
Increase the size of it. Don't mind. Sorry. Assumes the scheme will be delivered by the developer utilising a tier 1 contractor for all the works.
Okay, that's what the cost plan is based on. Now, obviously, this was commissioned by National Highways and by Kent County Council back in February, and the evidence was provided to the parties, and there's been revisions, so hence we're on revision B. Do you see that?
Sorry, say that again.
We're on revision B. Do you see that?
Of the cost plan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, the applicant's case has been not to produce a cost plan by a RICS quantity surveyor. They have used various inputs from various parties. So we've got a Mr. Bell who's involved. We've got Jackson's involved. We understand some of the things have come from Mr. Gearing. And there's a document that the applicant is calling a cost plan for the purpose of their evidence. Okay, and in that, a lot of the information about the construction work has come from Jackson's. Yes,
I understand that's the case, but maybe that's a question for Mr. Gearing again. Yeah.
I need to be clear about what you're saying, because this is clear about utilising a tier 1 contractor. You are not saying that Jackson's are a tier 1 contractor. You're saying they're a 1.5 or a tier 2 contractor who does some tier 1 work, yes?
They run projects from start to finish, which is indicative of a tier 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Without the size, yeah.
Yeah, without the size.
The value, yeah.
Yeah, you see, some might think, well, that's relevant to whether it's without the size.
Without the value, yeah.
So smaller projects.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so doing smaller projects. This project, the gross value of it, we know, albeit there's a dispute over that, They said they've not done work of that scale. They've certainly not done work of that scale. We don't have mention of other firms. You're not aware of other firms that have provided the construction costs, are you?
I'm aware of other firms that Quinn spoke to.
Right, okay, but I don't have any evidence from them, do I?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you know if they did ask an RICS quantity surveyor from an independent cost firm to give evidence in this case? Do you know that or not?
I've not heard that they did.
No, okay. All right. Now, you are a...
They may have done, I don't know, but I've not heard that they did.
Yeah. Are you RICS?
No.
No. Okay. You were very fair, I thought, at the start of your... or sort of midway through your evidence in chief in recognising Mr. Park's expertise. You're not questioning his expertise as an RICS quantity surveyor, are you?
No. I was a little surprised with some things that came out yesterday that he hadn't checked, but no, I'm not in. If we talk generally, I'm not questioning his expertise.
No, you're not questioning his expertise. No. You can always comment on individual points. I get that. Nobody's saying that. And of course, he works in an independent cost consultancy, doesn't he?
That comment yesterday was perhaps a little bit misleading, because clearly he does work for KCC and has done for 5 years, so quite how independent he is, I would question.
Okay, so let's take this in stages. He's in an independent firm. He's not employed by KCC.
He's certainly not employed by KCC.
What you're doing,
he's paid by KCC.
Yeah, what you're doing is questioning his integrity.
No, I'm not questioning his integrity. I'm just suggesting there are potential, what's the word, biases that he may have developed over time because he's paid by KCC.
So you think he's biased because he's paid by KCC?
It's a possibility, at least.
No, he is employed by them.
His employer, who I believe he's a director, is paid by KCC.
Yeah. In terms of they are charging them.
Correct.
So who's paying you in terms of appearing today?
Quinn.
Yeah. So do I apply the same to you then? Presumably you're being paid by them. Yeah.
I think so.
So there's obviously the risk of bias.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
And some of the things you say, may be a bit directed towards Quinn. Yeah.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah. Okay. Unusual, but probably fair. Your point.
I try not to be, as Mr. Parks tries not to be.
Yeah.
We're professionals, but.
Yeah. I'm not going to accept it on behalf of Mr. Parks, but what you've said. Is you obviously work with Jackson's, they're one of your clients. Quinn's are not one of your clients, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, you've never worked for Quinn's?
Never worked with them
No,
before.
okay. Jackson's obviously worked with Quinn's.
I don't think so. I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
They work with Kent, they don't work with us.
Yeah, forgive me, you did make that clear yesterday. So Jackson's are... Yeah, they work for us apparently. Yeah,
regularly, all the time. All over Kent, they work for you.
You must think they're very good.
Yeah, maybe not after this week, but who knows?
Let's have a look at Mr. Parks 3.51. Sorry. Have a look at Mr. Parks 3.51.
Morning.
No, proof of evidence. Mr. Parks 3.51. Do you have that?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, and what he's highlighted, again, we're not going to get into why anything has happened. That's not appropriate. But in terms of actual tangible evidence, in practice, JC are operating at significantly higher preliminary costs than allowed for within their Grovehurst Road tender. Just tell me what that means, please.
That means that their current running costs, as described by Mr. Parks, are higher than their tendered allowance.
Yeah, because Jackson's...
What they originally thought.
Jackson's tender for contracts, don't they?
Jackson's tender for contracts, correct.
Yeah, okay. Their time-based preliminaries alone on Grovehurst equated to $42,750 a week within their tender submission, but we've assessed their running costs at over 70,000 a week within the latest delay claims.
And that's what it says.
We're not going to talk about the reasons for the delays because that's a live issue. But it's the case here, isn't it, that costs have gone up against the tender, yes?
This would be my staff thickening that I referred to earlier.
Your staff,
potentially.
your staff coming in, yeah.
Well, it could be their own staff as well.
Yeah.
I've not got the details. So.
Okay, and I'm careful not to. But what I want to just allude to is that when a company tenders for work, obviously it's a competitive environment. Yes.
It can be.
Yeah, it's nothing different.
Not always.
There's nothing different between that and barristers and their clerks quoting for inquiries.
Yeah, I guess a very good contractor might likely pull some favour with some clients. Yeah, and not have to tender competitively, but
pull some favour. What do you mean by that?
Be good, and clients prefer them and want to use them.
Okay, so yeah.
And quantity surveyors.
Pull a favour. All right. Interesting. So generally, though, if a contract is being let for the somebody might know somebody. The Freemasons were meeting in our hotel last night. I made no comment on that. The reality is that generally, when a contract for a major project is being put out to tender, then the contractors who want that work will tender and need to offer a price, but there'll probably be some discussions and negotiations so everybody gets a proper understanding of the task, yes?
Unless it was an early contractor involvement project, you're talking more traditional.
Yeah.
Project's been designed. Let's go and get some contractors to give us a price.
Yeah.
That scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So they put that out, and am I right in thinking there would be on bigger projects there'd be some discussion about actually what was required under the contract?
Possibly not at early stages. No, I often see tier ones tender without even seeing terms and conditions of contract.
Okay, so the contractor obviously has to look at the components of the job and the different construction elements. Yeah. So in this case, pavements, drainage, and so on.
You would hope so, yeah.
Yeah, and you'd look at that. You'd look at the length of road, for example.
Yeah.
And a company like Quinn's or like Jackson's might have their own in-house QSs, and Jackson's do, don't they?
Jackson's do, yeah.
Yeah, and the QSs look at the length of road, specifications, and then they can work out a price for the drains. Probably
estimators at that point.
Estimators.
I wouldn't have thought quantity surveyors would get too involved at this early stage.
Okay, so the quantity surveyors are more about the
live project.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. And the estimators are the people who are estimating the cost. Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right.
Say the quantity surveyors estimate the cost.
No. Quantity surveying and estimating are two different functions.
Right. Okay.
Estimators are more akin to Mr. Parks and his cost plans.
Yeah. He's a quantity surveyor, but obviously he's looking into the future.
That's because he works for clients.
Yeah. Whereas when you're involved more often later on, then it's much less of an estimate, particularly the project's already gone. We already know how much material is required and so on. Yeah?
Yes, we've got a contract value by that stage.
Yeah. So Jackson's, when they first quoted in respect of the drainage and service ducts, this is all in the evidence Appendix B of Mr. Park's evidence. You can look it up, but
I recall the discussions yesterday.
Yeah. They quoted for the motorway junction drainage and service ducts 161,000.
Yes, I understand. They did. Yeah, I remember that.
And now they're at 2.03 million. Yes,
I understand that.
Which is an increase of over 1,000%. Yes.
Yes.
Which would suggest that as a contractor, they weren't very accurate.
It could be, or it could be they just misunderstood the project, or
Okay.
it's just as Mr. Parks made amendments, I guess they made amendments as well.
Yeah.
But it's not. I'm not comfortable with that level of change.
Yeah,
for sure.
you're not comfortable with that level. I don't think anybody would be comfortable with that level of change. 1,000% increase, more than 1,000% increase.
But that, as I mentioned earlier, that's cost planning for you. That's the process of a cost plan being developed over time with more and more people involved and getting more developed, and people and parties talking to each other, sort cost plans out.
Yeah, and I was interested in your point about movement on both sides, and that's true. There has been movement on sides, but some of the items that Jacksons were quoting for a motorway junction were, extremely far from what they've now accepted.
Yeah, I would. That level of change is worrying, I would say. But you're going to have to ask Mr. Gearing as to why that was the case.
Yeah, it is worrying, and there are other examples. But just sticking with that worrying one, okay, that first of all would suggest that Jacksons are not very experienced in building new motorway junctions, and of course they've got no experience in building motorway junctions, have they?
They've got experience in roads and earthworks and all the necessary components of building a motorway junction, including traffic management.
Now, what's the answer to my question?
Ask the question again, please.
Yeah. Do you remember the question?
No, please repeat.
Because you don't remember it.
Please repeat it.
Yeah, okay, good. Just listen, perhaps, to the question. The question is, you made clear Jacksons don't have experience of building motorway junctions.
They have, as far as I'm aware, no experience of building motorway junctions, correct?
Yeah, as far as you're aware, they're one of your clients. And, as you say, worrying that degree of complete and utter misjudgment, I would suggest to you. I mean, it's a complete and utter misjudgment. We're going to come on to why in a minute.
Yeah, it could be a mistake. I don't know. I've not
complete and utter misjudgment.
I wasn't there when the discussions were had. So.
You don't need to. You just need to look at the figures. Okay.
Like I say, the change of figures is worrying.
Worrying, and it's a complete and utter change, isn't it? I think I said something.
Change in numbers for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I'm sure the inspector can see the point. All right. Now, just help me with this, why this might happen, okay? First of all, I mean, you've seen the drawings that everybody's been working off for the cost exercise, haven't you?
No.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Okay. We've got some very basic drawings. Let me just say this. Those dealing with the costs this week are not meant to have read everything, okay? It'd be impossible. There's boxes and boxes if we were looking at it in hard copy. We can't see that now. I'm not in any way going to suggest to you that you should have read a design and access statement or, 500 pages of archaeological or geotechnical information, okay? I'm not criticising you, and I don't think it's remotely appropriate to do so. But I just need to be clear about what you've looked at, not the drawings. You're not here giving a view about the cost plan at all, are you?
I'm hopefully not. No.
You have criticised both of my witnesses in your rebuttal. You're entitled to do that. I'm not saying you're not, but you were brought in, I think, initially very much to just talk about the NEC contract and the nature of it, and
initially,
and the way in which it's heavy in certain areas. Okay, but just help me with this, please. When you're involved in a project and when you bring your staff in to try and assist, are dealing with a substantial number of significant technical details in drawings and on computer models. Is that right?
In some circumstances, yeah.
Yeah.
Others don't have models.
No, let's imagine road schemes, right? And I know you're not currently working on any, but you have in the past, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Road schemes, major road schemes, motorway junction, substantial civil engineering projects, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. And for those, you would expect at the stage that you're at to have access to lots of drawings, yes?
Yes.
Because one of the problems is, perhaps the drawings are wrong, yes?
Could be.
Yeah. And that's down to the professionals who drew them, the scheme designer or engineers, yes?
Or it could be design and build, it could be the contractor's fault. So,
Yeah.
But whoever's doing the drawings, it could be their fault, yeah.
Yeah, some people are better with drawings than others, but generally speaking, you'll have a vast amount of information available to you, not just drawings, but quantities and specifications.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Now, at this stage in this project, we are a million miles from that, aren't we?
You are.
Yeah, good. Okay. And what we've got is not actually a detailed planning application with a set of drawings. We've got a concept of a road and a motorway junction, yes?
I understand that is the case.
Yeah.
Okay, you might have to put that one to Mr. Gearing, but that's my understanding.
Yeah. And I appreciate you having looked at it. Now, the inspector made a very fair point, if I may say so, which is, of course I'd say that. The inspector made a very unfair point. No, just kidding, madam. The inspector made a very fair point, which is that actually there's more detail with the motorway junction, because National Highways obviously wanted to be certain of certain things. The drawings relate to trying to fit it into a certain area, and they'll have certain safety requirements and so on. So, to be fair, there's more detail on that. But you haven't been through the detailed drawings.
You're going to have to pass that one to Mr. Gearing, I'm afraid,
Okay, that's perfectly fair.
Yeah.
All right, so lots more information. And what happens in this process is that as you get more detail, obviously you get more certainty around the project, yes?
Yes, I would say that's a fair comment.
Of course, you're in that segment of the industry where, you know, even though you've got all this information, somebody's managed to get it wrong, either the designer or the contractor or something. So I appreciate, you know, things go wrong. That's the business you're in.
Not always. I get tenders from time to time where a contractor will ask me to review the scope and see if it's sensible and reasonable, and I've done that type of work.
The scope of the cost plan?
Not the cost plan, but the scope of the work.
Okay, the scope of the work.
So during tender process. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So in that process, where we are today and where the project, you know, when it's finished, it's end up with or without your assistance, we get more information, and as we get more information, we get more certainty, yes?
You would hope so.
Yeah, and with more certainty becomes less unknown risk, or, yeah.
Are we talking known risk or unknown risk?
No, let's deal with risk in all its many forms, okay? Because you're in the risk business. So, risk is multifaceted, isn't it?
Indeed.
Yeah, and risk can occur at different stages and in different ways, can't it?
Indeed it can.
Yeah.
It can be negative and positive.
Yeah, so there can be risks associated with the construction works, which is people build things wrong, yes?
Yeah.
There can be risks associated with the professionals who did the drawings. They might have done the drawings wrong, yes?
Possible.
Which then has a knock-on consequence for the contractor. So somebody starts blaming the contractor, and the contractor goes, look, I was only following the drawings, and then it's both the drawings and the work that are wrong, yes?
Yeah, that's when the PI insurance comes in.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we have problems associated with the nature of the project, because if the project changes at all, then obviously that's an additional risk, yes?
Yes, it's a risk, yeah.
And within that, there's the sort of, I don't want to sound like Donald Rumsfeld, but there's the knowns and the unknowns and the unknown unknowns and the known unknowns.
I know where you're going, yes.
Yeah, good. And which is sometimes you can think, well, okay, yes, there was some bad weather. This project stretched over 2 winters, and there was obviously more rain, certainly than we're having now, and as a consequence of which there was more delay than might have otherwise been the case. That would be a kind of tangible risk, yeah?
Yeah, that could fall on the client or the contractor, that risk, yeah.
If you suddenly find a lot of toxic material that nobody was quite sure about, that wasn't something that you knew about at the start. That's something that you come across and you have to deal with, yes?
Yes, but that depends on whether you are the type of client that does a lot of site investigation pre-contract or not.
Yeah, lots of boreholes.
Lots of pre-contract works, yeah.
Yeah, so let's explore those pre-contract works then to minimise risk. What sort of pre-contract works might a client do? I said boreholes, but you've obviously got a lot more knowledge than me.
Boreholes is one example, but obviously the whole site investigation regime is very extensive.
So help me, a humble lawyer.
Geotechnical work, work on the type of material you're going to find all over the site, whether there's contamination or not.
Yeah.
A contractor might do a lot of work for ecology, for instance, to find out whether there's plants, fauna and fauna on the site, and deal with that pre-contract potentially.
Hydrology.
Yeah, I would say water is certainly another aspect that you'd be advised to do a lot of work on pre-contract. Things like traffic management plans, material management plans. There's an awful lot that a good client could do up front.
Yeah. And the more information you get in your business and the business of the people you work with, then that's minimising the risk. Yeah.
Yes.
Reducing the risk. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Now, in terms of the preliminaries, you talked about a range of 10 to 25%. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Can I ask you, in terms of road schemes, I know you're not working on one now, but when you have worked previously, what's the appropriate range for a road scheme, a major road scheme, like a major new road?
There isn't an appropriate number.
Okay.
It's a range.
It's a range, okay. Would it be fair to say there is more risk associated with a new motorway junction and a major new road than there is with, say, building 100 houses?
I would say the likelihood is it's more risky, but not necessarily so.
Okay, well, look, every project might be different. You might hit a dream project, and it might not happen. But what we're dealing with is,
if we were talking general, then yes, a live motorway junction is more likely to be risky than a build of 100 houses.
Yeah, and a major new road, for example, and you've got to deal with topography, and you've got to deal with.
That's not necessarily so. There could be, if a road through a field is not particularly.
I get that, and we've your fellow directors and many of us in the room, we've got plenty of clients who love a field basically for housing.
Oh, so do I.
Yeah.
No, I love a field, not for housing.
Yeah. You just, what the house builders love more than anything else is just a nice field that a nice flat one.
I love fields.
Access, no problems with the access, straight in and up go 100 houses. Okay, that's nice and easy. You're right. Okay, I'm talking not about the road into that site. I'm talking about a 6-kilometre road through an undulating landscape with cuttings and embankments if the road is to retain a reasonable level of horizontal consistency.
Alignment,
horizontal alignment, forgive me, and vertical alignment. So that isn't like just banging a road into a field, is it?
No, but if you've done a lot of site investigation and you know exactly what you're going to find, bulk earthworks actually is not that problematic.
No. So the position is where you've got a big road with cuttings and things, that's very different to a road on as you said, on a flat site, yes?
Yes, for sure.
Cool. And then let's be honest, I mean, here we are, people are pricing things up. I think you said there'll be movement on both sides, okay? You're pricing things up. Nobody really knows, do they, at the outset? You're trying to manage that situation with the contracts and how you deal with things, but at the end of the day, you're dealing with people out in diggers, in excavators, laying tarmac, and there's always going to be uncertainty out there, isn't there?
The word uncertainty, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Risk, I would put it.
Yeah, risk. Now,
But at the same time, there are as many benefits. I mean, you at the moment we're talking positive risk all the time here, extra money, but there are just as many benefits to reduce money and make risks less and do work like that.
Well, yeah, we hope so, but we hope that we've
that's the point of value engineering.
Yeah,
So
we hope we've costed in, sensible pricing. We might start at, ducts at £160,000. They end up at 2.3 million. There might be advantages. Sometimes
clearly that isn't that.
Yeah, sometimes things get more expensive, don't they?
They do.
Yeah, and more often than not, people are arguing. And when it goes wrong, they're arguing because something's got more expensive. Rarely do we see contractors and clients breaking out in litigation because everything's turned up on time and has been brought under budget. That doesn't really happen, does it?
No, they're down the pub.
Yeah, it's all about when it goes wrong, isn't it?
Litigation is, of course.
Yeah. And you said, hundreds in dispute over the NEC, probably thousands in terms of some of the other contracts, the bespoke ones.
In terms of litigation.
In terms of litigation, which is the sort of the pinnacle or the low water mark, I should say, probably of the problems. But there were 4 other stages under your hierarchy before you actually get to litigation. Litigation is the disaster scenario. Yes?
Correct. That's the expensive one now.
Good. Okay. So what's happening is generally things are costing more rather than less, and there's disputes, and that may be through delay, it may be through material costs have gone up, for example. It may be because there's been problems with the contractor, there may be staff difficulties, there might have been a problem with the original design. There could be a whole range of issues, yes?
Hundreds of issues
that could potentially go wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, you made various comments in relation to both Mr. Parks and also Mr. Burchill, and you produced a proof. I wasn't being unkind, but it is the case that the rebuttal to Mr. Parks, what you've done is repeat what you've said in relation to Mr. Burchill's evidence, yeah? So the first, I think it is 7 pages of your response to Mr. Parks is identical, give or take a paragraph, short paragraph or two, to the response to Mr. Burchill.
Yes, originally I produced a document that Mr. Gearing was going to comment upon.
Yeah.
And then later, when Mr. Parks produced a document, I was asked to then produce a rebuttal to Mr. Parks' document.
Forgive me, your voice is just
dropped. I was then asked to produce a response to Mr. Parks' document.
Yeah, so you were going to provide something that would go into Mr. Gearing's evidence, is that right?
Originally, yeah.
Yeah, and then it was decided that they would call you as a witness, obviously, and that's when it evolved into something more substantial, and that's really what the response to Mr. Parks is about, yes?
Correct.
Good, okay, all right. So what I want to do is begin with some of the points you've made in relation to Mr. Parks. And at 5.1, I read these happy words. Mr. Parks is clearly an experienced and professional quantity surveyor, yes?
Yes.
And he's also a member of the RICS, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, like me, he's focused on civil engineering for 25 plus years. Unlike me, he works in the private practice and his focus is predominantly on client side. So to sort of put into some kind of I'm sorry, it is this witness's rebuttal to Mr. Parks beginning at section 5, which is on page 7. section 5. So 5.1 begins on page 7. Okay, and the point you're making is, look, he's on the client side, I'm on the contractor side, we've both got 25 years plus experience, and our perspectives must, well, thus, I should say, be quite different. You're coming at this in different directions, aren't you?
Only our experiences are, yeah, I would say. Yeah, that's fair enough to say, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the inspector ultimately here in this section of the inquiry is looking at the cost plan that's been produced for National Highways and KCC, and she's got to decide whether to accept the figures in there or reject them on the items that are challenged. And if she rejects them, she'll obviously need to explain why she's rejecting them and why she favours the applicant's figures. Okay. Your role, I think, is to focus on the NEC contract and to suggest that some of the costs in the cost plan are on the heavy side, yes?
My role wasn't to suggest they were on the heavy side at all.
Okay.
It's just to look at them and see what generally I thought about the cost plans.
Okay, yeah. And
I wasn't directed to attack Mr. Parks in any way.
No. But I mean, you were brought in to look at it, obviously, and to see whether you agreed it. I think you say that you support what Mr. Bell says and you support what Mr. Gearing says. Yes.
I'm more persuaded by their report than I was by Mr. Parks.
Yeah. Okay. So you're presenting that evidence to plan.
If that's what it does. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what we need to do is think about those areas of challenge and think about the relevance of your evidence to those issues.
Okay.
You are not here dealing with any component of the cost plan because you, I mean, in terms of itemisation, the number of weeks and so on, you're not looking at that, are you?
Not particularly, no.
No. You're making...
It's Mr. Gearing, that's one.
Yeah, you're seeking to assist the inquiry, assist the inspector with general observations, particularly in relation to the NEC contract, yes?
Yep.
Yeah. Your preference is that the NEC contract isn't used for this major road scheme, isn't it?
No, I don't say that.
Okay. What you're saying is you recognise that it probably will be used because it's Kent County Council and National Highways, but...
I don't say that either.
No, but your position is you're saying the NEC contract leads to excessive inflated costs, yes?
If your primary aim was to reduce preliminary costs, then NEC might not be your preferred procurement choice.
Yeah.
Or use it and heavily amend it.
Okay, use it but heavily amend it. Okay. So then the inspector's got, if I can put it this way, madam, the inspector's got to think, well, okay, where does that take me? Where does your evidence take her conclusions on this issue? Right.
Mm-hmm.
So the first issue that you were, I think, asked about is the preliminaries, yes?
I was asked to look at the preliminaries and make some judgment calls as to what was in them. Yeah.
And there's no dispute, happily, between you and Mr. Parks about there's more staff employed under the NEC contract, yes?
I believe we agreed to that.
Yeah. And there's therefore additional costs associated with that, yes?
You would think so, yeah.
What we don't have, obviously, in the cost plan or the work done by Jacksons and Quinns is we don't have the cost of arbitration, mediation, litigation if it goes wrong, do we?
I don't believe so.
It's not a section that says...
I wouldn't think so. No.
If we've got this wrong, we better set aside, 50 million for the dispute in the High Court.
I would think that would be highly unusual to put in a cost plan.
Yeah. So that isn't something visited upon the cost plan, is it?
Doesn't look like it.
No. But of course, the choice of contract and the issue about which one to use is primarily designed to avoid that resort to adjudication, mediation, litigation and arbitration, isn't it? You're trying to avoid that through your choice of contract.
I would suggest all contracts try and avoid that.
Yes, I know, but we're making a choice between contracts here.
Why
why
are we making a choice between contracts here today?
Okay, so there isn't a choice over contracts. You recognise...
That's for another day, surely, and Quinn Estates. Well, I don't know, they might get forced to have to use one, but yeah.
Yeah, but in criticising the NEC one, I mean, the inspector might be thinking, well, why are we having this debate now at all then? Because you're not arguing against one or the other. What you're saying is that's for another day to choose the contract, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have a contract from Quinn, do we, about what they want the terms and conditions? We don't have a draft contract.
I've not seen one.
No. The NEC, as you've kindly indicated, is sat on your desk there, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so everybody knows what that looks like because you can just look it up, can't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's the contract that we are talking about, that we know about. The contract that Quinn wants, we don't have, do we?
I don't believe you do.
So if it's for a later date, then we're in a position where it's a later date where we don't know what it is, and therefore we can't compare, how many... We don't know what the warnings in the Quinn contract will be because we haven't got a Quinn contract.
Fair to say.
Yeah. So if we want to judge what the expense might be for the programming associated with the Quinn contract, I haven't got the contract, so I don't know.
Yeah, but I think I make the point in my
Yes.
rebuttal that it's not necessarily the contract that is the driver here for the cost plan, but other factors.
Yeah, but you've commented about the NEC contract. We know what that is. You've helpfully indicated that. Quinn's contract, we don't have. We can't see it. We don't know what the terms are. We don't know what it says about programming. We don't know what it says about anything, do we? Because we don't have it.
Don't.
No. Okay. So the inspector might think, well, that's fairly straightforward then, because I know what one of them looks like, or I've got it, but I haven't got another. I mean, if you want to provide that contract to the inquiry, having shown us you got it, that's fine. We don't mind that going in. But then we think about, well, where does this debate take us in terms of the earthworks, for example? Okay, so the earthworks have been set out in the cost plan by the RICS quantity surveyor, and I think part of the criticism, although the NEC is, as you say, written by engineers and so on, and project managers, is Mr. Parks didn't go speak to engineers about the actual earthworks that are required. I think that's the criticism, is it?
From yesterday's discussions, I think that's a fair.
Yeah, but he doesn't have drawings other than in 2D and a few profiles, I think. He doesn't have the drawings for that, does he?
He might not, but I understand there are site investigation boreholes and reports.
We're getting confused. I'm talking about earthworks now, okay? And earthworks, I was talking about embankments, okay?
Yeah.
The boreholes might tell you information, or that there are geotechnical, all sites come with geotechnical reports, and I don't know how many boreholes are done, but we'll have a look at that.
I think there's a model. They said someone's. You'll have to ask Mr. Gearin again, but I think there's a model, and I think you can get a good idea of cross sections from that.
When Mr. Park looked at it, there were, and his team, I should say, looked at it. There were gaps. It might have been amended now. It might be that there aren't any gaps, but he was certainly his team.
Gaps doesn't mean you can't do cross sections.
No, you can do cross sections, but sections are missing. Then we've got an undulating road.
That's what I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, just forgive me. It was just part of the separate issue about the borough pits and the haul roads and all of that, and just go to the earthworks. Okay, we don't have, the inspector doesn't have, and certainly Mr. Parks doesn't have, the plans you would expect with a detailed planning application, which would show all sections of the road, not just in 2D but in 3D. Okay. We don't have that, do we?
I don't believe you do.
No. Okay. So if we had that, we'd be able to have a much clearer idea about the cost associated with the earthworks, yes?
Potentially.
Yeah. So
Potentially.
assumptions are made. Yes.
Yeah.
Assumptions have been made about that. Okay, that's fine. Now with the bridges, obviously the plan showed a bridge, and then Quinns or Jacksons have decided a different approach should be suggested. Have you seen the drawing with the culverts?
No, I haven't.
No.
But I can picture it in my head. From the discussions yesterday. I've seen culverts before.
Yeah. So this is an example of a project where the design has changed. When I get to Mr. Gearing gives evidence, we can identify the date of that change and so on. And the culverts have been put into the drawings. I know you haven't seen them, but that's obviously different from a bridge, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that has been identified and done as a sort of cost saving, yes? I think about £19 million, yeah?
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the applicant seeking to change the specifications of the proposal, yes?
No, we
sorry.
explained that the proposal was never specified. That's the point. We did explain this in this isn't the right witness anyway, but Mr. Wilde went over what those drawings do. The design of the road has not been specified. I've said that, I think, maybe 100 times in the last 3 months, and so if it hasn't been specified in the first place, putting in a different drawing doesn't re-specify it.
Mr. Parks thought it was a bridge because I think it said a bridge on the plan. But if I'm wrong about that, and it isn't a bridge on the plan, we can come back. No.
We've made very clear. I mean, Mr. Wilde gave evidence for 2 days. He went into what the status of those drawings was. I just don't want the witness to sort of be.
And I'm not disputing that. Rest assured, we understand that it is. There's no specification on the road, and I don't want anybody to think that we thought that. However, in the drawings that we did have, or do have, I should say, my instructions are that a bridge was indicated, but indicated in a non-specified world. Yes, okay.
I believe so.
Yeah, we're dealing with basically a very basic concept. Is that fair?
Yes, I think so.
A very basic concept at a very, very preliminary stage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which doesn't have actual specifications of any kind, as my learned friend has highlighted. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And therefore, something that is assumed to be a bridge and labelled a bridge could change and is capable of changing, of course, because it's not actually specified in the first place. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. That's very, very helpful. Can we go back to the proof of evidence, your proof of evidence? And at 2.3, you say Mr. Park states that for the past 5 years, his role has been as an independent cost consultant for KCC, responsible for the
5.3, is it? 5.3. Yeah.
Did I say something else?
Yeah.
Okay, that's entirely my fault. 5.3. Mr. Park states that for the past 5 years in his role has been, I should say, as an independent cost consultant for KCC, responsible for delivery of major highway improvement schemes. Did you see that?
That's his statement, yeah.
Yeah. Do you see the word independent? Yeah.
That's his words.
Yeah. Those comments. He's a member of the RICS. You know what that means, don't you?
I do.
Yeah. And he has to abide, because if you are a member of the RICS, you have to abide by a whole series of guidance notes and procedure notes and so on, yes?
Indeed you do.
So he has to maintain his independence, and that's part of being an RICS member, yes?
I would suggest so.
Yeah, regardless of the firm or the client. Now, it is the case that some people start to work for particular clients, and obviously KCC are happy with what he's done because he continues to work with them.
Absolutely, yeah. Just like Jackson's.
Yeah, and Jackson's are working for KCC, yeah. And I don't want to talk about Grovehurst, so we'll leave that alone. But the position is that you're not questioning his integrity, are you? And you're not questioning that he approaches this on the basis of his professional responsibilities to the RICS, are you?
No, I'm not.
No, I mean, I took to task Mr. Mitford Slade over issues about the RICS guidance with him, because he is also RICS, as is Mr. Spilsbury, but you're not doing that here. You're not making or laying any allegations of a breach of RICS codes. No, good.
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you say at 5.5, I understand from JCE Jackson's that ADCC, Mr. Park's firm, are involved in post-contract commercial matters for KCC. If so, they are also likely to have been delegated NEC project manager obligations, such as acting independently when making compensation event assessments and the need to act collaboratively and the spirit of mutual trust and cooperation. Okay.
If things are done right as per the NEC, then that would be the case.
Yeah, quite a long sentence. Let's just unpack that. Okay. Have been delegated NEC project manager obligations. So they've been handed the task of carrying out NEC obligations, yes?
Something that the project manager is supposed to do, which is make assessments of compensation events.
Yeah.
So KCC will have a project manager on that project.
Yeah.
And that's
okay.
that's that person's task.
Okay, and they will do that, yes?
The NEC provides for notices to be issued to the contractor, which delegates project manager powers to other people.
Yeah.
And I would expect that to be in place.
Yeah, and acting independently when making compensation event assessments. So independent.
They are supposed to, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And not acting and needing to act collaboratively. That's your point about it was one of your key things to work. The NEC has built-in collaboration. Do you remember that?
NEC 4 clause 10.1 and clause 10.2 say exactly those things. Yeah.
Exactly, built-in collaboration. Okay, and then you say at 5.6, Mr. Park states that he included detailed assumptions in his cost plan. 3 of those assumptions I would challenge. So let's go through those. Mr. Parks assumed the scheme will be delivered by the developer utilising a Tier 1 contractor for all the works. So he was clear about that. That's made clear in the assumptions, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The cost plan work began in February. Jacksons were identified by the applicant as a party that would be providing cost information. This is well before you started.
I believe you.
Yeah, I can't quite say when that date was. And it's the applicant, I think, who've introduced the idea that actually these 3 road schemes might be done by different parties, yes? It's not in the cost plan, but...
there are options, I would suggest, for procurement strategies, yeah.
And you're not saying, for example, let's say the Southern Relief Road, let's take the motorway junction. Actually not, let's take the Southern Relief Road. The Southern Relief Road, Jacksons might do the whole project, but they might do part of the project. Nobody knows at this stage, do they?
Correct.
Yeah, and if they only do part of the project, then there'll be one of the contractors on the job, and there'll be other contractors as well.
Yeah, that's a procurement route that could happen.
Yeah, so we might end up with more than 3 contractors involved in all of these works. We could end up with 6 or 10, couldn't we?
We'll certainly end up with lots of subcontractors as well. So we'll be dealing with multiple contractors on site. Yeah.
I took that as a yes. Okay, so multiple contractors on site, and of course subcontractors as well. Yes.
Correct.
Good. Okay. And the issues about duplication of cost come in there, but the cost plan can't look at all scenarios. What it's done is look at the scenario that seemed most likely, which is given that the motorway junction is just that, a motorway junction, then a Tier 1 contractor would be used, and the Tier 1 contractor would be used for the rest of it. Okay, you're criticising him because you're saying there's contradictory statements about, well, it might be that there are other contractors, but just help me with this, please. Do we have a cost plan from Quinn that identify a scenario with, say, up to 10 contractors involved?
I don't believe so, but no.
Okay, all right. Well, we'd know the cost then, I suppose, if we did. Then 5.8, you say in Mr. Park's evidence, it would be helpful to understand whether the BOQ or activity schedule used as the basis of his cost plan is a reference to works under an NEC contract. I presume so, yes?
I think that got answered yesterday.
Yeah, good. Okay, that's fine. In production of the cost plan, you say at 5.9, Mr. Parks confirms that he's utilising his knowledge from other recent KCC highway projects, right?
That's what he says.
Yeah, what he's doing is obviously looking at his database, and in his firm's database, they've got access to all of KCC's highway projects, but also they've got access to that side of the business that deals with house builders. Remember, he talks about fellow directors of the firm. Yeah. So they've got a vast database, haven't they?
I don't know. They may well have, and
Yeah.
I suspect they should have, but yeah, I don't know.
Do Jacksons have such a vast database of highway schemes and so on?
They will have their own database of schemes that they've been on, I guess, yeah, and their own
But-
experience.
Yeah. But only on the schemes they've been on.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. You don't. It's not the kind of thing you have. You don't have a huge database of costs. That's not your business, is it?
Not for cost plan purposes.
No. Okay. All right. So he's got all that information, and obviously it's an advantage to know what the actual realised costs on major highway schemes throughout Kent are. That would be a huge advantage. Yes.
I would think that if actualised costs were known, that would be an advantage to a cost plan.
Yeah, it'd be a huge advantage. Be honest.
Yeah, but Mr. Park said he didn't use actualised costs, he used tender costs.
Yeah, but the actualised costs are the costs at the end of the process, yes?
I would think that would be hugely beneficial to know all that.
Yeah, the tender costs are the costs at the start of the process, yes?
Correct?
Yeah, and obviously he's able in his experience to look at tender costs and look at actualised costs. He referred to Growthurst, didn't he? He looked at tender costs from Jackson's and then looked at actual costs being incurred, yeah?
Yeah, but I don't know to what extent he used one or other in his cost plan.
Yeah, he has referred, hasn't he, in his evidence to two specific examples, yes?
Point me to the direction of where?
Yeah, so if you have a look at his proof of evidence and if you go to 3.45 and then with 3.46.
$3.45.
Yeah, it says in our cost plan and given the complexities of delivering highway schemes, we often price preliminaries as a weekly cost base on a comparable projects and our judgment of the duration of the works. Note that the weekly allowance included within our cost plan includes for all time-based and fixed preliminary costs. And then 3.46, in assessing the preliminary costs for the Highsted Park cost plan, so not all of the costs, but the preliminary costs, we primarily relied on cost information from the Grovehurst Road junction and the Sturry Link Road, for which we are currently acting as cost consultants on behalf of KCC. So,
Yeah, the two phrases I underlined there were primarily and cost information, because it doesn't explain what cost information is used.
Yeah, and what you said yesterday is you clarified that. Is that what you said?
I believe he did. Yeah, it was a little bit confusing, but I believe he said he didn't use actualised cost as part of his cost plan.
Yeah, you see that the thing is, he was taken to task about not speaking to an engineer about this or speaking to an ecologist about that, and the fact is that he is dealing with costs all the time. They've got a huge database. He's got access to that database. And on the issue of preliminaries, not the other issues, on the issue of preliminaries, he's obviously looked at his database and then said two particular projects, which are currently going on, which are, that isn't all that he's looked at, but it's primarily what he's looked at. Do you see that?
That's what he says.
Yeah. Now, if you go back to 3.7 of his proof of evidence, sorry, 3.47. Which is forward. It says Grovehurst Junction is a new directory over the A249. We know where it is, it's just over there, isn't it? to the west of the town, including provision of new bridge being delivered by JCE. And then if you go to the end of 3.47, it says, we therefore have access to their costs submitted at tender stage, as well as their actual costs incurred throughout the project.
Yes, I would expect him to have that information.
Yeah. I know it wasn't clear to you, but just for the avoidance of doubt, that does make it clear. So what they've done, and the reason I said what I said earlier, if you look at paragraph 3.51, they've been able to compare, obviously, the preliminary, they've been able to compare the tender stage and then the actual projects.
The weekly running costs. Yes.
Yeah, see, and that's a huge, from this huge database, and then they've got this information, primarily these two projects, not exclusively, but he's in the business of looking at costs, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah. He's looking at tenders, but that isn't the only thing he looks at. He's also looking at actually the costs during a project and at the end of the project, yes?
If that's his choice to do so, yeah.
That's why we went to him, and that's why National Highways went to him, because he is an expert in costs. He deals day in, day out with costs, yes?
You would hope so.
And he's based in Kent, so he's dealing with the costs as they're happening in this local market, yes?
I would hope so.
Yeah. Your client hasn't presented evidence from a similar expert, have they?
No.
No. Okay. Madam, I'm going to review where I've got to, because we made a lot quicker progress, if that's any encouragement. And I think
good.
we'll be able to get on to Mr.
I can go on holiday tomorrow.
Today, yeah. We're making no narrative about it. If we could just have lunch now, I think I'm not going to be very long after lunch. I just want to review whether I need to go through every aspect of it. I think, without commenting on why, I just think I can draw stumps earlier, probably.
Right, so we'll have a break till 1:35. Can I just have a quick word outside with the advocates, please? So 1:35. Yeah. much for this folder, Mr. Young. From
Yes.
APC. So it's basically a folder with all. I think you've been shown it and you're happy, aren't you?
I've seen it. I've not had a rifle through, but I'm
Well,
sure.
you can. I don't think.
No,
you
I don't
can
want to. Really,
underline
but
them.
it sounds good.
But it basically all it is. I don't know if you've seen it, Mr. Bell, but you're very welcome to have a look. It's just all Mr. Gearing's various rebuttals and appendices in one folder, basically, which would be very handy, I think, when it comes to his evidence.
Yeah, you could probably do with one actually.
Well, first of all, don't thank me. Please thank Darley Core, my instructing solicitor.
Yeah, thank you very
It was the first appendices actually. I had the second one bound, but the first one was where there were a lot of other documents, and that's it.
So it's not. Is this right? It's not the whole kit and caboodle. It's not the second.
Rebuttal 1, not rebuttal 2.
Got it. Okay.
But I'm sure rebuttal 2 can be provided to you. I've got that in a single.
I mean, it is
version.
really helpful. if
Yeah.
that's-
Hey, would you? Have you got rebuttal 2 then, and all the?
Well, I've got it all in various.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it'd be
see.
very helpful to have it.
Well, now that he's laid down the gauntlet,
I know.
I think we need to step up. Really.
Yeah.
I think it would be wrong. So okay, we'll try and do rebuttal 2 with in a folder or something.
I'd give you this one, say, for a little bit of underlining.
Okay.
Which
No,
probably
it's fine.
you don't want to see.
If it can be in either a folder or bound or something, that'd be lovely.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Thank
We'll do that one.
But I won't use it for today because I wanted to have a look through it. But I will do for thereafter. Right. Okay. Shall we get going then? So
Yes.
would you like to carry on. How did you get on?
I'm gonna
with your
be,
thinking about things?
Sort of trimmed off a bit of time, just 2 hours. No, just kidding. Half an hour to go. Half an hour to go,
Okay.
which is I'm under my time estimate.
First time for.
That I'll take that on the chin. What did I say about stones and glass houses? It's been so
Right
nice.
then.
Right, okay. So if I may just ask you some more questions then, Mr. Goodwin. You say at 5:14 in the second part, you're talking there about Mr. Parks's 3.12. It's inevitable in all major construction contracts that changes will become necessary. With some change, while some change is inevitable, I would emphasise and add that some projects are far worse than others, and some well-designed, planned projects have little change, the choice of contract, allocation of risk, complexity of works, etc., to deal with the change are all major factors. So there's a whole range of issues, yes?
Yes.
Obviously, you'll get a low volume of change if the design has no issues with it, yes?
From a design perspective, yes.
Yeah, when there's a lot of uncertainty about the design or it's open-ended, then there's greater risk of change, yes?
On a live project, yes.
Yeah,
for sure.
okay, good. And in all projects, I would suggest to you, yeah. If you're going to change a proposal, then the risk of change is inevitable, yes?
Change proposal at this stage, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 5:16, I disagree with Mr. Park's comments in his 3:15. It's more often the case that a contractor underestimates the costs of change and that the actual cost of change, when factors such as disruption, inefficiencies, work interfaces, trade interfaces, prolongation, and are all taken into account, is more often far higher than a contractor addresses. Now, you say you disagree with that, and that's you quoting him, because you're quoting all the things, or many of the things, that he highlights a contractor can underestimate, yes?
Let me read his 315 again.
So 5.16. So Mr. Goodwin's proof at 5.16 is disagreeing with Mr. Park's at 3:15.
Yes, Mr. Parks suggests that contractors' estimates for change are higher than he considers appropriate, whereas my perspective, I would consider that contractors often underestimate level of change, especially in an NEC project.
Okay. You disagree with his comment. You're saying that contractors will underestimate, yes?
For being recompensed for change on a live project. Yes.
Let me just break that down. I just want to be clear. So underestimate would obviously be, we say the cost is X, and actually the cost comes in at X times 2 or something like that, okay?
Yeah, this is particularly so on an NEC project because the evaluation of change is quite complex and isn't like a traditional contract.
Yeah.
And so contractors often get it wrong, yeah.
Yeah, so what we need is contractors who understand it, but Jacksons, we do understand NEC contracts.
I think they do, yeah.
Yeah, so the underestimate is when a contractor estimates for something or bids for something, and then it turns out to be more.
Not bids, no, we're on live projects at the moment.
Okay,
yeah.
So what you're talking about here isn't about the estimation stage like we're at now.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Because obviously the inspector isn't... Sorry.
No, I was just wanting to clarify, what you're saying, that it's they often underestimate the amount of change, quantum of change.
The quantum of change, yeah.
Yeah.
As in how much it's going to change and how much that change costs. But we're talking about a live project, or at least I'm talking about a live
You're not saying
project.
they underestimate the actual preliminary costs or whatever.
No.
So
apologies if that was misleading slightly.
You're talking, and you qualified it there, about a live project, yeah? So a project that is currently being built.
Yes.
Okay, right. We're not obviously at that stage.
No, I appreciate
We're at the stage where we're thinking about whether a contractor underestimates at the time where they're providing their estimates, yes?
Yeah, I appreciate that, yeah.
They do underestimate, they can underestimate in those circumstances, can't they?
It's possible for anyone to underestimate in a cost plan, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But what he's saying is, in his experience, contractors often do.
Well, again, I was a little bit confused because Mr. Parks jumps from sometimes tender to sometimes actual costs, and
but what I'm saying is,
not quite sure what he's talking about.
When they tender, let's put actual costs to one side.
Yeah.
When they tender underestimate as a general rule.
No.
They tend to be just spot on, do they?
No. There's a huge mixture.
Okay, so it's
huge
a real
mixture of under and over.
Okay. Under, over, and some get it
on.
right. Yeah. So what you're saying is your experience working with contractors is they don't, or no, not that they don't, that you get a complete range. It's difficult to say one way or the other. Sometimes they underestimate, sometimes they overestimate. Is that right?
From tendering perspective, yeah.
Tendering perspective, right. Is that different then from the estimate stage?
Yeah, I guess so, because they're different people dealing with it, yeah. We've got estimators at that stage dealing with it who've got a bit more experience for pricing work, and then when we got to live projects, we're with quantity surveyors trying to price up the value of change.
Okay, so the estimator's a bit more experienced than the people doing the tender.
For tendering and estimating, for sure.
Yeah, so you said that Mr. Park's role was similar to an estimator. Do you remember that?
For doing cost plans, yes.
Yeah.
So.
As opposed to tendering, which is a different process, yes?
Yes, tendering is a different process from cost planning.
Jacksons generally do tendering for jobs, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And what you were doing was favouring the accuracy of the estimator over the tendering, yes? That's what you just said.
I was preferring that a estimator at tender stage was more accurate than a quantity surveyor might be on a live project.
Yeah, I didn't hear that, but I'm not going to keep going back to it. I heard very clearly estimators clearer than tenderers. That's you made that clear, and of course you drew a parallel with Mr. Parks being at the estimator, being like an estimator. I understand that. Live projects completely different. Inspector's not here looking at the cost of a live project at the moment. We're trying to estimate the costs. Okay. So let's just be absolutely clear then. Might take a bit longer this afternoon. Okay. Contractors come in with their tenders. Let's just focus on tenders, yes?
Yeah, but that's not what they're doing here.
No, but I'm just asking about this.
Talking generally now, are we?
If a contractor comes in with a tender,
it's
a very competitive process, yeah?
Yeah, can be.
They can be under budget, yes?
Can be.
And that can be sort of built into the process in the sense that you are competing against others. There's no point being very expensive because then you won't get chosen.
That's not necessarily so true nowadays, because there's a slightly more emphasis on environmental matters than price, and so there's a big shift in procurement between price only, which was the old model to win work, and these days, and I suspect Kent County Council will have the same pressures. There's a pressure to place more burden on the environmental matters than just price alone.
Yeah. So you're not saying that contractors, when they provide tenders, always get it right. You're not saying that, first of all.
Of course not.
No. Secondly, you recognise that they will go under budget on occasions.
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah. You recognise there might be an incentive, perhaps more historically, for being under budget. Yeah.
In what respect?
Because if they're competing against other people, right? Let's go. I want to have
winning work. You're talking about here, are we?
I want to have something done. Let's say an extension, right? And I go out, I'm probably, if I'm being sensible, going to get a few quotes, okay? And then I look at the quotes, and it might be £5,000, £10,000, £15,000, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. If I'm price sensitive, because I still want my summer holiday and that new kitchen, right, I might go for the lowest bid, mightn't I?
You might, but you might be making a mistake.
I might be making a mistake, yeah. I don't know, it might have been recommended by my neighbour who had a good extension.
And they might have missed lots of scope out from their price, and there's all sorts of reasons why the lowest price might not be the best price. But there's, if you were purely looking at money, then you would likely go for the lowest price.
If you were purely looking at money. So what you might do then, you said in their current environment, their environmental considerations, and we get this every afternoon, so. Yeah, it's he's on time. Fire engines will be out, and then it's the motorbike. But what I want to be clear about is, people might have different reasons for choosing a particular contractor. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things you might be interested in is to make sure they do a good job, yes?
Yeah, history of their good jobs,
History of how you've got on, good job. It may be that when you look at the price, it's tied to a particular set of contractual terms, and actually you don't like those contractual terms, you want a safer set of contractual terms.
Not normally, because the client normally determines the contractual terms at the start, and then the contractor questions whether they're right or wrong for them, but they don't normally change contracts at that point.
No, so the client then sets the contract.
Yeah.
That's the crucial thing, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay, so the client sets the contract, and then those that tender will do so against the contract that the client has chosen.
With their own qualifications sometimes. Yeah.
So if my client, for example, a National Highways, wanted an NEC contract, it would be their choice to have an NEC contract, yes?
If they were wanted to build something, yeah.
And if Jackson's wanted to do the work, then they need to work off the contract that my client and National Highways have chosen.
Well, they could always say no, but yes, they could.
They could absolutely say no and go and do some other work somewhere else in Sussex. But if they want to adhere to what the client wants, because the client is king, basically.
Possibly, but not quite. But
Yeah. Okay. All right. Next, please. Can we just have a look at your paragraph 518? You're referring to Mr. Park, his 316, and you talk about, I do not find it extremely unusual. So I disagree with him. It's extremely unusual. The two cost plan exercises are adrift. Okay. Now, when Jackson started, just to go back to our ducts and drainage section, they were completely adrift, weren't they?
Looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
So that, in your experience, would be extremely unusual, yeah?
It would be unusual to be so far out. That sounds more like an error of judgment rather than a a calculation error.
Yeah. Okay. So that would be more unusual. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Right. Next, please. Can I just ask you about Mr. Park's? Your 5.25. You're commenting on Mr. Park's 3.43. 5.25. You say of his paragraph 3.43 states that the average preliminary costs on 10 recent major KC schemes range from 21% to 80%, with an average preliminary cost of 51%. It cannot be established whether these 10 schemes were let on NEC contracts or whether the costs referred to by Mr. Parks were tender or outrun costs. He answered that yesterday, didn't he?
I don't think he answered it in specific reference to 3.43.
Okay. So, in terms of what he's looked at, the KCC schemes are let on NEC contracts, aren't they?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay. 526, by way of some comparison, JCE have provided 3 case studies to Quinn Estates, which are appended to my rebuttal proof evidence. And we looked at one of them yesterday, I think, yeah?
We did.
Where preliminary costs appear to be 15 to 20% lower. The preliminary costs on the projects appear to be corroborated by Mr. Gearing. Now, I can ask Mr. Gearing about this, but this is you responding to it. In the one in West Sussex, Jackson's claimed 18%. Did you see that?
It said it on the bottom of the form.
Yeah. But that isn't actually right. That's the problem.
Well, I don't know if it's right or wrong. That's what they've told us. So.
Yeah. What was it on the contract sum, or was it on some other sum?
I believe that project is still live, isn't it?
Right.
So I suspect it's their current assessment of what the prelims will be based on where we are today.
Well, the figure my witness referred to was 40%.
I think he was referring to the tender.
Yeah.
At that point, yeah.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got a difference there. We need to understand what that figure is, because obviously it's in there. It's 18%.
Yeah. You'd have to interrogate that.
I will. And that's a perfectly fair point. It's Jackson's document. Jackson's aren't appearing at this inquiry.
I
Can't ask them any questions. I think Mr. Gearing becomes the sort of catch-all witness on all things surveying. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Just.
It is, of course, possible that Jackson's, in that instance, have spent less money on preliminaries than they tendered for.
Yeah.
And they actually do it quite well, but I don't know. So
we ought to check whether it's correct.
We should, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll try and do our best on that. Okay. On your page 13, you've got a table. It was called the Western Bridge Road, and the contract and client were Homes England NEC 3 Option A, and the value was 13.4 million. Yeah,
I seem to recall an email that Ben sent from Jackson's regarding that project.
Okay.
And it was to do with the fact that the job was in 3 phases and it ended up doing 1, or there's something.
Okay. Well, it sounds like because that isn't. We've had a look at it, and that isn't the tender. This is in your proof. That's why I'm dealing with it. It's not the tender or the contract sum, but it may be that Mr. Gearing can explain it when we get there.
I think he's going to have to ask more questions.
It looks a little misleading, but I'll deal that with Mr. Gearing. Okay. All right. Nearly there. 5.32. Page 14. Mr. Parks does not explain that a significant proportion of that weekly staffing cost is likely to be dealing with the project change, and that a significant proportion of those claim sums are likely to be paid by KCC as extra. My company's own people on the A249 Grovehurst project, dealing only with change, adds a significant sum to your weekly. So your own people, as in people in your
employees.
Company. Yeah, your employees.
I should have said that maybe, yeah.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, on a project where Jackson's is working, yeah?
Yeah.
Extra people have had to come in, yeah, to deal with what's required. Yes.
To deal with what's required because of change. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the change wasn't predicted.
No,
No. There'd been costs associated with the change.
I would think so.
Those costs have included additional people,
I would think so.
your employees,
Amongst many other things, I would think.
many other
Mhm.
things, and that's added to the costs, all of which was not foreseen at the start.
Correct.
Yeah, and let's be clear about this. There was the delay associated with the Junction 5 improvements
Yes. Yes.
at the start.
I don't think it's that, because that just delayed the start, I think.
Yeah, it didn't delay the start. Good, thank you.
I think it just delayed the start.
It just delayed the start. Yeah, but they did. Yeah, well,
everything just got moved along, I believe. Yeah.
It didn't. They didn't start the project. The whole thing couldn't start until that work was done.
That's what
because
I
it would be
understand,
too
so,
much disruption.
I think so. Yeah.
To have all the works and the diversions on the M2 and then do it on that road as well.
I think that's the case. Yeah.
In addition, there were issues, I think, with Network Rail.
Lots of issues with the utility providers.
Yeah,
I think was the main one, but that's in the public domain. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
So there are delays caused before the project got started, which is frustrating.
Correct.
But you're not paying penalties on that.
Correct.
Once the project starts, there've been further delays.
Correct.
Yeah? So we can categorise the uncertainty there as uncertainty about the start date. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, and none of that is factored into here. Let's imagine the Southern Relief Road is delayed because of the motorway junction and so on. We've not factored all that in, but if the two have to correspond or there are different contractors or whatever the arrangement is, that could be a delay of the type where they don't actually start a project and it's a time delay, but not necessarily.
It's possible.
Yeah, or the Northern Relief Road and the Southern Relief Road.
It's possible.
And then there are the delays as the project's going on. Yeah, so like utilities, and what everybody just keeps using this word utilities, but what we're talking about is electricity, cables,
water,
water, foul drainage. You've hit a foul drainage pipe in the works that you didn't know was there. I mean, you hope to find all this stuff and know.
Yeah.
But these are all the uncertainties that a project can happen, and that's what's happened at Grovehurst. They're leaving aside the delay because of the motorway junction. There's just been delays in the project as it's gone along.
Yes, there are many more than that, I believe, but that is one of the major ones.
Yeah, and we're staying clear of anything that might be contentious. Good. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's helpful. 5.36 of your proof, you're referring to Mr. Park's conclusions at 3.64, where he states, 5.36, madam, states significantly lower than I would expect and lower than JCE's own running costs on Grovehurst Road. I would not expect a developer-led project that is well planned and well designed, utilising developer-type contracts as opposed to NEC, with fast-track mindset and without the governance of a local authority using cost consultants to assess significant volumes of change to have running preliminary costs similar to elsewhere. Let's think about this. What's happened at Grovehurst in terms of utilities, for example, isn't something to do with whether it's a private sector or a public sector project. That's just something they didn't foresee.
At Grovehurst, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then you've got to deal with that. Obviously, there are different ways of dealing with that. You've said when you've got a well-planned and well-designed developer-led project, that's your words, yeah?
Yeah.
So what you want ideally when you're thinking about a project and thinking about the cost of a project is you want something that is well planned and well designed. Yes,
that would be a good thing to have. Yes.
Yeah, the more information the better.
True.
Yeah, good. Okay. All right. And this fast track mindset, so sort of, everybody in the private sector's in the outside lane doing 69 and the local authority are on the inside lane and they're going at 55 because that's how you minimise your fuel. Okay,
it's a little bit unfair, but yes. Yeah.
There's nobody dynamic in local authority. They're all just driving along at 55, and there's nobody who's ever done anything wrong in the private sector. They're all just like Elon Musk, well, perhaps not actually. Yeah.
Stripping costs everywhere.
Yeah. Sorry. So let's just be clear about it. We're talking about human beings here who are doing their job, yes?
Yes.
Okay, we're not going to be pejorative about the whole of the public sector, are we?
Of course we're not.
No, we're going to recognise that as much as private sector clients are thinking about the profit line, equally public sector clients are thinking about, are we going to come on budget? Are we going to hit the budget? Are we going to achieve that, yes?
Yes, but they're different, they're different mindsets.
Yeah.
They're slightly different mindsets.
Slightly different mindsets, but everybody's trying to deliver the project,
Well, no one wants a project over budget.
Yeah, I haven't got
Yeah.
Mr. Burchill here sitting thinking, it's halfway through the week, not sure, we're going to do a full week's work. You're not making accusations like that, are you?
No, of course not.
No. People working in the public sector are trying to deliver projects on time and in budget, aren't they?
Yes, but they have different pressures.
Yeah, and they have delivered. Do you, what other sort of substantial new road has been delivered in Kent recently that you know about?
How about Junction 10A down at
A stretch
Ashford?
of road, I'm thinking in particular. So not
stretch
just,
of road rather
yeah.
than a junction?
Yeah. No.
Go on, name one.
Okay. East Kent Access. Okay. Do you know that one?
Where's that?
Okay. East Kent.
Help me out here.
No. I just I don't want to take advantage of a project you don't know anything about. Okay. I can ask my witness about it. The point is that this is a substantial road that's being built, the Southern Relief Road. Okay. These things are not done all the time. Kent haven't got lots of these new roads. It's a fairly unusual project, isn't it, this one?
Yeah, I would say it is.
And the fact it's been delivered, a motorway junction, a substantial section of major road is being delivered by a private developer, that is pretty much unique, yes?
In Kent, probably, yeah.
Yeah,
I would think
okay.
so, yeah.
That's fine for my purposes. Thank you very much.
That's okay.
Mr. Bell.
Madam, I don't have any cross-examination. Mr. Young has covered all of our points and more, so we just adopt the points that he's put and the answers given.
There was just one thing I wanted to. I think you said it, but I didn't get the answer. You said that NEC contracts came in. Did you say in the 1980s?
Yeah, I think I might have misled the tribunal at that point when we were talking about my age. Yeah, I'm late 80s, early 90s, and I think NEC might have been about, but wasn't being used very much in the first 10 years. So it was still all ICE. The emphasis of my point was the same. ICC was the chosen contract at the time, and NEC wasn't being used.
Until when?
Regular use of NEC.
Roughly.
Mid 90s to late 90s, I would have thought.
Right,
yeah.
okay. Thank you.
The 2000s are all pretty much all NEC.
2000s?
Now. Yeah, anything beginning with 2000, we're starting to use NEC quite a lot.
But you think but you think that the NEC was sort of being developed quite 10 years before, you said?
Yeah, the NEC 1 doesn't look anything like NEC 4. It's a huge change
So
as
when
it's
did
been developed.
NEC 4?
NEC 4 came out in 2017.
2017.
Yeah.
And before
1993
that,
was
it
it?
was more usual to use the ICE contract.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. All my, and I suspect Mr. Parks as well. All our early days on civil engineering projects was vast majority was ICE. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Thank you very much.
Not at all. I've not got anything to ask really, but I've just got two things to. Well, I've got one thing to ask, but it's more to Mr. Young via you, sort of thing.
Oh right.
There was some questions about the. Is it? I'm going to get the right one. I think I've got the right one. Is it the Western Bridge Link Road? And it's the one where the Jackson's document. We've looked at it yesterday, and I think might have taken it upstairs. Certainly referred to it today. The Jackson's document has at the end of it a figure of circa 18% for preliminaries, and Mr. Park said yesterday that he had found a figure of 40 something. I can't remember exactly what it was. Do you remember what it was? 40. 40 spot on. Yeah. 40. And we're trying to work out. Basically, my question is: would it be all right outside? He's here. I know, just outside the inquiry for him to just come and explain all of that. But we're talking to Jackson's in the background, trying to work out where that's come from and what it's costing. He obviously knows we can't work it out at the moment. So if that could be done, that would be great. That's the idea, and then if that's all right, then we can obviously try and understand what he's talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. So at this lunchtime, I actually had that same conversation with my expert. Say, well, you've said that, we need to evidence it, and if we can get to the bottom of it. And I dealt with it with this witness because he's in his proof.
Oh yeah, no, there's no objection to that.
But I think the derivation of both of those figures needs to probably be explained in a note. An agreed note. Fine.
Sounds good. Agreed note sounds great. If we could agree, it sounds lovely. And just the other thing really was just to, it's not a question of re-examination or even a question for Mr. Young. It's just to let you know where we're going. That Mr. Young said in one of his questions in cross-examination to this witness that in the end he'd be asking you to, or your task would be, as it were, to choose between the cost figures and to choose which ones in the disputed sums, which one's the right one, and give reasons for rejecting one or the other, to summarise. And just to say, that's not what we're going to be asking you to do at all. In fact, we'll come on to this in the planning evidence. I'm saying it because obviously Kent haven't got any planning evidence. We're not going to be asking you to pick a winner, and we're not, as it were, on each sum on the spreadsheet. We're not going to be saying that a detailed kind of examination of all of the items in these spreadsheets is going to be determinative of the outcome of the appeal, of the applicant. Sorry, not an appeal, still. But anyway, I just wanted to let you know, because this obviously relates to something we were talking about a couple of days ago when me and Mr. Young were going back and forth discussing it with you. There's perhaps an element of ships passing in the night going on here with this cost stuff, but anyway, I just wanted to let you know. We'll come back to that and develop it more, obviously, a bit with Mr. Gearing, but it'll be particularly with our planning witnesses who explain how things like viability, costs, sure, as part of viability, and deliverability, how they actually play in a planning balance exercise, how they are material, in what way they're material, how the possibility of future things like 106B applications or 73s or whatever, how those future applications, if there are to be any theoretical ones, weigh or not in the planning balance that you've got to strike. Anyway, I've got nothing for Mr. Goodwin. Thank you.
Can I just respond? That's helpful. Can I just respond on that? So not pick a winner or not. This is a disputed issue, so we do think you'll need to determine this, and that will descend to the level of detail. I hear what my learned friend says. Obviously, it'll all be in closing submissions, but just to give you a sort of a way marker, if you like. My learned friend made the point the other day that, whilst we were looking at what the effects of, say, adding inflation at 2.8% would do to the northern site in terms of the affordable housing, he is quite right, of course, when he said, but we're not reducing our affordable housing. Our affordable housing is what will be in the Section 106. And he is absolutely right about that. But that then adds rigidity to viability, because it's not then a flexible issue. In some inquiries, there's a dispute about whether the affordable can be afforded or not, and the inspector has to deliberate. That isn't this inquiry. And the friend's clear, his clients are going to sign a Section 106 that delivers the affordable that is stated there, and I take that fully on board. And therefore, anything that erodes the viability is not made up in the reduction of affordable housing, nor, indeed, I imagine the same position is on the Section 106. If it's on the Section 106 contributions, if it's in there, that's what they're signing up to. They're not seeking to change that. And again, that adds more rigidity about if, let's say, inflation costs add 4 million, then it's unviable. because they've signed up to that. The developer's case, and as Mr. Gearing is clear about that, he says, well, we can reduce our profit as the land promoter. And obviously there's a statement of common ground between Mr. Spilsbury and Mr. Mitford Slade that puts the developer's profit agreed at 15%. The developer's case, or the applicant's case, is to say, well, we are prepared to erode that. We're prepared to accept a lower level, and that's something I'm going to explore with Mr. Gearing, obviously. One of the issues I think we may need to discuss is actually because once you go below that 15%, that's below what's been agreed by the two surveyors as the appropriate level. Once you do that, then there's two ways that can be done. Quins receive less money, but also it may impact on the landowners because we've got a benchmark land value, but we don't know what their actual contracts say. If their contracts are set at, say, £150,000 a gross acre, then there'll be a reduction on the landowners will contractually get what they're required in the contract, but that will mean that Quins profits will be even lower. So I just flag that up now because if the actual contracts are showing a higher figure than 100,000, maybe lower, I don't know, but if it's showing that, if you do that and you erode Quins profit, you can then get down to very low levels of profit, and that is relevant to deliverability. And I didn't object, and I didn't have reason to object really when Melinda Friend put a question to Mr. Finch about the planning balance, because he asked him about the viability, and he said, that goes into the planning balance. And if we're going to stand on ceremony about who's a planning witness or not, he deals with Section 106 contributions. It was a perfectly fair question, and I don't have any objection to it. That's the answer that my witness gave. It goes into the planning balance. Obviously, ultimately, it's a matter of submissions about whether an unviable scheme should be granted planning permission. Ultimately, that's a matter for the Secretary of State. But I suppose that's why I treated him, if you like, as the closest to a planning witness as I've got, because he's the Section 106 officer who deals with planning obligations. So I just wanted to be clear about that. We've got some more to discuss with Mr. Gearing, obviously. But I do think you are going to have to deliberate over these sums and establish, how viable against the statement of common ground this actually is. I also accept my witness has said it goes into the planning balance, and and delivery is the same. If you say, well, it might not be deliverable, so what? What does that do to the planning benefits? Well, if the benefits aren't deliverable, that's a matter for you to deliberate on the weight you give them.
I'm happy to leave it for now. Obviously, it's a topic that we'll all be coming back to, won't we, in further evidence on our part and in submissions as well. I'll be asking Mr. Burchill some questions about it.
I presume, because we did actually touch on it, didn't we? The sort of so what argument.
Started to, yeah.
If I told you what my concern was,
Yeah.
get halfway through.
Yeah.
But you're saying a different point, because if it's absolutely unviable and Quins decide they can't get enough profit, presumably they won't do the development.
No development.
No development, full stop.
Yeah, no harm, no benefits, no nothing.
So I'm just, that is obviously something to take into account.
Yes, and that would obviously affect the weight you could give housing delivery and its contribution to meeting the shortfall supply if the developer is saying, or if KCC is right, this is an undeliverable scheme.
Not sure about that. Anyway, I'm happy to come back. I've raised it's obviously this topic that we're talking about now is something that will be a topic that gets returned to in the evidence of Mrs. Dickinson, in the evidence of Mr. Bashforth on planning, and also in our closing submissions, because there's quite a lot to it. There's the point about, does the scheme go forward at all? That's your that was what you've just sort of put to Mr. Young. And then there's your other point about, well, what's to stop it starting but not finishing?
Yeah.
And that's something, the starting but not finishing thing we absolutely need to address. And we'll explain in Mr. Gearing and with other witnesses how we deal with that. But
but I mean the issue about planning, and Mr. Finch obviously got notes of what he said, but I mean presumably it was Kent County Council decided not to put forward a planning witness.
Yeah, because if I may. So my own friend asked that question of Mr. Bashford of Mr. Finch, and I think I need to reciprocate by asking Mr. Bashford questions. But let's be absolutely clear, our case has never been to get into the planning balance. We are not here as a statutory consultee to start saying, what's the position on landscape and all the rest of it. That's the local authority. We've got a concern about specific issues.
Would it be all right if I asked a question in that context, just to sort of Mr. Young, but through you, and it's relevant to what we're talking about at the moment? Because as I'd understood it, Mr. Young's opening back when we opened in March said exactly what he's just said, which is that the county council won't be taking an overall position on the merits. Essentially, was the way he put it in opening. Was what he's just said now. In response to one of Mr. Young's questions, Mr. Finch, I'm sorry, I'm terrible with all those names, Finch said that he thought that planning permission should be refused. And what I would like to know, ideally before I start cross-examining the next witness, is what the, if you like, formal corporate position of the county council actually is. Is it the case, as Mr. Young said, that it takes no overall view on the, if you like, the should planning permission be granted or not merits question? It's neutral as to that, and it raises concerns. That's one thing. So you're perfectly entitled to do that as a statutory consultee. You'd expect it to, etc. Or alternatively, is it saying as a what Mr. Finch said, which is that its view as the county councillors is that the Secretary of State should refuse planning permission on the basis of the concerns that it's raised? And it would be, I'd assumed it was the latter just because of what Mr. Finch said, but actually, given what Mr. Young's just said, I might have been jumping a bit too soon. So if I could know, that'd be great.
It's the latter. As Mr. Finch said, that planning permission should be refused because the scheme is unviable, and if it's unviable, it's undeliverable. So I'm just making clear that we are not going to, and you're not going to get closing submissions. You haven't got a witness to talk about the weight to give housing land supply or the impact or anything like that. That's our closing submissions and our evidence. The only thing I need to ask Mr. Bashford really is the implications of an unviable scheme on deliverability and weight, in the same way that Malone and Friend asked Mr. Finch quite fairly, this goes to the planning balance. It does, but I don't need to explore the planning balance. It's just that's the position Mr. Finch adopted.
Is Kent's position then that actually this issue is flat out determinative without any? This is the one and only thing, and we almost could have just done this 2-week session and not done anything else.
Oh, yeah.
Because what's now being said is that without any planning analysis from Kent, that all we need to know, if you like, is that Kent's got these concerns about costs and viability, and therefore the application must be refused. Is that it?
Yes, as he said. As Mr. Finch said, it should be refused. But it would be wrong, wouldn't it, if we didn't call evidence on landscape and ecology and heritage to get into what the planning balance is, because we don't have that issue. You use the phrase, sorry, no, go on. You use the phrase showstopper. Should an unviable scheme, which is predicated on the road that needs to be delivered before any of the housing is built, should that scheme go ahead even if the road is unviable and can't be afforded? Yeah. No, it shouldn't.
You should ask a planning consultant is the answer. You should ask a planner to tell you what the answer is. Not lawyers.
Madam, so if we could just step in momentarily, because of course we're now in alignment with KCC, KCC.
The Colonel over here.
And with lunch not being so long ago.
Is that right? You're now you're in alignment with
Well,
them?
in terms of we've said throughout from the beginning, from our opening, we've always said that real concerns arise in respect to the viability. And in our opening at 36, we've always said to grant permission risks a development that will never commence or will stall on the basis of viability. So our witnesses will, of course, be addressing that. And although we don't have a kind of a planning consultant as such, it is going to be something that you're going to be asked to consider.
So basically, you're of the same view as Mr. Young, that it's a showstopper.
It is, in our view, and this is how it's developed as this inquiry has gone on. We've always realised that kind of viability is an important element of this, but it's become more of an element as we've gone through and we've heard about what is being proposed. So, Madam, yes, we agree with Mr. Young.
And could you just tell me, because I know you represent both the action group and the 5 parishes, is that both of you or just one?
So it's the 5 parishes of the group that raised it, and it's the 5 parishes you've noticed have been here the whole time, and Mr. Gardner gave evidence on behalf of the 5 parishes. So it is the 5 parishes is the predominant driver on this, but of course our opening was a joint opening.
So when you do a closing, are you going to be asking for that on behalf of both groups?
I believe it'll be on behalf of the 5 parishes, but I'm not going to be the one doing the closing. I'm not going to be doing the planning sessions. But certainly I'll be preparing this part of it to go into the closing, and I'll have to discuss with Mr. Barnes before he comes in, and this is part of...
But if the action group, who Mr. Barnes is also representing, is thinking something else, he will have to do a separate closing for that then, won't he?
Yes, and I think they're in alignment. It's just they've taken different points suited to their funding, effectively.
But I mean, you have given lots of evidence. 5 parishes has. Bonnie's been very busy giving evidence on just about everything, haven't you?
Really?
So, you know, presumably, are you not going to address any of that then?
We are going to be addressing it, yes. So,
but it would seem not much point if your view is that the viability is a showstopper, and that's that. It
should be said, sorry to interrupt, but only about 4 days ago, the Rule 6 party's view was that it was so viable, so deliverable, that it should be providing 40% affordable housing on both schemes. So I'm slightly reeling from all the... I suppose it happens when Mr. Young moves to sit on the same side of the room as you guys. Everything changes. But
so, I mean, the difficulty with that is, as we said the other day, that our position was based on the assumptions that had been made on the costs at the time.
Madam, just to address that point, albeit made flippantly. So I've had no discussions with my learned friend about the position of the parishes and the residents. I've had no discussion at all. They came to me, Ms. Bell came to me and indicated that they were changing their position. Okay, so let's not infer anything. Secondly, it is a showstopper. I know Mr. Gearing wants to hear this. He needs to hear it, I think. It is a showstopper, yeah. You shouldn't be bringing forward an unviable scheme, particularly when you're not going to amend your affordable, you're not going to amend your contributions, and the road is the absolute centrepiece of it all. If the road is the centrepiece, if the houses are not to be occupied before the road is built, let's take the Southern Relief Road or the Northern Relief Road, then you shouldn't be granting planning permission. And Mr. Finch was really clear about that. That's why I asked him the question, and he made that very clear. He said it should be refused on viability. But you know, let's be clear why we're concerned about this. What happens if they do start the road and they start building it, and they do about 2/3 of it, and then they run out of money? And they've already started to sell plots, and houses have been started to be built. Can't be occupied, but we won't get into the numbers. Who do you think, sorry, I shouldn't like that, the public are going to look to Kent County Council and wonder why there's a road to nowhere and there's a load of houses built? And that is a matter for the Secretary of State to consider, and why viability is a showstopper. However, as we started out in this inquiry, we want the road. My clients want the road. We've been very clear about that.
Yeah.
It's just the numbers don't, on our case, the numbers don't indicate that is viable and therefore feasible and therefore deliverable. But the road, we absolutely have supported the road. We have no objection to the road. We've been pragmatic about the archaeology and not raised any particular concern about that. The rights of way, we do have a dispute. I don't think we're going to get our bridge, certainly not on the viability figures.
Our bridge, is that the Royal? That's your bridge, the Chris Young bridge.
I look forward to the plaque.
That will be dealt with, Mr. Young,
the highways, we raise no objection to that. So it's just about the money.
It's an all or nothing situation, isn't it? Because if the Secretary of State, let's say the Secretary of State disagrees with your position, if you don't put in anything else, Mr. Bell, but basically just hang your hat on the viability, then
So it's what. So, Madam, although it is a showstopper, we agree with Mr. Young on that basis. It's a showstopper, but we do have other points. We're not kind of drawing up our stumps now and saying that's the end of it. We do still have the points that we made originally and the points that will come through in the planning side of things.
Certainly advise that you consider that position, really. What?
Sorry, on highways or anything. I mean, they've got their. It's just viability, I think.
It's just viability.
Yeah.
So, just to say, obviously, as the applicant, at some point we'll stop this conversation, but I want to go last just by saying that, I mean, it's obvious, but it's all without prejudice to what our primary case is.
Sorry?
It's all of what I've just said is without prejudice to what our actual case is, that there's no issue on viability at all, and that Kent's position has been founded on a fallacy, which is to try and apply a financial viability appraisal approach to a major strategic road scheme, which has never been done, as far as we can tell, anywhere in the country. So that's what, anyway. But that we'll develop that through our evidence. But it's been helpful for me, and I appreciate the clarification from Mr. Young and obviously Mr. Bell as well. So I'm clear. And just one more thing to say, maybe.
Well, then.
Can't resist. This point about showstopper. It's nowhere in any of Kent's evidence, anywhere, in any of its proofs of evidence, or its suite of rebuttals, or indeed the new proof that came in after the deadline for anywhere. The first time we heard that they thought permission should be refused was in Mr. Finch's oral evidence, and the first time that we've heard that it was, as it were, a showstopper, so this was a sole decisive issue, was about 10 minutes ago from Mr. Young. Yeah.
Because Mr. Finch said the application should be refused.
I know, I said that. Sorry, I said that. I meant the showstopper.
Well, that makes it a showstopper.
Oh, all right. Well, fine. The first time it's been described as a showstopper, as i.e. the sole decisive issue in the case. So, we're rolling with it, obviously, and doing our best. But we'll come back to it in the planning evidence.
Can I just seek clarification on one thing from a learned friend, which is that earlier in the inquiry he did indicate that if we were right about the contingency and we were right about the commuted sum, which we've heard some of, but we're going to hear another witness about in a minute when we get started, that they accepted the scheme was unviable. So I know it's a totally accepted as a without prejudice case, but those 2 points alone, if we were successful on that, would make their scheme unviable.
Sorry, just to the commuted sums and the risk allowances. You're talking about that, the scope, the risk allowance, and the contingency.
Our approach to contingency in those three categories.
Yeah, the bottom three.
And the commuted sum.
What I'm accepting is that if you take Mr. Parks's numbers on the 4 disputed items, if you accepted all of those in full on prelims, earthworks, structures and contingencies, and obviously if you add in commuted sums as well, so all of those things, as per Kent's primary case, the scheme is not viable applying a financial viability appraisal methodology. So on that hypothesis, that's what I accept. I've not accepted anything else. So I've not accepted that it's undeliverable, and I've not accepted that planning permission should be refused in those circumstances. We don't. There's a category error that's going on with the application of this FVA methodology to the scheme that's before us. But we'll get into that. But the one thing I just wanted to... Can I ask another clarification question back that I should have done earlier? The showstopper thing, is that... obviously it's correct in respect of the joint scheme, which... I say obviously it's correct. Let me have another go at phrasing that. Mr. Young's case is that viability and costs represents a show-stopping issue in respect of the combined scheme, which is to say the scheme that incorporates the junction, the Southern Relief Road and the Northern Relief Road, the whole thing, both applications. Can I ask, is it also Kent's position that there is a show-stopping issue in respect of the Northern scheme solus that must result in that application's refusal on its own, as it were, without reference to further, but other planning balance issues?
Yes. So
I think we did say that.
Yeah, we did. Again, this is very helpful, because it's not helpful if we don't have these discussions, and it's just in
Bit
just
like
in,
contracts, isn't it?
yeah. And we get to and we
Put this on again.
yeah. Have you got a programmer to help us?
Yes, actually, could come and help them.
But it is helpful genuinely, because you don't want to read about closing submissions and the ships in the night and we haven't engaged. Yeah. We both need to engage with each other's arguments, and I'm more than happy to accept. I may have misunderstood. I thought it was that they accepted the contingency and the commuted sum effectively meant that it was unviable. I do understand Mr. Gearing's rebuttals, which say he'd accept a reduced level of developer profit. I don't think we're in a case where either party, when we've continued, the road has evolved, the motorway junction has evolved, the cost plan has evolved, both sides. I don't think we're in a position where either side's going to be throwing stones about that. But obviously, this issue about accepting less than 15% developer profit is not something that I saw clearly set out in the applicant's case before. But it's not a criticism. We're responding to an evolving position, an evolving set of costs. And if that's their case, that's absolutely fine. We're going to deal with that. I would have preferred the point be put to Mr. Spilsbury, but it's not a problem, because I'm going to put it to Mr. Gearing. I'm going to explore what level of profit is acceptable. And Mr. Spilsbury couldn't answer that, because obviously it's up to Mr. Gearing what level of profit his client, below 15%, his client, if I could just finish, the client will accept. So I accept, in response to matters, that the developer's case is, as it's presented now, that they'll go below a level of profit. I just don't know what level that is yet.
Just to say, and I appreciate all that, very helpful, thank you, and obviously more to come. But just to say, I don't want us to conflate two different issues. One issue is what you have to show under an FVA methodology to demonstrate that something's viable, what you have to show in terms of the inputs, and one of those is assumptions about developer profit. That's one thing. That's for the purposes of modelling, for the purposes of viability testing.
Okay.
The other issue is what actually happens, and that depends on risk that can be assumed by a developer. You obviously have circumstances where schemes go forward even when, and I'm not suggesting this is a case, because this is such a case, because it's not on our evidence at all, but you have findings that schemes are technically unviable, but contributions are made anyhow to, say, affordable housing, or schemes go ahead anyway. So viability, FVA viability, is a tool. It's a useful, important tool, but it's only a tool. to assess how much affordable housing you're getting, but obviously we'll be using it in a completely different way here. So the 15% figure that goes into a viability statement of common ground remains agreed for the purposes of assessing the extent to which something's technically viable under an FEA methodology. That's the first of the issues. The second issue is the one that Mr. Gearing's going to be talking about next week, realistically. And that's got nothing to do with what Mr. Spilsbury's agreed to or what Mr. Mitford-Slade agreed to. That's about what actually happens in real life. That's about what Quins are prepared to accept. So what I'm saying is that they're not inconsistent. One of them's a theoretical modelling exercise for the purposes of testing viability. The other one's, real-world developer risk. We will explain all of this, obviously, more, and Mrs. Dickinson too has evidence that touches on this topic.
I suppose there might come a point, really, because we haven't heard all the evidence yet, that KCC might change its mind.
I mean, it's always possible. I'm not saying it wouldn't. Can I just pick up on that point? So I totally accept that point. We've got the financial viability appraisals and what are the appropriate levels, and my friend called that as technically viable, in effect. And then he's drawing a distinction in what he calls what actually happens in real life and what Quinn are happy to accept. That's fine if we're moving out of the benchmark land value FVA model into the what happens in real life. That's fine, but we will need to see what are the terms of the contract with the landowners, because once you go below 15%, once you stop using theoretical and move to the real world, then you've got to be open about that and say, look, okay, the benchmark land value said £100,000 gross acre, but actually we've got it at £80,000 gross acre, so we're going to make more profit because actually we've done a deal with the landowners which is less. Or, and this is particularly the sensitive part, if it's £150,000 a square acre, then you are effectively reducing the developer's profit at both ends. You're reducing it, say, to 12%, and they're not getting the 180 million or whatever it is because the landowners actually are under contract to get half of that. So they might be down to a level of profit which is 5%, 10%, and it might, and that's a matter for submission about whether a developer would bring it forward.
Every time I do this, well, it's not a waste. I was going to say it's not a waste. I found it very useful, and I appreciate it.
What about this thing about the contract being publicly available?
I'm going to ask Mr. Gearing about it. I'll ask Mr. Gearing about it. It's not. As in, I'll ask him during the evidence to explain why there's no need to make it available. Sorry.
That's. I wasn't even going to ask what the position was, but
what the situation
obviously take instructions. If it's not going to be publicly available, then that's a separate issue I can deal with in cross-examination.
So do you want to know that before you start?
Well, I think I'm not rushing him into it. I'm flagging it up now before he gives evidence, and if it's a matter for them. But if they don't show us, then I'll make submissions.
The 106. I mean, we need to make more detail. Maybe we'll come back to this with Mr. Gearing, because the structure of the 106 is slightly on the hoof, but the structure of the 106 that Mr. Young's client's been working on is that we Quinn form a master developer with the landowner. So it's the structure of the 106 is not reflective of the arrangements that Mr. Young's just been describing, if you see what I mean. However, I don't really. Okay, it's not ideal to do it on the hoof, but we will get into it certainly on Tuesday with Mr. Gearing.
Well, we might be. Well, I don't know now, but I was thinking we might start Mr. Gearing tomorrow, but
I don't think
rather
so.
not.
I think probably not. I think that we've got. I mean, it's 20 to 3 now. I think Mr. Burchill in chief probably. Maybe I don't know whether it will be finished this afternoon. Maybe.
No, we'll definitely.
Oh, cool. Okay. Well, let's see how we go. I mean, obviously, I've got. Let's see. I'd prefer probably to start for Mr. Gearing not to be in Purder over the weekend because to be in isolation over the weekend because he's my principal point of contact with all the other witnesses and the client team.
Is that? Because who else has we got to go then after Mr. Burchill?
Oh, it's Mr. Gearing, isn't it? After Mr. Burchill.
Yes.
Mr. Gearing's next after Mr.
So if you're not willing to bring him on and we finish Mr. Burchill, then.
Well, Mr. Burchill finishing chief today, but then I've got cross-examination of Mr. Burchill.
Oh, right, okay. Yes,
obviously. So I've got.
Sorry, I thought you meant we might finish Mr. Burchill.
Oh no, I don't, because he'll be presumably most of the afternoon, assuming that we start soonish. Will he or?
I don't know. I mean, there's just two topics. But your point is, if we finish Mr. Burchill tomorrow morning, then what are we going to do tomorrow afternoon?
I see.
We'll have it off, I should think. I should think we'll probably have the afternoon.
Probably have an afternoon.
You know,
I'd much prefer. It's difficult. I appreciate the challenge. If it's possible within the programme, maybe I'll have a chat with her and see how we're looking.
It is. I think we sort of rather thought that Mr. Gearing would start next week.
Yeah.
So.
I'd prefer, because otherwise we could bring him on. We could do his chief, either at least some of his chief, or I don't know, tomorrow. But
should we see how we get on?
We'll see how we go. I don't want to preempt it, but obviously I've got probably 3 hours or whatever of cross-examination for the next witness.
In chief.
Said an hour and a half, didn't I, yesterday?
Yeah, well, that's
probably take a decent watch of time anyway.
30, yeah, I mean, not going to have that much time, I don't think.
Not loads. Let's see. I'm happy to keep it under review.
Oh, and yes.
Sorry. I've got a couple of points just in relation to the discussion that we've just had and moved on from. I'm sorry, it's sometimes a bit difficult to jump into the bun fight occasionally.
Oh yes.
I'm obviously kind of too civilised, but I've been instructed just to raise a couple of points. The first one is that and we think this is important for the people listening at home, a number of whom will have contributed to the 5 parish councils' funding, is that the 5 parish council wants to be very clear that viability has been an issue that they've raised from the outset, and indeed it's raised in their statement of case when they were joined as a Rule 6, and it's a point that they raised at the pre-inquiry meeting before I was instructed, and I recall at the time being quite happy I wasn't going to be dealing with viability evidence.
They did, I remember.
But Madam, also in respect of the discussions over the contract with the Quinn and the landowners being made public, we just want to be clear that the previous version of that contract is public, and indeed it's appended to Rodmersham Parish Council's initial objection, which is at CD 1080. Now, we say the previous version of that contract because there's a provision for it expiring within that, and that provision has passed, so we are assuming, and it was a point we were going to be asking Mr. Gearing as well, as to what has replaced that contract. But, Madam, the other point is, just to be very, very clear, that where we have fallen into alignment with KCC, it is viability. And again, we think it's quite important for the people at home to understand that where we haven't cross-examined witnesses, it's on the basis that we've not been trying to take up inquiry time by repeating questions, repeating points. It doesn't mean that we don't have anything to say. It just means that it's already been said, and probably far more eloquently than I could have done it anyway.
Yeah, of course, Mr. Brown, I mean, that is one of the fundamentals about inquiries, isn't it? We try and avoid repetition. So it's really helpful that you've just made that point. And obviously, Mr. Young, put forward a lot of questions, which, if they answered everything you were going to say, there's no point in you putting them again.
Madam, it doesn't kind of.
The 5 parishes have a viability case, and we have that.
I mean, the most frustrating thing about this is always the number of hours of an evening and weekend that I spend prepping a cross-examination, and only to tick it off as everyone else goes through it first.
Just Mr. Young steals all your fire for you. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yes, that's a point well made, Mr. Burrell. Okay, so anything else, or shall we? Right, so we're going to have Mr. Burchill. Do you? I know it's not been that long. It's 2:45. Actually, should we have our break now? Yeah, I think so. So we'll just have until 4:00 if that's all right. Oh, even 3:00. Oh,
4 sounds good.
4:00
but
would be nice. No, 3:00, and he can get set up. I mean, would it be possible for him to sit?
Thank you so much.
Is that going to be all right with you, Mr. Young? Are you going? All right. Thank you very much. Please. Right, it is now 3 o'clock, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So, would you like to introduce your witness, Mr. Young?
Thank you very much, madam. If I can introduce you to the inquiry, your name is Lee Burchill, is that right?
That is correct.
You are employed by Kent County Council to manage the Major Capital Programme team as a service lead within the Highways and Transportation Division, is that correct?
That's correct.
The team is responsible for strategic planning, including the production of the local transport plan, as well as the delivery of major infrastructure schemes, is that correct?
That is.
The team develop major projects through feasibility, design, planning, and on to delivery through consultation, procurement, and management of works contracts. Is that right?
Correct.
And you do that in partnership with stakeholders and by using internal and external multidisciplinary teams. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You've been program manager within the major capital program team for the past 10 years, focusing on securing central government funding to deliver major transport infrastructure in Kent, which includes the projects that you have set out below, and they're projects of a value of over £3 million. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're the lead officer responsible for the submission of the bids, as well as supporting the development of business cases to secure loans, and you refer there to the local growth fund, that was £100 million, the National Infrastructure Productivity Fund, £12.5 million, a £38 million bid from the Housing Infrastructure Fund, is that right?
Yeah, just point of clarification, Mr. Young, you said loans, it's actually grant.
Forgive me.
So it's non-repayable.
Non-repayable, that makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I look forward to getting one of those. Housing Infrastructure Fund, supporting Dover District Council in their bid for the HIF marginal fund for the Dover Bus Rapid Transport Scheme, is that right?
Correct.
Levelling Up Fund for Folkestone Town Centre, that was 20 million, is that right?
Correct.
And large local majors, it's KCC has continued to progress through to Department of Transport. The business case approval for the process for the Bluebell Hill scheme, is that right?
Yes, and North Thanet Link. Might be on the other page, sorry.
Yes, yeah, North Thanet Link. Bluebell Hill, 250 million, and the North Thanet Link, there we go, 77 million. Okay. Now, just to ask you there, just at that point, it might be suggested, well, you've referred to lots of bids there and securing lots of money, but is that your only role in the council, just to get the money in?
Predominantly, I guess, yes. At the moment, it is the council's under a lot of pressure financially, so the more that we can secure in terms of inward investment, the better, really. So, yeah, but my role is a program manager to make sure that they, using my expert team, make sure we can get the money in, develop the projects through to delivery.
Yeah. Okay. And you joined Kent County Council in 2013, is that right?
That's correct.
You're employed at the Viability Group and carrying out roles in transport planning, traffic modelling, signs, lines and road safety, is that right?
Yes, a bit like yourself, Mr. Young, lots of different roles.
Yeah. I've been employed in 2003 as part of the Graduate Development Programme intake in the Transport Planning Department based in Maidstone, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've got over 20 years experience in the field of transportation. And you set out the purpose of your proof of evidence, and in particular the need for adequate contingency and commuted sum allowances required as part of the road costs, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Good, thank you very much indeed. Okay, and your evidence is to be read alongside those of other witnesses. Now, what I wanted to just begin with is the issue of the capital programme, and the major capital programme, I should say. This is a Kent-wide consideration, is that right? You're involved in looking across the whole of Kent?
Yes.
Yep. And by major capital programmes, does that have a threshold, or is it a size of scheme, or what determines what is a major capital programme?
So I think, as you mentioned on the previous page, we normally define a slight grey area, but those schemes above £3 million. Yeah. The County Council Highway Authority also has a schemes team, and they normally carry out schemes up to that value.
Okay, and you talk about recent impacts impacting severely on supply chains and inflation and so on. How much more difficult has the environment got, please, to deliver major capital programs in recent years?
I think it's got difficult for everyone, hasn't it? But in terms of major projects, I think some of the standout impacts for us is uncertainty. Really, uncertainty, obviously with things like the war in Ukraine, obviously COVID, Brexit. We saw some large increases in material prices. We saw a number of contractors go insolvent. We saw large projects become a vacuum, so large resources, large numbers of resources went to certain projects like High Speed 2, for example. So we need to remain competitive. A lot of our funds that we achieve, we're in competition with other local authorities to achieve them.
Good, okay. And then you say at 2.5, the following projects are examples of where there have been challenges and uncertainty. And the first one you referred to is Grovehurst Road and Key Street. Now, this is a KCC scheme, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. The contractor on the job is Jackson's, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. The point is made several times, I think, by my and Friends team or him, is that, well, there you go. You're using Jackson's on a project, so you can't be unhappy with them. Just tell us a little bit about Jackson's, please.
So we, as a county council, we've got a long-standing history with Jackson's. We do a lot of work in terms of presenting a forward programme to our contractors. As Jackson's have put in the evidence from Mr. Gearing, they've delivered a lot of schemes on our behalf, and they've continued to win work. So you mentioned Folkestone Town Centre. That's one that we've just awarded to them. Yeah, good. So any concerns sort of in a general sense about them doing the projects that you've appointed them to? No, we continue to work alongside them. Obviously, part of my role is to form sustainable relationships with our contractors. We want them to bid for our schemes. Our schemes need to be competitive. But obviously, to try and prove value for money, we need to make sure there's lots of contractors wanting to bid for our work. Yeah, because those contractors then provide competition. Competition ensures you get the right price. Yeah, good. Yes. Okay. All right. Now, there's been quite a bit of discussion about Grovehurst Road and Key Street, and we're all mindful of not sort of saying where the wheels came off or didn't come off too much. But just in general terms, please. There was a substantial delay caused by the works being done at Junction 5 of the M2, is that right? Yes, so the fund that we bid for was the Housing Infrastructure Fund, and it was the forward fund element. So what usually happens is we put bids in to those funds, and we put a bid in for Grovehurst and Key Street. This is to Homes England. But obviously that is a process that they have to do verifications and checks on that bid. And there's a lot of back and forth in terms of making sure that we achieve the benefits that we've set out to achieve. So with all of these funds, I think it's important to note that there is always a spend deadline. So a lot of criteria. Sorry. It goes off automatically, doesn't it? What was my thought? Sorry, yes, a lot of the... What was the spend limit? Yes. There's spend deadline. There's a criteria for when that money must be spent. And obviously this comes into the competition of us making sure that our bids are robust and that we can demonstrate that we can deliver them on time. It was always a dependency in terms of that M2 Junction 5. Homes England were aware of that scheme coming forward. So, it came as no surprise that if there was a delay to M2 Junction 5, then given the road space implications of causing disruption in that area, as any highway authority, we want to be fair to the public and keep the traffic moving as much as possible.
Yeah. Now it was a grant from Homes England, so obviously one assumes that there were homes related to improving that junction. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Helping to release sites. So the public sector stepping in, dealing with the gap in funding to help deliver homes. Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. And the main delay was the delays on the M2. Is that right?
For us, being able to start and implicate the agreement with Homes England, yes.
Yeah, okay. And there have been some subsequent delays. I think we heard from Mr. Goodwin about utilities, is that right? And those kind of things?
Yep.
Yeah. The project at the moment, has it been completed? Have they finished building, or are they still building?
Still building.
Okay, all right.
So yes, we're still in contract with Jackson's, who are out on site. But as Mr. Goodwin said, don't really want to go into too much detail regarding that as a live, commercially sensitive project.
Okay, the North Thanet link, please just tell us a little bit about that. You talk about that at 2.5.2.
Yes, so this came around as part of central government's wish for we have a strategic road network, a major road network.
Yeah.
And they made funds available in two pots. There was a pot for what was called large local majors, which were for schemes above £50 million.
Yeah.
There was a second pot for major road network schemes, which was below £50 million. I wish it was £50. £50 million.
Yeah.
So we put various bids in. As part of that process, we submitted through the Transport for the South East, sub-national transport body, who prioritised our bids. It then went to the DFT, who again worked with National Highways to scrutinise those bids, and Bluebell Hill, under the large local majors, and North Thanet Link, previously known as the A28 Birchington Relief Road, was prioritised under the major road network.
Okay, good. And so what we see there is sort of public money helping large infrastructure works come forward to deliver homes and to deliver infrastructure. Yeah.
Yes, I think it's important to note last week the government made a announcement regarding, following the spending review, major UK road upgrades that were approved. Significant funding from central government, and I think, as I put at the end of that paragraph, we'd submitted an outline business case which has now been approved by the DFT, so we can go forward now with that scheme, which is positive to planning and full business case. Okay.
In the inquiry earlier this afternoon, I mentioned, where else have, as a section of road like this, been built, and East Kent Access. Just tell us a little bit about that. That's some time ago.
Yes, before my time. I was in the private sector at that point, but as I alluded to, I have a large team of project managers with significant experience. I'll name him, as he may be watching, but John Farmer is one of those project managers who's got 40, 50 years of experience in delivering. He did my role before I took over. He delivered this scheme, and I'm aware of the fact that I think it won awards, an ICE award for being delivered, on time and to budget.
Okay, so that's a scheme. I mean, how far we're going back? 20 years, or?
Yeah, I think it was 2009. It kind of started, but completed 2012, May 2012.
Okay, and that's a scheme which Kent was in charge of, Kent scheme.
Correct.
And the point is, the approach you took for a section of road, long section of road, resulted in a proposal that was on time and on budget.
Correct.
Yeah, and how important is that you achieve that?
Well, in the current situation for the county council, given all the other pressures we're facing in terms of, adult social care and child social care, I think it's clear to see for many that we're struggling to maintain our current asset. So in terms of the road, given the 5,000 miles of road in the county, so what happens is when we are awarded these external funds from central government, we have a funding agreement with them, which means we are accountable for those funds. So if at the point of award of a construction contract, if we go, if the prices increase and we go over budget, that is a risk on the county council.
Yeah.
So obviously, if in many cases with a external funding bid, central government in its wisdom does like to have match funding. And what I mean by match funding is contributions from developers, Section 106 contributions from the private sector. But of course, as a county council, although we may forward fund that, we're reliant on those developments coming forward in a timely manner, hitting their trigger points and obviously contributing to the overall cost of the scheme. So it's a balance. And when you ask me about my role, a lot of the time is spent dealing with the finances in regards to risk and what is appropriate for the county council. Obviously, central government, again, in its wisdom, released, I think, last week, a potential structure fund. It recognises that, renewals and broken bridges, ruined roads, we've got them in the county. Galley Hill is one example. We've had problems in our tunnels. Thanet Way is undulated and causing us problems. So there isn't the money. Bless you. And central government has recognised that and said, here's a fund that you can bid for. But it doesn't take away from that financial risk that embarking on these large major projects is for the county council.
Okay. Now, in this case, what the developer says is, look, we're going to do all that. You don't need to worry about that. We are going to build the road, we're going to build the motorway junction, we're going to build the Southern Relief Road, and really, you don't need to worry. And in addition, there's going to be Grampian conditions, and houses can't even be occupied until the whole road is built. So it might be said, well, why are you concerned then? Why are you concerned if it's all on the developer and actually if they don't complete the road, if they built 3/4 of it, they won't be able to occupy any of the houses?
So I guess my answer to that is the unfortunate truth is that the cost of delivering significant highway infrastructure is normally underestimated, and therefore it's about being reasonable at the appropriate stage, importantly, of development. So it's all about that word reasonable. I guess I'm lending my experience to the fact that I feel with the level of detail that's been provided to my cost consultant, that taking a viewpoint at the stage we're currently at, I feel that there's a lot of unknowns, and we've talked with other, Mr. Young's talked with other witnesses around change, and that change is inevitable and that leads to cost increases. So I guess for me, I'm nervous and try to lend experience as we do with district and boroughs, and obviously we've worked with Quinn before. You mentioned the local growth fund. We've achieved funding for a scheme that Quinn were delivering in Middledale, Albert Road. So it's about sharing that experience, I guess, in making sure that mistakes aren't made and that we get to an agreed amount that's reasonable.
Yeah, and it's been suggested. Well, developers are developers. They're always thinking about profit. Let's say Quinn secure planning permission here from Secretary of State. They then sell it to Urban and Civic, or they sell it to L&Q or some other organisation. They come in and they say, look, all this is obviously unviable. The affordable housing isn't Kent County Council's concern, so if it comes back, we know affordable, that's not our concern, you and effectively the client's concern. Mr. Finch has talked about the concern about Section 106 contributions, schools not being paid for. Schools are part of their sustainable community idea and their traffic figures and so on. But at some stage on viability, we get to the road, and then the road can't be afforded. What's the danger, please, of effectively starting the road and running out of money?
Well, it's reputational damage, isn't it? I guess is the biggest thing. That's a fear for us in terms of if we were to start a scheme, and couldn't continue with it, there'd be reputational damage on us as a county council.
Yeah. The applicants, might say, well, okay, that's fine, but it's a road that we're building, so the damage will be on Quinn. Quinn will look like they can't deliver things and that they are incapable of doing what they claim they're going to do. What's the danger for you? Whose road is it?
Well, ultimately, it's going to be ours. It will be adopted by us. So, if the road's not there, I guess it undermines all the traffic impacts, the modelling, everything that is being set out to be achieved.
Okay. One of the other scenarios that we've looked at is that Quinns are proposing to forward sell very significant numbers of properties, and then they're going to allow construction before, let's say, the Southern Relief Road or the Northern Relief Road is open. And so houses get built, and then let's say the money runs out. They're a half a mile short from the end, but the money's run out. What's the danger then when we've got houses built, unoccupied, but then the road isn't finished? What's the problem then?
So houses are unoccupied.
Houses are built.
Yeah.
They're sat there, but they're unoccupied.
Question, do you think?
Well, I'm just asking.
I mean, he might be able to answer. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to answer that, or we can leave that for Mr. Gearing? I suppose he's a planner.
I can see his cross-examination is going to be...
Yeah, a couple of days. So, okay, I take that on board, madam. Yeah, I mean, is it, I suppose the question is it just reputational damage? Is the only thing here, it might... Sorry, there's a motorbike. Is your only... You said it's the main concern, but is your only concern the reputation of Kent County Council? Well, actually, let's just explore that a moment. Where would the damage fall? Just, people drive past and go, look, there's a road that they haven't finished. And, it doesn't get finished for 2 or 3 decades. Is it just the passing traffic that would cause you reputational damage too?
Sorry, I was saying in terms of us delivering a road if it stopped.
Yeah.
Ultimately, if those houses are being built out, then we're always weighing up, aren't we, the impact of those houses, in terms of if people are in those houses, against the infrastructure that we're trying to deliver. So it's impacts on our highway network, I guess. If it's partly built, where's that traffic going to go? It's going to reroute. It's going to find the path of least resistance. It's not what we've set out to achieve, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's a scenario, isn't there, and perhaps it is for Mr. Gearing, where they effectively, let's say, I don't know, lots of houses are built, they're occupied. Somebody says, well, okay, we can't finish the road, but look, we've got the houses there. Would you have concerns about houses then being capable of being occupied for a Section 78 variation or so on, and then the traffic implications.
Sorry. I do think that one is that maybe a leading question. He was asking about concerns
Probably.
about.
Yeah. No,
I
okay.
don't know. It does seem to be. I mean, he said what his job is. Maybe for Mr. Gearing, and possibly there'll be a lot for Mr. Gearing, isn't it? But that's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. Okay. We're going to leave the houses and the impact of houses, but I just want to come back to the reputational damage. What about your bidding and your bidding for money?
Yes, so in terms of our... Catches you, doesn't it? Yeah, going back to that first sheet that you read out from Mr. Young, obviously we've been very successful in Kent, hugely successful in the investment we've been able to bring into the county. If we don't deliver schemes on time, if there is reputational damage around us not completing a scheme, having to give money back, that has a bearing on what future funds we're able to attract to the county. So it takes away our credibility in terms of being able to deliver. And that's something that, you know, we've continued to push the boundaries out of. We've continued to bring significant money in. Government has, you know, despite incentives to the kind of Northern and Midlands powerhouse, you know, we are still achieving funding in the South East and in Kent. So yeah, I'd say it's hugely important.
Yeah. Now, the scenario that is suggested is, well, look, none of that's on you. It's all on Quinn. Quinn don't deliver it. So it's not your road it's not you that's responsible for failing to deliver. Does the reputational damage issue cease because Quinn are going to build the road?
No, because ultimately we will have to adopt the road. So through our development agreements team, you know, there are processes and policies in place for it to be adopted. So we want it to be, you know, delivered to an excellent standard in terms of quality.
Okay. If we go back to your proof then, and we have a look at your paragraph 3.5, you say, as set out in the cost plan, an overall allowance of 25% has been made for risk. This includes the project risk allowance, which is 15%, and then there's a scope risk allowance of 10%. See that?
Pardon, Mr. Young? Sorry, I missed
Yeah, it's 3.5 of your proof of evidence, the cost estimation.
Yep.
And you refer at 3.5 to 25% overall for risk, yes?
Yeah, 25% as in there's 15% and there's 10%, not in terms of how it's been calculated out. I think Mr. Gearing correctly points that out in his rebuttal.
Yeah, because in effect, as the inspector's seen, we've got three areas of risk. If you look at 3.7, you identify the construction contingency at 10%. Is that right?
Yep, cost consultants do. Obviously, Mr. Parks, yep.
Yeah, and so what you're highlighting there is that on the costs of the construction or the construction itself, there's a contingency, and that is equivalent to £20 million. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. In addition, then, there's the project risk allowance, which is 15%, and the scope risk allowance, which is 10%, yes?
Correct. Good.
Okay. And the point is, it's being suggested, well, those are effectively duplications. I think my learned friend sort of, it's a contingency on a contingency, if you like, and then a further contingency. Just help me with your view about why these are necessary.
Yeah, it's a good question. So obviously there was a lot of conversation and questioning around the appropriateness of the construction contingency, but I think it's worth noting, you know, that is risk applied to just the construction. So obviously Jackson's have given their input to that. We've given a figure through, obviously Alan Dadswell has submitted a 10% figure for those risks associated with construction. What then must be noted is obviously the implication of a risk allowance for the non-construction. So again, I think this was talked about at length, but where we've got things like professional fees, which is tied into the designer, as I said, if there's change or if there's unknowns around, utility works, or if the designer, who will give his own, risk register, states that things are going to cost more, it adds to the cost of the project.
Okay. Now, I think one point that's being suggested is, okay, well, look, you've got your construction contingency, and then you've got your project risk allowance. And the project risk allowance is the one that incorporates the professional fees, utilities, and so on. But you haven't applied your 15% to just the professional fee, the non-construction cost. You've applied it to all of it.
Yes.
So it applies to all the construction. Why is it that if there are changes in relation to the utilities or to the design of the proposal reflected in the professional fees, why will that have an effect on the construction costs as well?
Well, ultimately, it's the level of detail we've got. So if the design changes, obviously the construction's going to change as well.
Yeah.
So it has to be updated and included, really, because it'll have a knock-on effect.
Now, Jacksons don't deal with that. We know that. We do know that Mr. Bell, who is part of the applicant's team, not a witness, but is part of their team and has written a statement. He says that as far as that is concerned, he does include professional fees, utilities, and so on. He provides the costing for that because that's beyond Jackson's expertise. But what Mr. Bell has then done, or Quins have done, is not apply any risk factor to the utilities, professional fees, etc. What's your view about that?
I'd be nervous not to put any risk allocation to those elements because, through my experience, they are likely to change at this stage in the project. So, as I mentioned before, the risk allowance at an early stage should be higher, and as we get through additional detail and the design evolves, we hope to realise some of that risk and hope to be able to price it so that we don't need these kind of higher levels and they can reduce.
Okay. So then we come to the scope risk allowance, and that was explained by Mr. Parks, and he referred in particular to the level of detail and the stage at which we are with this project. And we know, don't we, that as far as the applicant is concerned, the applicant was keen to highlight the fact that this project is a concept and it's not a definitive road scheme, and obviously, where it says bridge, it doesn't necessarily mean there will be a bridge, and so on. Why? And we heard from Mr. Goodwin, didn't we? He agreed with me that at this stage we are 1 million miles away from the detailed drawings that he works with. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. And therefore, what's your view about where we are with this project and why that cost, that scope risk allowance is required?
Well, yeah, as I see it, the scope is for changes in the scope at this early stage without progressing through outline and detailed design. If it is just concept drawings, there is only a limited amount of... Oh, wait.
Yeah,
Sorry. Yeah. There is only a limited amount of information, so we would expect risk to be costed and to carry out something called a quantified risk assessment, which I put in my proof, which basically costs those risks and provides more detail, so we can refine that. But in the absence of costing those risks, which I haven't seen any work. There may have been work done, but I haven't seen it. I feel it's appropriate to have that scope allowance.
Yeah, because we know that Mr. Parks was instructed by National Highways and by Kent County Council. We know he was provided with the drawings from the scheme designer, and it was costed on that basis. What happens to the costs, please, if, for example, this proposal had been submitted as 2 outline schemes, but the road was detailed, or the road was actually a separate, the junction and the Southern Relief Road and the Northern Relief Road were separate applications provided with the detail for the grant of detailed planning permission?
So you're saying if they're at detailed design stage, we had far more information on the scheme?
A detailed so at the moment these are outline schemes. The road is only indicative, and it's a concept. If they'd submitted a planning application for all the engineering works and all the works associated with the roads and the associated borough pits and so on, if they'd done that, where would we be on the level of detail, and where would we be on risk?
So I would expect these risk levels to be reduced.
Yeah.
So effectively, we mentioned Jackson's. When we go out to tender, the tender pack that we would give them would be a detailed design pack. So it's relevant in at that stage in the project. We've got a far better idea of the likely risks. Because we've done the due diligence and we've done a lot of work around that.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Goodwin referred to a good client providing, lots of detail, and you'd have the information about contamination and ecology, hydrology, etc., etc. If you had that information, what would be the position on the certainty, please?
There's less likelihood for any unknowns. So that's what, no one likes surprises in delivering major projects. It's always difficult till you put that shovel in the ground. It's been mentioned around archaeology. On some of our schemes, we've spent a lot on archaeology, quite rightly. But those unknowns are important. So what we're trying to do is make sure our cost plans are robust at the appropriate stage to reduce that risk.
Well, what about the accusation? Well, you're the public sector, and really this is optimism bias. It was called optimism bias, and really what you're doing is applying the same approach that you'd apply for bidding for money here.
Yeah, but I don't think, given the scale of what we're looking at, I think there's merit in understanding the processes that we go through. Mr. Wild's correct in Mr. Gearing's rebuttal. I think one of the appendices that in terms of business cases, it's not appropriate to use optimism bias in the financial case. However, by their very nature, when we're looking at these cost plans, I would argue the applicant is, by their nature, going to be optimistic. They want it to happen. I think we all in the industry, when we want something to happen, will be optimistic. So what we're trying to do is balance that off and give evidence to why maybe that's not appropriate.
The optimism bias, Mr. Parks made clear, was something that National Highways is a term that they use. He referred to a level of 44%, and he didn't apply that. And it was all agreed, certainly appeared to be agreed, in Mr. Bell's pink and blue sheet that it was going to be called scope. Scope risk, okay, and it was set at 10%. think you've got in brackets optimism bias, because that's originally where it sort of started at. Just help me with this, please. Why is that not the same as an optimism bias? Why is the scope risk on this project not the same as an optimism bias, and why is it 10%, not 44%?
So again, it's optimism bias is essentially at the stage you're at. So in terms of business cases and submissions, you're looking at an appropriate level of risk based on the information that you have available. So what we've said is that given the information that's been provided, we believe that is appropriate based on the other risk allowances. If we were to remove the scope risk allowance, I would want to see higher allocations for the other risk and contingencies.
Mr. Parks described it as being transparent. He wanted to be transparent and say he got 3 stages. Obviously, Quins have got nothing in their cost document relating to the professional fees, utilities, etc., and they've got nothing by way of scope risk allowance. What do you say about that, having neither of those and simply having contingency on construction costs?
So I guess I come back to my earlier point, is the fact that I would expect these are wholly appropriate now, but as the applicant works through the detailed design with his consultants, I would expect these to reduce. I think it would be inappropriate to remove them at this stage, but obviously, like anything, we want to work through the detail to realise what that risk is going to look like.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult at the level we're at in terms of concept to be able to understand what all of those risks are. And certainly I don't think the applicant has provided a risk register of what they feel those risks could be. So by not having an allowance in there, it is difficult.
Okay. Now, in terms of the applicant's position, their position is to say, look, we don't think any of that's right. We think we've assessed risk correctly. We think the figures that Jackson's have provided are correct. We think the NEC contract isn't something that we want to work with, etc. But they say even if we're wrong about that, it won't affect affordable housing, it won't affect the contributions. What it'll do is we'll reduce the developer's profit. Okay, that, I think, just correct me if I'm wrong, is not your area of expertise about developer profit. So you're not here to give evidence about Mr. Gearing's view about what his client might accept or the landowners might accept.
No, unfortunately, we don't make any profit as the Highway Authority.
That's a matter for them. Okay. And the other major issue then that they are resisting, don't want to put into any analysis, is the commuted sum. And just help me with this, please. As a starting point, what's the position of National Highways on a commuted sum?
So when you say it's disputed, obviously it is in the cost plans that have been provided, and in the side-by-side comparison, commuted sum is there. In looking through the various evidence, we can see differences. So in the I think it's 3418 proof motorway junction consented statement of common ground between the applicants and National Highways.
Let's just turn that up. So document 3418, I think you said.
I have to apologise, my internet has just dropped out, so it's been fine the whole time, and then
you're not alone.
Has yours gone as well?
Yeah, just try and get back into public.
It just says no internet, unfortunately.
There are various things you can try.
Ah, there we go.
Come back again.
Yes, I'm just trying the Highsted Park. Just thinking about it.
Oh, I'm back. Thank you. Did you say 3411?
3418 I had it as, but
Okay,
I
yeah.
can't confirm that.
I've got it as 3411, but it doesn't mean I'm right.
3418.
Second statement of common ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Okay. And if you just take us to the relevant paragraph, please.
Can't actually open it up at the moment. Apologies.
We are on Highsted Park.
Is that the better one or the public?
Well, I'm on that. I don't think I'm in trouble, but I don't know what.
I find the public one works better.
Does it?
So,
Just try that.
my PC seems to.
Oh, you're having difficulty with the public one, are you?
No, I was just... Oh, there we go.
All right.
That works. Just takes a while to connect. Apologies.
Mine's working.
No. Apologies. It might be my system.
Wrong bit.
Yeah, shall I set out commuted sums while I'm looking? Sorry.
Some scenes.
Sorry. I'm sure it will load them. I kind of did a hybrid of hard copies and
Okay, so if we start with commuted sum then. What is that for, first of all? What is the commuted sum for?
so essentially commuted sum obviously is in relation to future maintenance of our asset essentially. So what we look at for a commuted sum is obviously we're trying to work in terms of the developer agreement process. We're trying to work with developers to make sure that the design is something that as a highway authority we're happy with in terms of making sure that we can minimise future maintenance. But obviously there's some key aspects in terms of our highway that are considered almost bespoke really in terms of materials or types of asset that we need to make sure there's a specific cost for.
Okay, and how does it? Where is the expense on commuted sums? Is it in the flat sections of road? Is it where there are on gradients? Is it where there are structures? What's the main component of needing a commuted sum?
Yes, structures you mentioned is obviously a key one, but in terms of the calculation for the cost plan, I understand it will be things for high friction surfacing, culverts, swales, combined curb drains, traffic signals, street lighting, planting, various items that essentially need to be agreed with the applicant as they go through the design process. So they will go through that approval process with us as the Highway Authority, and obviously there will be discussions as to what is deemed appropriate.
Yeah. We know that there are bridges, or I think we know there are bridges associated with this proposal. There was one that was discussed with Mr. Parks, but I think that's going to be, it's been suggested that would be culverts, but we don't have the detail on that. There's another green bridge, but again, it's just a concept that was relevant to connectivity. There's the bridge related to the public rights of way, but I don't think that is being pursued. It was suggested by my clients, not me, by the way, my clients, about public rights of way where they converge in a particular location, and I think the applicants made clear they're not intending to do that. So we're not quite clear at this stage what the structures will be, or how many there'll be, or how many bridges there'll be, but would bridges form part of the commuted sum if we knew if they do form part of the proposal?
Yes.
Yeah. You also said high friction surfaces, SUDs, and so on, street lighting. If we just think about the future maintenance issue, in that CD 34 of 18, I don't know if you've got it open yet.
Yeah, I found it. It's page 7 at the end, paragraph 17.
Yeah, okay, so, just read that out.
So the full cost, so it's under delivery, the full cost of construction would need to be funded by the applicants. This would include future maintenance liabilities and the necessary financial sureties, i.e. bonds. The agreement between the applicants and NH would need to cover delivery, funding and security.
Okay, so 17.
Sorry,
page 7 of 12. Yeah, so the statement of common ground the applicants have with National Highways requires a commitment for the future maintenance liabilities of the project, yes?
Correct, yeah.
But as I understand it, that isn't the case with KCC. They're not willing to do that.
Well, I guess it's worth noting it's in the cost plan, so there is a line for commuted sum that's been calculated.
Yeah.
Both for us and for Jackson's, in whoever finalised this and is almost version control the author.
This is
the side by side comparison.
This is the pink and blue. Yeah, I think
Yes.
Mr. Bell takes ownership of it. We're not hearing from Mr. Bell, but I think Mr. Gearing will be the one who answers questions on this.
Where is it in that side by side?
It's this pink and blue, madam.
Yeah, it's
Whereabouts is the
it's underneath
commuted?
the main.
Under commuted sum, which is under the total construction costs. So it's in there with the professional fees, utility works, etc.
Oh, I see. Right, okay.
Okay. And I remember, madam, I pointed out in Mr. Park's Appendix B, the commuted sum didn't appear as a separate line. It appeared, if you check the maths, amalgamated with the statutory approval fees. So just a word of caution when looking at Appendix B. But on this version, which is helpfully the final set of figures, we do have a line for commuted sums. And we can see that for the motorway junction, for example, 5 million agreed by both parties is a sum. And then the Southern Relief Road, 15 million, Northern Relief Road, 1.5 million. But as I understand it, that 22 million, I think it is, that isn't something that the applicant agrees with as far as the roads under the supervision of KCC. Is that right?
So in terms of, I think they're looking for these to be negotiated, as it were.
Yeah.
So it, which is fair. We'd look at it and see, as the design evolved, what they are intending to do in terms of some of those items I suggested. So if they were to accept kind of standard items, and us accepting as a approval of that highway that it doesn't need it, then I think we could start to bring that down. But again, we don't have that detail, so we want to work with the applicant to try and come to an agreed figure. But we feel that is appropriate at this time to have those allocations that have been provided there. And it seems, they agree with that methodology that Alan Dadswell carried out, which I think was roughly 15% for some of those items. But then they looked at a higher percentage for the cost of the bridge, which was linked to adept guidance, which is in my proof as an appendices.
They are the same though, aren't they? They are in there are they?
The maths is agreed, yeah.
So it's, as Mr. Young says, maths agreed, principle not agreed.
Oh, I see. Okay. But it is agreed for the motorway junction.
It
yes?
is, yeah. Yeah, because paragraph 17 in the agreement with National Highways actually makes that clear.
Okay.
If you then have a look at the sort of justification for the commuted sums, we've got your appendices. And Madam, you have the witness's appendices in hard copy, or it's a substantial document?
I have, yes.
Appendices to Mr. Burchill. Mm-hmm. And then where I'd like to go, please, is to the Kent design document.
Unfortunately not tabbed or numbered, or
No.
No clue as to what the appendices are.
No, that's a perfectly fair point. I'll take that on the chin, if I may.
It's your fault, Mr.
It's always my fault. Appendix B.
Helps. It's it's not going to help you, Mark. It's 26 pages in. Appendix B.
Hang on.
It might almost be quicker to do online, so you could get to the PDF pages, but I don't know.
Hold on. The Kent Design Guide, is it I'm looking for? Ah. Right, I'll tab that. Yep, okay, thanks.
Now this is, by anybody's reckoning, a fairly substantial document. It's the approaches, principles, collaboration and development. And we can see on the second page, it's produced by the Kent Design Initiative, a unique partnership of Kent's local authorities, developers, builders, communities and interest groups who've joined forces to campaign for good design in Kent. It updates Kent Design, a guide to sustainable development. And then if we go over the page, we've got all the different sections in there. And what we are after, Madam, is the section on commuted sums. So that's a substantial way through the document. And
Is it paginated? Oh yeah, it has got pages. So what page number would it be?
has page numbers. Just I need to direct you to the page that I've got open. I can't see the page number immediately.
On the right hand side.
Of course.
Landscape.
Yes. 241. Well, that might be my fault. There's two documents. There's the Kent Design Guide, Making It Happen Technical Assessment. So the first document, I think, is the document to which there are technical appendices. Is that right? Yeah. So the first document, as you might imagine, and you probably had a look at, I'm sure, has lots of design guidance. I need to guide you to Appendix C.
You might be
So
right.
if you find in the Kent
Towards
Design Guide, if you find paginated page 241
241.
in the Kent Design Guide,
Okay.
the next page after it is where Mr. Young's trying to take you.
Thank you.
You're almost all the way through the document and the
Yeah.
appendices.
I see, okay.
So just to say while you're there tabbing it, because we'll need to
I
go
have
there
tabbed
tomorrow.
that
Oh
bit.
yeah,
Well,
tab all
I
these
haven't got
ones
this-
as well.
Tab this because I haven't got to it yet.
Thank you.
241. Oh, come to the end now. Hold on.
But the end is good because what we need is the technical appendix to this, which we've got as Appendix C.
I should have just looked online. shouldn't I? Commuted sums for highway infrastructure asset management.
I've got a section that says commuted sums.
Right, I think I've gone too far.
Can I just ask, in the appendices, how far from the back are you?
I've got the index now.
Okay, it's beyond the index,
Before that,
beyond.
beyond that. Goes on a bit. Oh yes, Appendix C.
That's it, yeah.
Ah. Sorry, we're there.
Okay, so as I understand it, the Kent Design Guide, which we've just been looking at or wading through, has a technical assessment document making it happen, and within that technical assessment and adoption, there is an issue about, there is a guidance in relation to commuted sums. Is that right? Okay. If you go forward, madam, you'll see a playground with the words commuted sums above the climbing frame.
Very nice one, isn't it?
Climbing frame, yes. And then you go over the page and it talks about Circular 5 of 2005. And can you direct the inspector to what you would invite her to look at, please?
Yes, so it was essentially just confirming what I was just saying. So this is obviously in the public domain. Our fees, which we've estimated, are they're agreed fees. So I'll come on to it's on our website. Sets out quite clearly what we expect from developers when we're taking on the future maintenance of these assets. So within here we've got obviously the legislation at the top that's set out, which is directed policy. I can't really change that. It does mention that we should discuss it with the applicant, and as I say, through that design moving on and evolving, it's good to have dialogue to make sure that the design is appropriate in terms of what we're going to be adopting. But clearly there are individual items that the cost of maintaining are considered extra over. So at the bottom left, in colourblind, but I'm hoping that's yellow. Is it yellow? Yeah. So the cost of maintaining features that we consider an extra over items, examples include some home zone features, highway structures, public transport infrastructure where appropriate, certain landscaping features and additional or non-street furniture. So I guess it's trying to just indicate that we don't want any surprises at this stage. It's something that we want to make clear to the applicant that we will expect. We certainly, as the design evolves, want to have good conversations around the appropriateness of these, which we feel are wholly appropriate.
Good. Okay, so that section deals with Circular 5 of 2005 and in the planning obligations, and obviously those tests need to be met in terms of obligations, and it's talking about commuted sums divided into different categories, and just so I'm clear, it talks about in background 1 and then 2 in the first column, cost of maintaining features that we consider as extra items. Examples include some home zones, highway structures, public transport, infrastructure, where appropriate, certain landscaping features, and so on. Yes?
Correct.
So this is making clear that highway structures are included, but also public transport, features such as home zones, surfacing, I guess, and so on. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. The next document, please, is the Appendix D, commuted sums for highway infrastructure asset management. And can you just tell us what this document is?
Yes, so this is a document, again, in the public domain from ADEPT, which is another acronym, but it's the Association of Directors of Environment, Economy, Planning and Transport. And essentially, you'll see on the acknowledgements, people who have fed into this report. One is a colleague, Clive Lambourne from Kent County Council, making sure that this is, appropriate. And the report basically sets out the appropriateness of commuted sums for future maintenance, and that there's not standardised use, but obviously clearly for us as a local authority, we need to be clear. It's in our policy, it's in the public domain. There's no surprises that we will ask for it.
Good. And then if we go to Appendix 2 within that document, I think that's page 14, madam.
What am I looking for? I think it's not paginated, is it?
The one he's in is paginated.
Sorry?
The one Mr. Young's in is paginated.
Is it?
I think you might be in the wrong one.
Okay.
You've gone too far, I think.
Oh.
You've gone into Appendix E, which is
right,
highways,
okay.
fees and charges.
Right, very good. Oh, 14 right at the end, yes.
Okay, Appendix 2, just to help us navigate this.
Yes, so as it states, it's setting out what is considered a typical commuted sum procedure in regards to Section 38 and Section 278 agreements. So obviously Kent County Council will have a development agreements team who would carry this out, who are, the applicant is familiar with. It's headed up by Jamie Hare, another colleague in Kent County Council. So obviously it sets out in the column stage actions of the highway authority, but basically what we're looking at is continual discussions between the developer and the planning authority regarding the development proposal. Requirements, bless you, in terms of any commuted sum requirements based on the design. So that's for the developer to confirm. Obviously here it states the developer submits a planning application, the planning authority will consult with the highway authority. We then work down further. We as highway authority should calculate the provisional subject to confirmation of final development details, so that's coming back to that design stage. Commuted sum requirements to be included in a bond, so obviously we ask for a financial bond. The highway authority, and probably important to note, we made the reference between National Highways and ourselves. We ask for a bond, we ask for payment up front. National Highways, I understand, request that at the end, so it's quite an important difference. We go through consultation with the developer and other parties and look at those specialist items so that we can agree. Obviously, again, almost our technical approval process, so making sure those specialists in the county council, so our structures manager, structures team, are cited on what's being designed and what's being proposed, so they can check and make sure it's suitable. And then obviously it says it drafts Section 278 legal agreement and the 38 agreement, consult and final planning and legal agreements made, and then that final commuted sum value included within the bond. Then we go on to construction. So I guess what's important here is that set out a process. So it's important to note where we are in this process. and we're quite early in the stage because that detail hasn't been provided. We haven't had those conversations with the applicant to identify exactly, what those provisions should be. But what Alan Dadswell have done, Mr. Parks and his team, they've set allowances. So it's important to have allowances in there for what they may be. Again, they may go up, they may go down, but it's dependent on the detail that's provided by the applicant.
Yeah, now at this stage, obviously, with this particular proposal, we're in a situation where it's a concept and we don't know how many bridges there'll be, or any bridges, or many features of the development, if you like, because of that. Does that present a difficulty in trying to calculate the precise sum?
Yes. I think it's important to note that, coming back on what I've said, an accurate commuted sum fee can't be determined accurately at planning stage. That's very important. Very many items remain undetermined until we get to that detailed design stage. And so until that's undertaken, we can't agree or make agreements that sort through that kind of approval process. So all we can do is make allowances, but it is hugely dependent on what the applicant wants to do, and then us, in response, being able to advise on whether we feel it's appropriate.
So, sorry, are you saying then that you can't determine the accurate amount of the sum until the reserve matters for the road come in?
I would see it as when the applicant provides through their designer a detailed design. So at the point where they're almost awarding a construction contract.
So that's after reserve matters then, is it? We don't know.
I apologies.
Right, okay.
It's not
So
my
when they're
expertise, I'm
awarding
afraid.
The contract, right, okay, thank you.
Yeah, not a planner, but what
No,
we're
no.
saying is when the construction contract is let, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we can assume that's after it's got reserve matters, madam.
Yeah, it should be apologies.
Yeah, no. In its absence, then, because obviously we're not at that stage, and we're obviously at the concept stage. What is the basis for identifying a sum? Because mercifully, the maths is agreed, so it's not a disputed issue about what the sum is. But the principle is. So how do we arrive at 22? Well, how do we arrive at the amount that is identified for Kent's roads?
So essentially, there is a commuted sums calculator that Kent have shared with Alan Dadswell. They've looked at that, I understand, and they've also looked at a proportion of those items that I listed out, so a 15% proportion, because at this stage we don't have the details. So for those, it's 15%. For the bridge, we've used the adept commuted sum calculation, which has included a 40% of the cost of the bridge.
Okay, and Appendix E is the highway fees and charges. Just assist us with this document, please, and what we should look at in particular.
Yes, so again, it's a document that's in the public domain. It's essentially something that you can find on kent.gov.uk. It's agreed each year. As you can see in the columns, it's got fees for 2024, 25, fees for 25, 26, and I think it's fair to say that the applicant and his company are aware of these fees and charges. So it's fees that they've paid before. It's just, I think, important to note the stage that we're at, as opposed to other projects that obviously they've delivered. But the key, as I say, is that this is this is policy of Kent County Council. It's agreed, it's not something that we can easily dismiss.
I understand it. I mean, there might have been three ways this could be disputed as an issue. One might be over how it's calculated, but I don't think it is. Secondly is, when it's to be calculated. And thirdly is the principle, whether it should be paid at all. What's your understanding of the applicant's position, please, about it being about that?
Well, as I just mentioned, as a developer who has worked with our development agreements team on various developments across the county, they're aware of these fees. They will be aware of the process. And so I think, they certainly, I think in the rebuttals and through the side-by-side agree to the calculation. I think it's been stated where we're at as a stage. There's still a lot of work to be done on the design, and it's at that stage where it becomes appropriate to refine that cost.
Okay, so they're not objecting in principle, as you understand it. Yeah, that's helpful.
We are objecting both to the principle and to, in the end, the ultimate quantification. It's right that we've not, and just for reference, Mr. Gearing's proof, his first one at 37.14.1 is the core document reference, and the pages.
First rebuttal.
So it's his first one, yeah. Just for anyone watching, it's 37.14.1, first rebuttal, pages 16, 17. I think those are the main pages. So there's it's right to say, as he explains, I'll just summarise that we have in our side-for-side cost comparison used the Dadswell figures for commuted sums, but he also explains why it's likely that the overall sums will be reduced, why they need to be proportionate, and why ultimately we don't accept that they should be paid at all. So I'll explore all of that with Mr. Burchill, obviously. But that, just because Mr. Burchill was being asked about what our position is.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Couple of things arising out of that. Then they do object to the principle. That's just been made clear, but they also object to at what point it should be made. And I think they also object to the calculation. So it's all three in effect, right? So that's fine. Helpful to have it in the calculation. So actually, the figures between the parties will be greater than are shown here, except they are shown in red. So I'm just wondering, it must be part of the Southern Relief Road. The calculation there, the 35 million for total non-construction costs must include it, because otherwise it doesn't add up to 35 million. And the bottom figure will obviously then include it, 137 million. And then obviously it would appear that that's included but not part of the difference. So we'll need to extrapolate that in due course. If as is the case, that sum is in dispute in principle, then there's a greater difference between the parties on the pink and blue calculations. And as I understand it, the calculations for the Kent contributions, they're not in red with National Highways. They're willing to pay the commuted sums there, but the figures are 16,700 for the Kent figures.
Hang on a minute.
I'm afraid I can't confirm if they're in red. I'm colourblind, but
okay.
Yeah. If you could point out,
Yeah.
great.
So if you look at add commuted sums,
Are you adding the two together? Two red ones?
no. Well, yeah, but there's four of them, but the two different figures, yeah.
No, but two are agreed, aren't they?
Yeah, sorry. So add commuted sums, 5,600,000 for National Highways. That is included. It is, I can tell you, in black, and so it's agreed. as far as Kent County Council's commuted sums are, they are not agreed, and those two add up on my quick maths to about 16,700,000. Now, the point is, obviously, just for your note, Madam, it would appear that the total for Jackson's includes that 16,700,000, so we should give you the actual difference between the parties on their cases, which is that that will drop down to 212.
Sorry,
Sorry.
now.
You're saying that
229 million at the
you're
bottom.
saying that the total difference should be adjusted to remove the contested commuted sums.
Yeah,
So you're taking off 16.7 from 229.
exactly that. Exactly that. But let's do that on a separate sheet of paper, so we know where we are. But I think that becomes important to understand where the difference is, because the difference would then be greater. I think closer to over £150 million difference. So back to the numbers. They're disputing in principle all of that money. They're not disputing that for national highways. How does that sit, please, Mr. Burchill?
Well, I probably are not. Don't have the figures in front of me to see what kind of maintenance budgets colleagues in National Highways have compared to us as a local highway authority. But obviously, it doesn't seem fair that it would be assumed that that is paid to National Highways, and we're not compensated for the future maintenance of an important asset.
Yeah, and no doubt they wanted agreement with National Highways. National Highways might well have made that a condition of their agreement, that they had to agree to that. They're not agreeing with us in respect of that. But the position is, then, this is disputed. You started your evidence by referring to the pressures that the county council is under, and how a significant amount of your time is spent trying to secure money. And the government's got a recent fund for helping for what is, I think you said, 5,000 miles of roads?
In Kent, yes.
5,000 miles of roads, yeah. What's the difficulty in adding additional roads and then not having appropriate maintenance payments in respect of them in the circumstances in which Kent currently, not alone, probably every county council finds itself in?
It's a balance. We are under constant pressure in terms of it's constantly in the press in terms of people's thoughts on the condition of the roads with potholes, etc. Well, yeah, I didn't want to, but
my next witness is Rishi Sunak.
Yeah, he's teed me up, Inspector. He's teed me up. So I think it's important to note. We have a budget, a revenue budget, and a capital budget. Now, those budgets are under constant pressure. We have significant pressure in increased costs with relation to adult social care and child social care, and home to school transport, which means that there is a delicate balance. We're a member-led authority, and there's a delicate balance between what is an appropriate allocation for the local authority to spend on the maintenance of its assets. Certainly central government help with this, as you mentioned, and that is obviously welcome, but we are under significant pressure as traffic volumes have increased. We are under, and sorry, I should say, maintenance budgets have gone the other way. They've decreased. We are under further pressure to continue the upkeep of our asset, and the doomsday scenario is that it gets to a point where we have to close roads, we have to close the highways. So if a tunnel is not deemed safe or a structure is not deemed safe, then we have no option. Paramount priority is that the travelling public and Kent's residents can travel round safely on the network. So, it's a very difficult balance at the moment.
Good. Is there anything else you want to raise in relation to the two issues that you are primarily giving evidence on?
Just give us a minute. No, I think that was sufficient. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Half full.
I think we've got to be out. We've got to be out.
I'd forgotten.
Tonight.
I'd completely forgotten. What time do we have to be out?
Well, not here at the moment.
Do you just cancel Bonnie now?
I think they want us out by sort of. I think we ought to stop about 5.
Fine. Are you happy for me to start? Well, I say you. I mean, I'm looking around the room. It would obviously. I'm happy to do half an hour now. But obviously subject.
Don't you think so? No, Mr. Young. You're
Just
not
Mr. Young's.
It's not me.
Well, it's Mr. Burt.
Would you rather we start in the morning? I think we start at 9 o'clock, don't we?
I don't
Rather
want
than
No,
we weren't going to
9:30.
start at 9 tomorrow. It was next Friday.
Next
when
Friday's
we've
the
got
106 session.
conditions.
okay. Sorry, I thought we
Did.
started.
Oh no,
No, we
please
haven't.
No?
no new pattern.
No.
No,
8:30, quarter past 8.
No.
I mean, it doesn't give you much chance to.
As it were,
Can I? Yeah, it's up to you, but you'll end up sort of doing half an hour, and then you'll do more tomorrow. But it's your choice.
but you're already in isolation from the rest of the team.
Yeah.
You're in isolation anyway, so.
Can I?
I was going to say, can I refer?
We started very early. It's a very warm day.
Yeah, I agree.
It would be better if we started the cross-examination in the morning, unless you feel different.
You're happy. So we will start at 9:30, okay? But so you'll finish, Mr. Burchill, won't you?
I will, and I think
How long do you think you'll be?
just have a quick look.
I know you've got coming to you as well.
I-
You can tell us.
So far, I've got about 2 questions, so I do have some bits.
Okay.
I mean, let's say 3.5 hours, something like 3.5 hours, something like that. So if we started at 9:30,
We
It's
finish.
it's not a full-
So you've got a couple, 2 or 3. You're not going to need more than half.
Then
I think
re-examination.
probably 15 minutes, a bit less.
and then re-examination, obviously,
We've got re-exam, but yeah.
which we don't know how long that'll be. Obviously,
No, but yeah.
it did take. Well, we'll see.
I mean, what are you thinking? I mean, I should think we'll be till lunchtime, to be quite honest, with wouldn't we, with Mr. Burchill, with our break.
Oh yeah, at least yeah.
Yeah, I don't want you to spin it out.
No, of course. No, I'm not going to spin it. No, it's not that. It's
But if you'd rather then, start Mr. Gearing next month, Tuesday.
I would. I mean, I don't want. I would, because yes, I would. I won't explain why, but I mean, I would if it's possible within the programme. Yes, I would.
You all right? Is everybody happy with that?
I completely understand
It's going to
why.
be very hot tomorrow, I think.
Yeah. I think that's perfectly reasonable. It's an important witness, and I've got no problem myself with that.
I'm just going to flag our concerns about additional days being added in October. So
I don't think
as long as Mr. Gearing and obviously Miss Dickinson are done
This
by
week,
the end of
or
next week.
Sorry, next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think unless things go disastrously wrong, which you can never tell, of course, this inquiry. But I mean, if Mr. Gearing using it as 2 days, then we've got Mrs. Dickinson, that's 3 days. and then
the 106.
hopefully, well, the 106 definitely, but I mean, I don't know about conditions, but we have got a day for conditions anyway, so, you know. So I would suggest that probably will be okay. If you're happy with that.
I just raise it because I feel we need to raise it from time to time because we are getting a bit nervous about funding.
Of course, I understand. But
yeah.
you realise we're not really planning to get any further than we're not. I mean, you didn't want to start your planning evidence.
No, exactly, and that we have to take that one on the chin because that is an additional cost to us, kind of anyway. But we just don't want any more kind of going over.
Well, I mean, it's getting very difficult finding time, isn't it, in October now? So we definitely want. We've got 2 weeks and 2 days, and it's just we've got to just, you know, do it.
We've got to do it, and I've given some large estimates. I'm going to do my best to bring them down. Obviously, I'm not planning to actually get squeezed because it's so important, but obviously, I've got to be focused.
All right, well, I mean, unless you finish really quickly tomorrow, well before lunch, in which case we will stop.
No, fair enough.
But if it's not till sort of, you know, late lunch or something like that, I mean, we can carry on a bit. If we're going to break afterwards, we could possibly carry on and just, you know, then I think that's fair enough.
In an attempt to be helpful, I've just been told by my clients it's worth just raising that there are a number of road closures tomorrow, so if people are driving in, it's probably worth checking your travel time. Monday? Oh, sorry, it's Monday. We're not sitting on Monday.
No,
Okay.
it'll go on all week.
Oh, it's all week.
Next week.
Yeah, so it's not tomorrow, it's next week.
Do you know what I mean? You might know.
It's the A251 area that joins up with the MA2. So I was just concerned anyone coming backwards and forwards to Canterbury direction along there, the diversion route. KCC probably know far more about it than I do. It's to do with some sewage works that have been put into place for Preston Park development.
Right.
It was given outline planning permission in 2018 and they're doing some drainage works now.
So the A2 will be open from sort of Faversham along, will it?
I think there'd be diversions somewhere along the A2 to the 251 onto the motorway, and then it'll have to come back in, and I assume that's junction 5.
Maybe some additional traffic impacts.
Okay. Well, if everyone's happy with that, well, I mean, you can't do anything about it anyway, can we? Right, okay then.
Just check it. It's 9:30.
9:30 tomorrow. So we will now adjourn then till 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think tomorrow is going to be a very hot day again, isn't it? You probably haven't got your shorts with you, have you? Oh, it's quite stylish, actually.